take out everybody. As long as Muji is still standing, that's what's gonna happen.
わしのじゃ。強い。楽しいのを呪いの家。爽快じゃの。見つけた。わしのじゃ。楽しいのを。強い。呪いの家。早く戦うぞ。待ちくたびれたわ。無駄じゃ。これから人間にとっての地獄を見せてやるからの。早くしろ。我は待たされるのが嫌いじゃ。なんじゃ貴様、ぶち殺されたいのか。
てめえはうちを怒らせたぜ。どうなっても知らねえぞ。
めんどくせえ。行くぜ。ああ、やだやだ。これがターボババアの力かよ。なえるぜ。許さねえぜ、てめえはよ。やれやれ、本気出すぜ。ももちゃん、会いたかったぜ。強くならなきゃ、もっと強く。そういうことかよ。おっと悪い。
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
We book Esports World Cup up.
What's up, Chris? How you doing? Hey, man. I missed you. I never got to see you in the mornings.
No, I'm usually busy.
Well, not today. Not today, brother. I'm going to make you busy because we're going to have a little performance review. I know you've been here for a few days in Honor of Kings, and I thought maybe it's time to check in on how things are working out with you.
Already? I mean,
Of course.
it's a pretty deep game, bro. I don't know if... Okay.
Yes, fair enough. But it just means that you have fresh eyes for things. I love that.
Okay.
Let's go.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate your experience working with me?
Do decimals count?
Yeah, they do, yeah.
3.5, 4? Not sure what scale, though.
3.5. That's okay. I thought you liked me more than that. Room for growth. Okay. What would you say is my biggest strength?
You're very optimistic, positive.
I think. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Final question. What would be one word you'd use to describe me?
Available.
What does that mean?
Well, production needed someone, and you were there.
HR is going to love this. Let's get on with the next day of the playoffs.
Wang
世界舞台的交手确实让人血脉喷张。
Fighting our way back to the global stage wasn't easy.
We have come way too far to back down easily, and we don't intend to fall behind.
With our blood, sweat, and tears, we will fight to the very end.
It's been a full year since our fall to the Titans. We are stronger now, prepared and ready.
重回旧地，热血如初。那些胜利的喝彩依然在耳边呼啸。这一次，我们要的不只是过往的荣耀。
见证同门登顶，固然心怀敬畏。To share this stage with Enoch is an honor.
但也该轮到新王当立了。
这一次，我们要的不只是过往的荣耀。一战登顶，视为冠军，连霸开篇，方筑王朝。
KWC continues at the Esports World Cup 2026 in Paris, France. If you were traveling across a boat cruise on the River Seine and decided to stop by with us as the Expo Port de Versailles this morning, well, you would see fans from all around the world, but maybe particularly China today, ready to represent our KPL teams who take the stage for the first time in the quarterfinals. And this could be a preview of some of the teams that might be seen in the grand finals fighting for that trophy. Of course, so many stories left to tell, and I'm not the only one here to tell it to you. Welcome back to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. My name's Rainday, and I'm joined by an amazing panel, as always, Isaac and Kindofu. Isaac, you guys looking good today as well, ready to go for a big show.
I sent you a message, man. I said, like, we're gonna step up our game right now. We need to start doing this because we're coming already to the last of the quarterfinals. Quarterfinals, semis, and then the finals. We got to start looking good because the games are going to be awesome.
Ken, you mentioned there's money on the line for just one win here.
Yes, there is. So 10,000 if you manage to take one game off of the KPL teams. But if you win the series, it's 100,000 USD. That's a lot of money on the line. But money is less of a concern here. They haven't been able to beat any of the KPL teams so far. So today, that's their main challenge.
A lot on the line. Let's narrow in on what to expect today after looking at yesterday's results, because we saw two teams get heavily tested on the other side of the bracket. We've got two semifinalists already who have booked their ticket. But it was, of course, Team Vitality and Team Nemesis who fell on the way there. Couldn't put enough to the test to make sure that they could move on. But Isaac, that doesn't mean that they didn't play well, and it doesn't mean that that didn't open up conversations that might extend into today about how the heroes, how the meta, how these extended best of sevens are going to play.
I'm telling you, I did actually, after I finished casting my game and I was here analyzing, and when I sat there over there with the people, the energy that you can feel from everyone, it was actually really cool because I was sitting right next to a lovely couple yesterday, and one of them actually played our game to a pretty high level of competition, man. And then he was like talking to me about his experience and everything. So watching the games yesterday, being able to be right over here in France, just seeing the people, lovely experience.
It's one of the beautiful things, Ken. You have people who are genuine fans of not just the players and the esport, but the game.
Yes, and we also have new players, right? That's the whole point of watching this is for you to learn from the best of the best as well. And we did also have new players playing the game yesterday. They won with the jungler Ogren yesterday in their ranked match. It was a big win, wasn't the MVP, but hey, everyone starts from somewhere.
The jungle was a big impact and has been and will continue to be in this one. Team Nemesis, we thought they might be able to bounce back, but GK Esports obviously a dominant factor there. Rock Esports as well, extremely successful against Vitality, and these are just two teams that have a very difficult time, I would say, finding a weakness in them. They played almost perfect HOK and did not leave a lot of room for their opponents to sneak in.
If you start analyzing the pattern from yesterday, right, like it's 3-0 advantage, and then in the fourth game, which for me is like the hardest game for it, like it's very hard just to finish with a 4-0.
Yeah.
Yes, one team is going to be superior to the other one, but you get to the game number 4, and then you need to start thinking about way too many options. What if I were to lose this one? What to do? The coaches need to make decisions. Really hard to finish 4-0. 3-0 always finish 4-1.
It really is about stamina, right? We have seen it in the first one. It was a 4-0, but there was a 4-1 score yesterday where there was a chance for Vitality to come back, and they did it in the most exciting way possible as well.
I love the way Vitality has given us the story of resilience, but you need more to win. Isaac, you're appropriate in saying that it is difficult to close out games, no matter whether you're a heavy favorite or not. That final closeout game, you get a team's everything. You get their best draft, you get their best performance, and it is difficult even if you are one of our KPL representatives who play in a league that many consider, many know to have such a strong representation at the international stage. However, that task is going to be up to these teams that we'll see in a moment. And when you look at these teams too, they're not only fighting for crushing these keys or avoiding being crushed, they're fighting for something a lot bigger in the club championship. And that is where in a moment we will see our Aramco Club Championship leaderboard, because of course this sets the stage for the biggest tournament happening across the entire Esports World Cup. Isaac, Falcons currently in the lead. Vitality have fallen, but they are at 4th so far, but AGAL, they play today and they're sitting in 5th ready to gain some more points.
I'm very interested. Not only AGAL is going to be playing today, Virtus Pro is going to be in our opener for today.
That's right.
And right now they're sitting 3rd, man.
Yeah.
Imagine if they can just make this the screamer and win this game, and they'll just be closer to that trophy.
Yeah, Ken, I mean, Aurora Gaming also playing. Again, they are playing against AGAL, but Virtus Pro in that first matchup, I mean, how amazing would that be? Not just to take a game, but to take a series, move up into some club championship points. I mean, that would be a heck of a day for Virtus Pro.
It would be a miracle, let's be honest. The challenge in front of them is really tall, and this is a hard climb, by the way. So they are not the only ones contesting as well. Like you said, Aurora Gaming also wants to put some points on the board. You know what? Let's see how they do today.
We've done a lot of overview, big talk. Let's talk a little bit about the bracket, start narrowing down our focus for today, because of course we have some teams going up toe-to-toe that are going to be some matchups you do not want to miss. Heading into this, we saw AGAL find themselves facing off against Aurora Gaming. These two teams, as you mentioned, Isaac, did not get a chance to pick. Aurora Gaming maybe not even expected to be on this side.
No, like they lost their whole tournament against Rock Esports in the first game, and it was just that difficult. They lose the game against Rock Esports, sends them to the 2nd places, and they need to just kind of like just be out there just praying for the best, and sadly for them, is their best is going to be AGAL.
They need to prove more, right? Aurora is #1 in MKL coming into EWC. So to have that loss, definitely, you know, they lost their balance for a little bit. So they need to improve, but their challenge against AGL, it's no easy feat.
Now, I want you to pay attention to that middle matchup right there. That's like, where is that in the quarterfinal? How does that work? Kang Kang team, Ping Ping team. You'll be familiar if you watch the KPL, what those stand for. But when you see these players, oh man, a lot of people online are going to be familiar with who they are. You know, from Cat to Chance, they're going to see this KPL Dream Team matchup. It'll be a best of 1. You'll see some of the biggest stars in Honor of Kings going toe-to-toe in one match where everything is on the line. it should be a lot of fun, Ken. But also, hopefully, give us some good, some good clips, some good moments, some good excitement that will lead to an even funnier time and maybe more fun time on Sunday as well.
It's going to be a lot of fun because all these players are not in their respective roles. They actually change roles, so this is going to be interesting. But it also gives you a chance to show that there's a reason why they are professionals, right?
It is a show, man. Like, we're here just to kind of have fun. It's going to be just for the vibes. And we love games that are just like that. They're competitive, but at the same time, we're just here to have fun.
All right, well, I love the fact that there are fans in the building right there. You can see it behind. The games haven't even started, and a lot of those fans represent two different ideas. One, KSG, who bring fans wherever they go, wherever they play. But also Virtus Pro, and that's our first matchup on the day because they've got that French European representation. We saw Clue hyping up the crowd. Wow, is what he was saying after they got a chance to speak on stage. We'll finally get to see him and the rest of VP. There he is right there walking in on arrivals, Isaac. They're ready to go, and they know they're fighting for a lot on the line.
I just saw T-Gold and Jabba on my way here on stage, man, and I talked to them and I was like, how are you guys feeling? They said, we're feeling great. We're going to do our best. I asked Jabba, are you going to be able to carry the game? And he said, for sure.
Oh, for sure, Ken. That's pretty confident.
I like it, and I think you need that confidence because going up against Kuaishou Gaming, one of the best teams coming in from the international scene for KPL, you need to have your standards high, but you also need to have very clean execution because we've seen these guys play, they don't miss a beat.
Yeah, and one of the things that makes them so dangerous as a team is their level of execution. The fact that they can kind of do things that other teams wouldn't be able to do, maybe even leave a farm lane exposed for a little while, focus on the clash lane, then have that deadly rotation to now just take over. We're going to be seeing, this is them live, by the way. This is both teams getting ready live. We wondered where these were. They're seeing us. They're seeing themselves. And so I always love to see who does what. Okay, they start looking at the screen. Somebody starts doing jumping jacks, push-ups.
It's lovely. Like in traditional sports, it's the same, right?
Yeah.
Before the game, everyone has their own thing that they want to be doing. Like some people, they like listening to music. Some people just like to be quiet. What was yours, man? Like,
man, it's interesting. I have the music in the green room. Right? I don't always do it though, but you guys feel like the music can come out, so people know me from that when I'm in the green rooms. When it was sports, I'm trying to remember, what did I do? I don't know. You know what I always did?
Tell me.
Maybe this is TMI. I always had to use the restroom, like right before the game. Okay. I couldn't do a game without going to the bathroom. So I think as an esports pro, I would struggle because those refs are so strict. They're like, no, it's not time. I'm like, I gotta go. I need to focus. I can't be thinking about this. All right, all fun and jokes aside here as well. Let's introduce KSG, who seem to be coming in. No, they are coming in as the favorites in this matchup, representing the KPL. They're so strong internationally, and one of the people I mentioned that kind of takes over the game if you let them is Silence on KSG. We had a chance to sit down with him a little bit earlier before this match.
Hey guys, it's Sky. So I have Silence from KSG join us for the pre-match interviews. Please say hi. 跟大家打个招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是快手吴岩。
Yes. So actually, this will be the third series for you in your journey here in KWC 2026. So how you like the entire experience and journey here in Paris? 其实这是这一次 KSG 在我们的世俱杯的第3场比赛嘛，对吧？然后其实已经到达巴黎很长的一段时间了，这段时间的经历给你留下怎样的印象呢？
经历。
哦，你喜欢这个城市吗？
还可以吧。
I like the experience here, and I like the city, especially in Paris. So this will be the second time you face VP, but in a best of 7 instead of best of 3. So is there going to be any difference? 然后这是我们第2次和 VP 交手了，对吧？但是这一次呢是在 BO7， 上一次在 BO3。你觉得这个对于你们来说会有不同的感受吗？或者你们的备战准备会不一样吗？
就跟之前一样吧。就也要好好备战嘛。
I think we'll keep everything like it was usually, and we keep our minds so we get very full study of our strategies, and we'll try to make a better scores this time. So there's a lot of players from VP actually. They liked you a lot. So what would be things you want to say to your opponents today? 其实我刚才和他们的选手也有简单的采访。其实很多他们的选手都很喜欢你们，也经常看你们在 KPL 的比赛。所以这场比赛开始之前有什么话是你想对他们说的吗？
我觉得就全力以赴吧。
Okay, I think we will try to do our best and good luck. to VP. We'll enjoy our time together. Thank you so much, Silence. And this will be it. Back to you, panel.
Well, Isaac, deadly player, has so much impact on this game. Talk to me about Silence and what to expect from him.
One of the very interesting things, as we were talking over there in the green room, right? Like we were talking a little bit about how does KPL work? Like there is this tournament called the Challenger Cup. So how does Silence actually end up in KSG? So imagine that once upon a time, like they're in this Challenger Cup, he's playing for a different team. KSG lose against their team, and then they look at this kid and they're like, you know what? I want this kid in my team, man. And then after that, the next year, they decide just to go and buy him. They buy him. He comes to KSG. In his first season in KPL, he becomes a champion.
Wow.
You know how difficult it is to just be in your debut and then being able just to win that? Only players from the Dream Team have ever done that. And in his first season, he comes in, wins, takes the trophy. So we know that we can expect a bright future from him.
That's amazing. There's so many parallels to moments in sports that you could see, like kind of miracle stories like that. Someone's just destined for this moment. It seems like Silence has a little bit of that destiny behind him, and KSG certainly willing to prop him up into that role. We'll see if he can perform against Virtus Pro, which is a team that is not to be counted out. They're fighting not just for club championship points, but Clue, the rest of the squad, T-Gold, Nighty, Jaibao have been performing well enough to get into this knockout stage. We had a chance to mention what it would look like to come in here and face off against such a titan like KSG to Hai Long, and he gave us his thoughts heading into the match.
Hello guys, I'm Sky. So it'll be my honor to have Hai Long from VP joining for the pre-match interviews. Please say hi.
Hello everyone, I'm Hai Long from Virtus Pro.
Yeah, how are you feeling today? Are you excited?
I'm very excited.
So during the draft, you were actually picked, right, by KSG. So what will be the immediate reaction when you got the news?
I think that because we want to face the KPL team, because we want to improve ourselves and then get better and learn from them. And also, I'm the fans from Liu Lang. Yeah.
I'm looking forward to the mid laning as well. What is the thing that you like the most about Liu Lang?
I think he played very well in game, and also in Chinese the peak, he always make a high point like almost the first. So I want to learn from him a lot. Yeah.
Yes, indeed, he's a very hardworking player. So do you have any chance to chat with Liu Lang anyway, at the backstages maybe?
Of course.
Yes. What do you guys talk about?
With who? With my teammates?
No, with you and Liu Lang, of course.
Now I don't, but maybe after the match I will.
Okay. So, if you were to ask, you say one goal for this, because definitely we have that Titan Slayer, right? What do you have in mind for today's series?
I think we will try our best to get like 1 point. Yeah.
Yeah, because obviously it will be your second time you face KSG in 2026 KWC. So what will be done differently this time compared with the previous one?
The first time we didn't prepare well, and then I think the second time that you guys are to be more.
You mean definitely like more times means that you have more times to trying to know harder and know deeper about your opponents in today's matchup. So good luck. Thank you for your time. Thank you. This will be it. Back to you, panel.
Well, doing your best to get 1 point makes a lot of sense, fellas, because there's $10,000 for you. 2K a person who's playing in each role. I mean, that's a really good game of HOK.
Oh, come on, like 10,000? I am down for that, man. The only thing they need to do is to do the 1 point, isn't it?
Yeah, Sami and I want that 10,000 as well. I mean, this is a lesson learned. And of course, I like the response from Hai Long here, because the concern wasn't about the money. It's about learning from the best of the best, right? And also gaining the experience. Now, this is very important because when they first faced off, they lost 2-0. But the jungler on the side of KSG, Jihao, actually mentioned that VP is one of the few teams that actually managed to put pressure onto them. So is 1 point possible? There very well might be a chance. It's not going to be too high, but we'll see.
Come on, like Juhao just said it, like if there is a team that can actually get a point from a KPL team, it is going to be VP. Like we know them, they have experience. For people like Hailang, for people like 90, like for them it's not a new thing just to be able just to win the quarterfinals and make their way into the semifinals. Last year, these two players were able to finish 4th. So they have the experience, they know what they're doing, they know what it takes, and I'm certain that they will try.
Well, one of the things you can be certain of is if you're watching our tournament and you're taking a look at KWC, then you have the opportunity to learn from the best of the best. And why would you do that? Because you get a chance to go ahead and play HOK and take that into your game. So one of the things that I love doing when I watch pros, immediately going back into the game, trying it out in the clash lane, maybe the farm lane, maybe you go mid. I'm kind of a mid player myself, or maybe it's jungle that catches your eye. Some of the Jing performances we've seen, first pentakill, I think in the tournament happened with Virtus Pro. Maybe that can be you in your ranked matches. So go ahead, check it out, scan that QR code, download HOK and play today. All right, guys, bigger thoughts before we start heading to it. I'll give you a few seconds because it's KSG, it's KPL day, and we're about to get started.
I'm gonna put it right out there for everyone that is watching this game. If there is a team that's game style is similar to what the world stage is, what the world players are trying to do, it is KSG. So Virtus Pro needs to take this as an opportunity to see how close they are to them. I'm gonna explain a little bit more about what I mean about that when we get into the game.
So, baby steps, get that first point first for the side of VP. For KSG, completely different story. Dominate, show us what you're made of, and make it clean.
KSG fighting because they are the standard of the world. From the KPL, their fans, their supporters have traveled here to see them lift that trophy and maybe become a champion at KWC. But in their way stands the David to the Goliath in Virtus Pro. Will they throw a stone strong enough to even win one game?
Ladies and gentlemen, friends from all around the world, welcome to day 2 of KWC at EWC 2026. And it is time for day 2 of our quarterfinals and our playoffs. Yesterday was an incredible day of matches, and we've secured 2 teams into the semifinals in GK and Rock Esports. And today we'll get to see who plays against them as they wait in semis tomorrow.
And today's challenge is even greater because finally the KPL representatives step on to the playoff stage, widely regarded as the strongest region when it comes to Honor of Kings. They have built a reputation for setting the standard with their discipline, mechanics, and flawless execution. So for their opponent today, this is more than just a series. This is about proving that they can face the very best. And now let's get this started. Introducing the champion from KPL, Kuaisho Gaming. One of the youngest in KPL, Kuaisho Gaming entered in their season like a hurricane, fearless, explosive, and immediately established their power in their region. The young force that shook KPL brings their ambition to the world stage.
A tough game and a rematch time, but our opponents are ready for it. Please welcome Virtus Pro! What does one do when you get knocked down? You get back up again because you didn't hear no damn bell. That's Virtus Pro's group stage in a nutshell. And with both resilience and fresh experience under their belts, they're ready to face the KSG music once again.
Now, players, you may now go to your seats. And captains, you may place your key. And remember to shake your opponent's hand. This is the champion of KML versus the champions of KPL.
Hey.
And there's the handshake. Virtus Pro versus Kuaisho Gaming. This is the playoffs.
我下头挺重的，你们小心。
AG, we are not afraid you because we will do our best to beat you.
KSG, la dernière fois qu'on vous a joué, vous nous avez appris le jeu, mais cette fois-ci, c'est nous, on va vous apprendre le jeu.
Last time you taught us the game. This time we're going to teach you right back. As a teacher, Isaac, that's some big words there and a big promise that carries the weight of responsibility from Virtus.pro to back it up.
As a teacher, the best thing that can happen in your life is to see someone that you have taken from zero to help, to grow, to become better and better, just to be able to challenge you. You love to be challenged by your students,
That's
man.
fair.
Like, who doesn't love just the one moment you say like, wow, man, like they're just so good. I am proud of them, proud of myself.
When it comes to champions, KSG is in the mix, Ken. They have been, they will continue to be. Even taking a game off of them will be an accomplishment for Virtus.pro. But for KSG, is there anything that can stop this volcano from erupting, this amount of skill and experience that they have on this team from doing what they know how to do best?
It's going to take a huge winds of change to make that a reality. I'm not sure if that's going to happen today, but I'm curious to see what type of class KSG will put up, because we might be in the classroom, we might be in the surgery room as well. This might be a clean game from the side of KSG.
Wow, well, we're talking slinging stones. You guys slinging great metaphors here onto the stage from the panel. I know that this is an exciting one because many fans already early up here into the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet before lunchtime in Paris. And as you probably figured out by Paris about now, you could sit at a cafe for hours without having to do anything. So there must be a good reason. And for those watching at home, it's of course because KSG have taken the stage. Isaac, Ken, any final words before we throw to our casters?
Nah, man, I'm really looking forward for this. I have nothing else to say. I'm really looking for game one, and then after that, we're going to try to break it down.
All right, well, it's time to get it underway. The draft about to begin. Let's send it over to Blam and Rookie for game one of our quarterfinals.
Bonjour, welcome to the semi-finals here within Honor of Kings. We have Kuaishou Gaming going up against Virtus.pro. Two Titans looking to go head-to-head, and like the panel said, they are looking to be a feisty matchup here. Virtus.pro, like Kuaishou Gaming said, could be the team that's going to take a point at least.
It's going to be a feisty matchup coming into the first match of today's tournament, because we've seen that Kuaishou Gaming said that VP was one of the teams that are challenging and that could possibly challenge them today.
Exactly. I mean, that's exciting, right? You are coming from the KML. You have Jai Bao with you as well to be the potential to try and at least get the game right. We want to be crowning a Titan Slayer. I mean, some of the people in the crowd may not be, but I definitely be one of them that want to see a Titan Slayer.
It's going to be $100,000 coming for any team that could defeat one of the KPL team. It's going to be very interesting looking at how they play today. Again, if we're seeing the matchups, teams tend to become very, very safe in terms of meeting KPL teams. They play safe, they play a bit more calculated. So I want to see VP playing loose and just giving their best gameplay today.
Absolutely. Like you said, obviously teams do play safe, but the thing is, these teams need to realize it's a single elimination. What's the point playing safe? Play decisive, play with discipline, and try and get a victory here. Like, that is going to leave you with a bigger mark within KWC 2026 than just playing safe and regretting it on the plane flight home.
Of course, like 100%. Like, we know Kuaishou Gaming is one of the more aggressive teams coming into KPL, breaking one of the most scariest record in the KPL. So it's going to be very scary looking at VP. Like KSG, they play a very aggressive game. They like to invade, they like to push up the jungles in the early game. So we are going to see some very aggressive gameplay coming in from KSG.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of flip the coin and say for Virtus.pro as well, because if you look at the match times of both of these two teams, discarding obviously the series against India, we see these two teams finishing their games around about 13, 14 minutes. That's not just only Kuaishou Gaming, that's Virtus.pro as well. So you can see how much momentum these two teams have going head-to-head right now.
It's going to be the battle of the master and the student. Last time they met up, it was 2-0 going into KSG.
Yep.
So coming in here with a new mentality and and a lot of rest coming for VP. I hope that they could put up an amazing and interesting fight coming into the Baron pick. And the Jing has been taken out from the image.
Yes, I think that's a good one, right? Obviously, it's a best of 7, so it doesn't really matter if the Jing gets banned out in game number 1. It's going to surface at some point, right? The mirror domain is going to come through. But we look over to the side of VP, they ban out the Diadea as well. Obviously, that's been having a little bit more of an appearance now that we have these best of 7s come through. Whereas Mai Shiranui is not only obviously a Hai Lang big pick, but also a Luang pick.
Again, I think both teams are very, very good in their own respective regions. But coming in for KSG, they have an amazing mid laner. Like Liu Lang have been performing amazing this whole tournament. And we have seen so many good plays coming in from KSG. Like they have played the Lorion pick over and over in almost every series. And they have won with total dominance across the tournament. But again, the first pick coming in from KSG is going to be that Ao Yin.
Yeah, very topical kind of first pick here onto the blue side, the Ao Yin. With then literally before I can even say it, the Chano matchup we've been seeing time and time again here gets locked in by VP. And I feel like when you're on the red side, rather than showing too much of your cards, why not just lock down the healthiest way of that bot side of the map, right? Zhang Fei as well as the Chano, and then you can kind of react as well into the side of Kuaishou Gaming, right? You could go for a support, you can go for the mid lane.
Yeah, so I'm all about the support. And looking at Kuaishou Gaming with their favorite pick coming into the tournament, Lorion and Lapu Lapu being one of the most tempo heroes available in HOK, and matching in strength in both roamers coming in for the 2 picks, the Lapu Lapu and the Zhang Fei. They are gonna try to control the river in the 4th minute of the game.
Exactly so. I mean, we've been seeing some very frightful performances here with the AOV hero Lorion. I hope a lot of these players that have been scanning the QR code to play HOK for the first time have really got their hands on this one. I feel like this is going to be a hero that could potentially be missed once gone, right? But hopefully they make a return at some point. But over to the side of Virtus Pro, it's going to be the Byron here. One of Nighty's huge picks. A pick that holds so much sentimental value for me, especially within the King's Major West League as well, right? Like he went toe for toe against players that are just, we thought were light years ahead of him.
Yeah, 90 has been amazing playing in the Clash lane, especially for VP, performing very well across the leagues, playing for KML a couple of times. And we've remembered that Byron moment where 90 was going against everybody in KML. So it's very interesting coming into this draft for showing the first phase heroes for the Clash laner. But again, there's Nuta coming in for the ban of Team VP, just playing a bit safe to save the Chano in the backline.
Yeah, also obviously the Garuda band there is going up against the sort of the outpoke potential of the Lorion as well into the mid lane. But they're going to be banning out the Lubu here, which is obviously great anti-tank potential here, but also a great dive into the backline, right? Like Chano, T-Gold, we know that this hero has a issue about staying safe. In terms of mobility, it's not the greatest when you look at farm lane matchups.
And I like how VP is just respecting a lot of those aggressive early game heroes. They are shutting down the Diadea, the Pei. They know that KSG plays really well in the early game, and they like to control the first 4 minutes. That's why they're shutting down so many aggressive high damage dealing heroes. But looking at the first 3 picks coming in from KSG, it's good that they have those 2 damage crowd control dealers. The Lorion pick or also the Lapu Lapu is going to be very interesting coming into the mid and late game setup.
Interesting, once again, we have Jiao Bao on his Zilong here as well, right? Like, he seems to be the only player within KWC that wants to pick this one up. And you can understand when we have the likes of the Mai Shiranui, a lot of dive. I mean, it's going to complement the Byron as well, right? You go in, obviously, with a Spark Mace, get the knock up, and then you follow up with the ultimate as well. But it's going to be really interesting because he used it before. It didn't perform the best against Kuaishou Gaming, but he's going to go and give it another go. But break me down here, rookie, with Kuaishou Gaming's last 2 picks.
Yeah, it's very good here. Coming in for Kuaishou Gaming, they're picking the Kaiser and Charlotte pick. It's going to be a good laning phase coming into the Clash lane. And speaking of the duo coming in for KSG, the jungle Clash lane duo, they're very scary. And they had been nominated for one of the best Clash laners and jungle players in KPL. So again, those 2 players are going to be a trouble for VP.
Yeah, you make a really good point there. Like, if you can try and kind of get the identity or at least the prior picks for the rest of the team, and then you have this insane duo in the Clash lane and jungle, just say, okay, we'll just pair whatever we want together and it's going to work well. over to the side of Virtus Pro. This pick normally didn't used to get me so excited, but the first time we saw Highlang pilot the Angela in such an assassin, a mage way, using that second skill to slow down the engage or at least the gank onto the enemy team, it's been so effective for the side of Virtus Pro.
I think Virtus Pro is going for shutting down the early game of KSG coming into this tournament, because looking at how they're picking the last 3 picks, it's going to be very interesting. Zilong is obviously very strong against late game CC, and also Angela dealing high amounts of damage in the early game with her Chaos Cinder and also Blazing Brilliance, her ultimate, which punishes so many tanky heroes, which is very, very good against KSG's draft.
Absolutely. Against KSG, Virtus Pro, they've locked in their draft for game number 1 here as well. So the rest is now up to what happens onto the Gorge, right? We've gone through the 4D chess game within game number 1. Has Virtus Pro come up with the best example of a game 1 win here to try and get that against Kuaishou Gaming? Because if we look back at last year within KWC 2025, the only time a round was taken from a KPL team was game number 1. Then after that, sayonara.
Yeah, it's gonna be history in the making here, but we're gonna see who will take game 1. KSG, Kuaishou Gaming against Virtus Pro on game 1.
Thank you for that beautiful introduction there, Rookie. But also for those watching at home, don't forget to follow HOK Esports on all social media and those in the venue as well. But no doubt you already are, because you are here. But obviously, in the early game, there's just going to be a little bit of a control for this early wave.
Again, like if we're speaking of like the mid laner matchup, like Liu Long and also Hai Long is one of those mid laners that could play really well with the team, and coming and looking at how Juhao and also Diablo is helping them in the mid lane, it's just helping the mobility of those 2 slow mid laners, right? Because Lorion is very, very weak in the early game. That's why they're just helping Liu Long to get those mobility skills and make him move with the team.
Exactly. You can see here, VP's identity is coming through already, right? Trying to contest those small points in the early game into the enemy jungle, which is what we saw when we first saw Virtus Pro within KWC this year. But then last time they played by Kuaishou Gaming, they played, like you said, in the introduction, Rookie, a little bit too safe. So now they're playing quite aggressive so far.
Again, aggressive is the key, especially when you're facing teams that are so aggressive like KSG.
Yep.
KSG is one of the teams that make and create their own tempo. They love to engage team fights and pressuring those side lanes. They're not going to focus on the mid lane if we're like looking at KSG's gameplay, because they're going to funnel all the gold, all the help to all of the weak side of their map. So basically just focusing on the clash lane and also the farm lane.
Oh, that pit. I mean, I think Virtus Pro should just not look at the overlord pit. That boat there is going over to the side of Kuaishou Gaming in game. But we want to be seeing some more support for Virtus Pro there. They need it. It's like a glimmer of hope.
And again, don't forget to go in-game and vote your favorite teams, because the voting will be concluded after 10 minutes and the logo is going to appear on the Overlord's pit in that moment.
Exactly. A good little bit of a motivator here for either of these 2 teams up right now. Motivation is not the game. It's getting the resources. It's making sure the Kuaishou Gaming don't quite get a good early game lead within the gold, especially like if we're looking towards like the 1,000 gold before 4-minute mark. That's where it starts to get scary. But speaking of scary there, using the ultimate is Xiao Bao to get out of that one. Top side of the map, we do see the rotation here from LFF as well as Liu Lang, just to try and give some aid to try and get the takedown onto 90.
It is the usual KSG special. They like to pressure the clash laner, because right now in this meta in HOK, clash lane plays a massive part in those big team fights. But remember, Clue has the outburst. The potential reverse gameplay is still here.
Yeah, I think that's a problem, right? We've obviously already got the rotation from Clue. If he gets battered a little bit too much, he's going to burn out that ultimate already, and that's not where we want to be in the 4-minute mark there. It's going to be the knock-up onto the FF into the backline, but the unbridled airburst met with the rising tide is going to stop the momentum here of Virtus Pro. LFF looks pretty low. The charge and stampede there, but nobody falls. Juhao is here just to give aid to his teammates.
That's just like giving presents, right, to the team fight. Like, Juhao is here, you gotta disengage, because right now they have all spent out their resource skill. There's no more outbursts and raging sea coming from these two tankers from Virtus Pro and KSG. And if you're looking at the first phase items, I think 90 plays a big part in respecting the enemy here, building so many physical defense just to hide the damage coming in from Juhao and Silence.
Exactly, because I mean, you're not really looking and hoping for a lot of magic defense when really the only proprietor of that is going to be the Lorian into the mid lane, right? So I feel like it is a good shot here for 90 to make sure the physical defense into this pit is going to be terrifying here, but it's going to be the ultimate there to keep 90 alive for now. But can he dash off the wall? Joao as well as Silence, they commit here, they go for the dive. Can he get the skill? One! It goes first blood to Joao.
It's going to be a matter of timing, right? 90 was waiting for his ultimate, for his full spear suppression, but it didn't came at the right time. And they know so well that 90 doesn't have that. That's why they engage in such a good team fight. We're going to look at the replay here. Juhao calculating so much damage. He knows where 90 will be going to escape from those big damage. And Juhao initiating the first blood, going in for the jungle of KSG.
Yes, I mean, you see there in the little bot, we do see that the Tyrant went over to the side of Virtus Pro, so a little bit of a Brucey bonus for them there. But you saw 2 Gold's health bar in that lower part of the map there. He was literally super low as they basically transfer the awareness top side of the map to the pressure down to the bot side.
Right, we've said this before, like KSG, they're a very, very strong team.
Yep.
They like to dominate those top and bottom lanes, making them so unviable for those team fights. That's why we're seeing a lot of pressure coming into 90 and also T-Gold. And probably the only counter to that is just focus on your farming, not relating or answering any of KSG's calls in this team fight.
Yeah, it's just to stem the bleeding at certain points, right? Just making sure that none of these lanes in the side lanes are getting taken down, and just making sure, like you said there, Rookie, is keeping that gold lead. Kind of, if it's not in your favor, just not too far ahead. But a lot of commitment, top side of the map. Once again, they want to get the takedown onto 90 because it wasn't successful last time, but it is a 4-man dive. They get 90, they get the T1.
It's all about the trade coming in for KSG. Getting the kill and also the tier 1 will be so rewarding playing the long game.
Yes.
And this is so good, right? LFF just doesn't save any of his skills, initiating on 90. And again, it's all about the clash lane in this meta. Shutting down the clash lane, especially Byron, is very, very uncomfortable for those long-term team fights.
I mean, they got to buy one, get one free. They get the T2 top side as well. But you can kind of see here, Virtus Pro try to make a little bit of good out of something bad. They get the T1 down to the bot side, but nothing else yet to transition into that one. They got to be careful here. We do see Jiabao into the enemy jungle. They're looking to try and cut off this minion wave.
Oh, it's going to be a revenge move coming in from Jiabao, just opening up the map for Team KSG here. But again, we have to say that KSG, they have been very smart at taking risk on the game, making them so unviable for this team fight.
Yes, they're replaying that evidence there. The takedown onto you. They're like, okay, we see what you're doing. You're diving our men at an outnumbered advantage. We are going to do exactly the same there. So Virtus Pro getting the kill here against Kuaishou Gaming. Just taking you off with the gorge here for 10 seconds more means that we can kind of see T-Gold have a bit more safety in terms of that 1v1 matchup down to the bot side of the map.
It's good for VP, right? They have like their own gameplay now. They are not scared of KSG, playing a bit more aggressive, but look at the FMVP, Liu Lang just opening up the map.
Yep, I mean, this is what happens when you do open the map so aggressively, right? Like, you can overextend, but there is no T2 to run to. That's a hard situation here for the side of Virtus Pro, but they're just looking to push a little bit more here as well. Obviously, bot side of the map does fall finally here for Kuaishou Gaming, but they got to be careful. That bot side T1 onto the side of Virtus is very low.
Wow, this is an amazing play coming up for VP, giving a close game. And look at the gold at the map. It's not much, right? Even though that the KSG have been fighting a lot, but the gold gap hasn't been left out.
Yeah, just trading blows here. Juhao as well as Liu Lang, LFF into the backline as well. Jiabao has to escape this brush. It's going to be the unbridled outburst, pushing away Kuaishou Gaming, but that's not enough to save their jungle on the side of VP. He gets taken down. T-Gold positioning not quite as well as I wanted to be there. Virtus Pro are losing lives here, all for the fact of the enemy support. that trade just wasn't viable here.
They're so scared. KSG, they're moving like a single unit. The 5-man rotation has been very suffocating for VP. If you're looking at this team fight, there's 4 players shown on the map, and they're not wondering where you is. And that's why when T-Gold was positioning himself to target the backline, you was able to get the picks on T-Gold and also on one of the other players from VP.
Yeah, hairy but scary team fight top side of the map there as well. And I feel like Guaisho Gaming is like, right, okay, we've opened up the map so much, we may as well have free roam of the buffet of Virtus Pro's jungle. They're able to now bring a goal lead, a very substantial goal lead here for the side of Guaisho Gaming.
And again, they're a very young team, right? Coming in from KSG, they're playing so aggressive, even though there's a lot of changes coming into the team. Like they changed their roamer. Before it was one of the best roamers in KPL. That's why right now they're moving as an absolute unit. VP, they were trying to control and contest the game in the early game, but right now, after KSG taking control of the game, there is not looking good for VP.
Yeah, they're so young that make Rookie look old, and he's the youngest man on the broadcast here as well. But Silence is able to escape that one. We do see a little bit of a boogeyman strat there from the side of Virtus Pro. They're trying to get a lockdown onto at least one member of Guaisho Gaming, because when they're behind so much gold, a team fight, even 5-5, is not going to go great for them.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting, right? Especially coming in for Juhao as the jungle of KSG. It's going to be very sustained in the mid lane.
A lot of sustainability into the mid lane there. The takedown of the T1 as well. It's just a lot of structural damage being taken away from Virtus Pro at this 10-minute mark. We always talk about KPL teams and that frightful 10-minute timer, right? As soon as that comes up, that's when you know the red alerts go and the sirens are marching for the enemy team, and it's a hard place to come back from.
Yeah, we talk about the gold lead, right? The gold lead has been going to KSG since they got them the double kill from the top side. KSG has been suffocating the whole map, rotating, especially with Silence and Juhao on the Gorge. They're making VP very difficult to get those small jungle counts because they're holding not only the timer of the Overlord and Tyrant, but also those small jungle counts that spawn around the map.
Yeah, we got a bit of support for VP in the crowd as well. I mean, it may look like, I don't know, it's a very small fraction, but there is support there, and they definitely need it now, as obviously we're getting past that point where we have the Tyrant going up the side of Guaisho Gaming. They have that immense gold lead for now. And if you look at the KDA as well, right? Juhao, Liu Lang have just not been caught out as well as Silence. You really, only really, the lucky one you got caught out there was you. It was very difficult.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting coming in for Liu Lang here.
Yes, Liu Lang, he's just able to put the pressure onto the back line there, throwing up those orbs, getting that T2 takedown into the mid lane, just putting more and more pressure onto Virtus Pro.
It's going to be very interesting, especially 90 when he's using his ultimate. It acts like a free radiance.
Yes.
It opens up the vision. So it's possible that 90 was just trying to gain more vision here, but KSG knows that he wanted that. That's why they've been running away from that Byron to save their own positioning on those risky team fights.
Yeah, speaking of saving, they want to try and save that Crimson Golem away from the side of Guaisho Gaming. They're not able to actually get it. It goes over to you. He gets the last hit there. And unfortunately, when you give vision over to something else, priority leaves the side of Virtus Pro. You get to take that onto T-Gold. Highlang falls as well as Clue. They're not quite having a minion wave yet, just onto the side of Guaisho Gaming. They need it just to push this T3.
It's so hard. VP, they don't have enough damage considering the gold gap is about 7,000. And right now, Juhao and Silence just dominating every team fight. Liu Lang setting up the dunk for them, and it was so good, especially catching them with the Starry Night.
Slam dunk the Funk. We saw 90 with a good effort, but they don't have the power. It's going to be Guaisho Gaming with the Lonely Minion taking game number 1.
Guaisho Gaming dominating game 1, making VP unable to breathe since the first minute. Total dominance on game 1.
Hey, I mean, they got to breathe in the early game, right? We saw a little bit of moments there for Virtus Pro to try and mount some gold for themselves, some kills for themselves. They got a kill onto LF. They got a kill onto to you. But other than that, there was no real momentum, right? And what we always say within Honor of Kings Esports is if you're looking for a kill, it needs to be converted into some more objectives, be it a turret, be it a steal from the enemy team's jungle, be it a neutral objective. But none of that came into fruition for Virtus Pro.
Agree, 100%. Especially KSG coming in, dominating the whole map.
Yep.
Especially when they got the mid lane tower and also the top lane tower onto the tier 2, making the map so small for VP, engaging in those risky team fights. But the return to risk is so big for KSG. They got the clash lane. They shut off 90 in the first few minutes of the game, taking so much from T Gold and also from Diabao, destroying all the carry heroes, making VP so difficult to turn the table around.
Yeah, you talk about it there, Rookie. It's irreparable damage to the game state of Virtus Pro, right? Like, yes, losing a T1 and trading it down to the bot side is great, but losing a T2 is Anyway, I'm going to throw it over to my fashionable twin, Mr. Rain Day there on the broadcast to see the breakdown of that game number 1 for himself.
Thank you, Blam. I mean, great minds. You know what they say about that. KSG take a win here in such convincing fashion. It makes you understand immediately the stat that they won their spring finals 4-0, which is an accomplishment to say the least. They are primed to maybe continue that run as we head into more of this tournament series. Our first quarterfinal of the day does not disappoint. KPL does not disappoint here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. And Isaac, that was just pure dominance. I love the idea of earning something, but earning isn't the motivation. It's not just to have the earning, it's that to earn to then get something bigger in return. And you could tell that KSG, they just had something behind every move. And Virtus Pro, while getting a few kills, that was it. They got the kill and that was it.
Well, when you analyze like the compositions of these two teams for this specific game, you knew that it was going to be very difficult for them to win it, for Virtus Pro to win it over there after the 10th minute, after the Kaiser was going to be on, after the Charlotte was going to be on. And the problem is that for 90 was like such a difficult game. Like since the minute 2, like he's being just targeted again and again and again. And the problem is that as 90 just starts falling, there's no actual tank in the team later more than just Clues Tranfei.
Exactly. And if you want to take a look at the usage of Jiabao on this Zilong, I mean, Zilong was also meant to be the guy that weaves in and out, able to sustain, take some skills from and hits from the side of casual gaming, but that never really came into fruition. We'll talk about the bans and pick and how the idea of this composition was supposed to work, but like you said, KSG really had everything in the books.
It is very difficult when the Kaiser's composition just goes online very early.
Yeah.
If it just goes on early, like there's no turnaround, because what you're expecting is actually that in the moments that the Kaiser still needs some more gold, some more items, that he's not really that tanky, that he's not that big a warrior. Okay, it's gonna be fine, we can still fight. But the Kaiser just gets online very early in the game and then there's no turning point.
Death by 1,000 cuts. The way that KSG approached that matchup seemed like a brilliant symphony, working in cohesion, coordination together, orchestrated for a different goal to create something bigger from all of the single parts. But where could you focus in on what was wrong? The most important thing that I thought showed up early was the clash lane focus. And you could see 90 just getting dove again and again and again under tower. There was no escape from the pressure can, but break down what you saw, because there was an element of the draft that gave that a possibility, also an element of somehow how KSG were manipulating the gameplay.
Yes, so first and foremost, if you take a look at the Byron instead, right, there is a small window to win the lane. That's before you hit level 4. And once Charlotte hits level 4, there is no more team fight available for you. So if you take a look at the draft, okay, wait, I need to put down my notes. I have so many things on my head.
I'll grab them for you, boy.
All right, so welcome to class. Now, if you take a look at the bans here, one of the first few bans that they were focusing on the side of Virtus Pro was the fact that they want to take out the Nerza as well as the Lupu. These are two big counters for multiple people across the board. First and foremost, Lupu wins in lane against Byron because he deals true damage when he uses his first skill onto your hero. So Byron's shields don't matter. They wanted to put more focus on giving him a comfortable laning phase for 90. right? But here comes the pressure. When you have a Charlotte, you have until level 4. That's not a lot of time, right? And besides the fact, we all know that Yu on this Aowen, he can play solo. There's no problem. Once he hits 4 as well, infinite vastness, he takes the dragon form. You can't apply pressure there. You're sending people 3 minimum to a place where you will find no value. Meanwhile, you're left exposed on the other sides of the map.
Great stuff, right? And I was talking to Rainde when we were watching the game. It's just the moment that they just split them around. It comes VP, they win the Tyrant, and then after that, just 90 just starts falling again and again because the Aoyin is just able to survive. He takes on to 1 against 2, 1 against 3. He can just proc his ulti and then just survive in there.
Not a good use of the resources there, Ken. But what else did you see? I mean, what moments stood out to you?
Okay, so here's the scary part, right? Right before the 10-minute mark, this is where KSG is so scary. They did not put pressure. No buffs were stolen from the side of VP. They gave them some space, right? And they went to 90. They killed him twice in the Clash lane itself. And this is where the goal started to swing. We talked about Kaiser farming fast. Of
course.
But what do you do when Kaiser gets a couple of kills? It gets even more difficult for the side of Virtus Pro.
There's no way to come back after that, and that's the problem, right? After the Tyrant fight over there at the 10 minutes, like everything just falls apart for VP. They tried their very best just to kind of like hold on to it for a little bit longer, but they just couldn't. It was just too big.
Yep, and you know, swinging from that, all went down when this 7 minutes 55-second fight happened. Now, we're gonna slow this down for a little bit because I want you to pay attention to what Clue does on the Zhang Fei. He did a great job, but this was not the right timing because the true damage did not come yet. So if you take a look at this, he actually used his Unbridled Outburst to stop 2 of the different members on the side of KSG, right? Being the Kaiser as well as the Lorion. But when that happens, you have no more utility to deal with, number 1, the Charlotte, as well as Ryu on the Aowen, right? And they got all the free hits in. Byron, yes, he can tank for a bit. But what do you do when you're left alone in the middle of 4 different members on the side of KSG?
There's nothing for them to do because as T-Gold comes in that is supposed to be dealing the damage, he is already bringing an Aoyin on his back. So in the moment that he just jumps in and the moment that the channel is actually part of the fight, 2 seconds after he just disappears because Aoyin is just poking from behind.
And bear in mind, this is the fight where they started and they took out T-Gold as well as Jiabao. So there was no more damage, there was no more mobility. And even with the help of Hailang on the Angela, he did throw everything out onto the floor. But at this point, you have no more damage. Who's going to help you finish the job?
That's a question that Virtus Pro needs to answer. Obviously, they didn't have a good one in Game 1, but that doesn't mean that they aren't in a position to do it in Game 2. KSG come in as the clear favorites, and you can see why by taking a look at how their little moments of execution, even their little moments of giving a little bit to Virtus Pro, turn out to be great investments that get great return later on in the matchup, to the point where what feels like a long, slow, steady, patient approach is actually one of the shorter games that you can get in HOK with under 13 minutes while they take their first win. Isaac, it's gonna be a lot for Virtus Pro to get that win, but again, still $10,000 on the line, and every game is an opportunity to start your comeback.
And if they were gonna lose a game, it needed to be this one. In terms of the heroes that they used, the Chano, the Zhang Fei, but there's still a lot of other heroes out there that they can still use. They have not yet passed the ball to Jiabao for him to be the star, so I am actually still very confident that VP can still try to win that game.
Okay, I'm not as comfortable because VP, they made 3 mistakes and they got punished this entire game. It was 2 kills and 1 fight. That was it.
Well, we'll see what ends up happening as KSG take the stage yet again against Virtus Pro. And I'm going to send it not over to just one of my fashionable friends, but both of them, Blam and Rookie, to continue on. Can VP do it, or is it going to be more of the same from KSG?
Oh, sorry, I just woke up from Ken's class, but don't worry. My homework's all done. It's in the desk in front of me. I knew it. I could fall asleep because I've already done all my homework. But anyway, guys, welcome back to the game number 2 between these 2 Titans. And with me still is Rookie. Rookie, however, he's had his Red Bull. He's awake. What are we thinking about game number 2?
Game number 2, I think VP, they need to step up. Like we've said that the first few minutes, they've played really aggressive, countering KSG's aggressive gameplay with more aggression. Game 2, they need to step it on the late game. Because like again, controlling the mid game is one thing, but dominating the late game like KSG is another one. So it's another different animal. Coming in, speaking of animal, they're gonna be Guan Yu for the first pick of VP.
The Warhorse, he comes through. But I mean, if you look at the two bans that we see onto the side of Virtus Pro, you know for the fact that Liang means that the Guan Yu needs to come through, because with no Liang, it's a hard counter. With no Liang, you don't get the Princess Frost combo. But however, you get high frames, you get Florentino, you get Mai Shiranui onto the side of Guaisho Gaming. Is this going to be even more of a faster paced game number 2?
It's going to be silence but deadly coming in for the Clash laners of KSG here. The Florentino pick, one of the best Clash laners in this meta, especially coming in going with Guan Yu. Okay, the early game 1v1 is going to be very, very good against Guan Yu with this Florentino pick, because Florentino could stun with his skill 1, a little bit of a knockback on skill 2, so it's going to be very interesting looking at how 90 answers the aggression coming in from KSG.
This is the first time for Clue we have the Motsu as well. Motsu here going to be able to set a long-range stun there with the Cannon Blast, maybe to try and deter. It's one thing to try. It's going to be hard to catch more than one, especially when you have a Florentino as well as a Mai Shiranui. And then obviously we do have the enhanced movement speed of the Chicha as well, right? Like, who are we looking for these Cannon Blasts to land on, and what's going to be the follow-up?
It's going to be the Florentino or the Tita coming in for the long-paced draft. But I like how KSG has been leaving no holes on the side lanes. Like on game 1, they picked 2 very strong top and bottom laners like Long and also Charlotte. And now they're answering it with another strong pick coming in for the farm lane and the Clash lane. Florentino, the single laning monster, and also Tsusa, a very strong poking farm laner for Yi.
Yeah, it's going to be a very difficult matchup here. Obviously, we know that the Parasolar of Ali can block out those range attacks, right? But when you get attacked by that burst damage, it's not going to cancel that out, really. He's just going to kind of cancel out a phase, if anything, on that one. But the Annette here, we saw Annette rise to fame yesterday in these picks, right? Especially Geekay. Like, Geekay's Annette performance, and as well as, obviously, I don't want it to sound a bit too sore, but Team Vitality's F1. He had a good performance on this one, right? Like, don't cry on me just yet, rookie. Don't cry on me just yet.
Again, no crying left at the table because I have no tears left to cry. But coming in for Annette. Annette is very strong in this meta because of that ultimate that she brings into those big team fights. Those CC immunes and also shields helps the team get longer and more sustainable team fights, especially against 2 stun heroes such as Motsu and also Guan Yu. That's why they're gonna try to shut down those pesky roamers coming into KSG. And speaking of roamers, Lianpo, the Earth Shaker, is this Rain Day's favorite hero?
I mean, probably, you know, maybe. I mean, he doesn't cast rain, but he definitely shatters the earth, so maybe that's going to be the case here. But the Liempo, yes, as you said correctly there, rookie, Roma onto the side of Guaisho Gaming, just another use of pouncing on your enemy team. But this time around, it's a massive AoE. You're not just looking for a small hitbox. You're going to cover a whole area. So for the side of Virtus Pro, they've got to try and kind of like mitigate that, right? Like, there's not really much they could go for here. They're just got to try and play the best within these team fights. But the Orgrim for the first time being picked up here by Jai Bao, as well as Hailang on the Hino. This is a throwback to like EWC 2024.
Again, the Hano pick is very interesting coming into Hailang, just reacting maybe for that pay. But again, getting 4 aggressive heroes for KSG, this brings trouble to VP. You know that KSG likes those early game team fights, and with Florentino and Pei on the 2 best players on the team, it's going to be very interesting how VP could answer those early game monsters.
Absolutely. It's going to be, I mean, they struggled to answer in the last game, right? Like, that's the problem. Like, is VP's draft a more early game draft? No. Like, Orgrin needs to scale, right? Obviously, Guan Yu has his kind of moments within these team fights, but once again, you need to get a little bit of itemization, especially with the amount of burst damage coming from the side of Guaisho Gaming, right?
Yeah, then again, it's all about patching the holes in the gameplay. Just resetting your mental state from game 1, improving for game 2. And this is what we are gonna see. The challenger coming to face the KPL Giants. Virtus Pro will they get one game against Kwai Show Gaming.
I mean, they're only hoping for it, right? They definitely want to be the first Titan Slayers being crowned here, but we have a high power roast for those at home. It's going to say, go Ju Hao, give it your all in a match. We believe in you. I feel like that belief is kind of needed to be focused more towards the side of Virtus Pro.
Yeah, it's going to be supporting coming in, but look at Silence getting the first blood again. The aggression from the amazing duo of KSG.
He didn't even give me more time to read out the hype and roast. He was just like straight in for the kill. Like I said in the draft, this is a lot more aggressive in the early game here. Everybody circulating around Ju Hao into the enemy jungle there, just making sure, enhancing an already fast wave clear from Pei, but Silence at level 2 here on the Florentino. He is so deadly. The Cannon Blast not quite hitting the mark there from Clue, but it's going to be enough to tear away the side of Kwai Show Gaming.
It's scary, right? Like, you're going to be laning with one of the best Clash laners coming into KPL, and also the FMVP. Like, it's going to be so much pressure, especially for T-Gold, where he has the skill too. But again, so many projectiles that he needed to be wary of, and Florentino was one of them.
The most hilarious thing is that Knight is obviously switched lanes. He's probably thinking to himself, thank the Lord that's not me in topside. Like, he's like, I don't want to get dived. I don't want to die first. But he's having just as hard of a matchup here against, obviously, you into the bot side of the map. One, you really struggles against that rage.
Yeah, then again, it's very interesting, right? Like, if you're talking about range here, that's why Florentino is going to be matching up with Arlie. He wants to play the poking game from T-Gold, and that's why the Guan Yu is stated on the laning phase with Yi over the Teta. So that's why it's a bit more aggression coming in from KSG.
A lot more aggression, but again, once we see Clue's health bar fall down here, you are trying to land a Cannon Blast on such a agile hero. The takedown once again for Kwai Show Gaming. They're picking up 3 kills already and already doing some great damage to the structure top side of the map.
Insane. Absolutely insane. I know now why his name is Silence. Because the gameplay of his is doing all the talking on this match.
Literally, I don't think I need to do PvP for Silence's gameplay, right? Like, he's just like, okay, just watch him, learn. It's impactful. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, it's just the amount of pressure that is coming in from the Clash lane, just pressuring T-Gold one bit by bit. And it's only the 2nd minute. And look at the kill points, and look at the gold gap coming in from KSG. It's about 1,500.
Yeah, we wanted to see a little bit more of an effort here in terms of the early game from Virtus Pro. They're trying to get the catch out here of Liu Liang, but he's going to be just jumping across that mid lane. It's hard to lock down that Mai Shiranui. And Lord knows, he's tried locking down Silence on the Florentino. It has not quite gone to scale. Highland falls top side of the map once again. It's just a bloodbath already for Kwai Show Gaming.
Dude, Silence is an amazing addition coming into KSG with that mentality, destroying the whole laning phase of 2 heroes. Now, T-Gold has switched to the mid lane, and Hailang has been tasked to do the 1v1. But again, with the double ultimate, the double life, Hailang still loses.
He does lose there, but 90 trying to go with a good push there, but it's going to be that CC immunity, but you only has a little bit. Jai Bao with a pickup for the side of Virtus Pro. They get a first kill, but like you were saying literally moments ago, Rookie, the damage to the gold lead right now, that's something that's going to be harder to actually repair onto the side of Virtus Pro.
Yeah, that's why they picked Pei, right? Like, to match up the pace of Florentino. They just want that early game pressure, but
Yes, indeed. T-Gold gets taken down into his own jungle. If you're not safe at 4-minute mark in your own jungle, where will you be safe as Virtus Pro? Clue manages to maintain his life into the mid lane.
Oh, it's insane, right? Hailang forces a flash just to hop from the Florentino and coming in. Look at you how just soloing every objectives onto Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro had their lead in the first game, but on the 2nd game, KSG took the wheel, threw it out of the car, and drove away.
Hey, I want to say, somebody has confidence within Virtus Pro, because that voting box is definitely a little bit higher onto the side, on their side, right? It's not all the way down being hammered onto the side of Kwai Show Gaming. There's some people out there voting for Virtus Pro. It's not me.
But then again, like, support matters, right? When you're at the lowest and especially facing against one of the giants of KPL, KSG, you need all the support that you can get.
Absolutely. Support and more, right? I mean, we're trying to see here Clue trying to be the best support he can as possible, but it's just so agile into the backline. 90 has to be there to try and feed his team. But if he gets stuck there with this Guan Yu, it's going to be a bloodbath once again for him. But top side, bot side of the map here as well, we just see Juhao just pushing even more turrets. It's once again the 2-for-1 down bot side.
It's so scary, right? Looking at Juhao just pressuring so much of the map here. And we know that KSG is a very aggressive team. They love to pressure those side lanes. And that's what they've been doing since the first minute. Look at 90, building the respect item of Frigid Charge, but look at T-Gold just disappearing.
I feel like the spectators, it's so fast, the spectators struggling to keep up with Kuaishou Gaming. Jai Bao doesn't have the itemization to keep him alive. You with the double kill as they look to push the high ground. We have Highlang with the poke, but it's not going to be enough.
Ooh, Highlang just trying to defend here, opening up the map, just defending the high ground. But 90 on the other side of the map, just trying to out-macro KSG. But look at the sheer amount of gold difference coming in from KSG here. 4,800 gold on Silence alone.
If we look at the timer, that's the important part. Like normally, yes, 4K gold is very impressive, but we are pre-10 minutes. We are 6 minutes and almost 30 seconds, and Kuaishou Gaming have an even stronger lead in game number 2. They're able to maintain the Azure Golem on the side of Virtus Pro, but what good is that when your bot side's completely fallen? Means that red Crimson Golem is free reign for Kuaishou Gaming.
It's going to be very interesting. Look at VP, how they could come back from this lead from KSG. Because right now they can only hold the game as long as they can. And we're gonna look at the replay real quick. And Liulang did an amazing job at knocking up the players of VP. And Jabao, it hasn't had given many options for him to disengage. And looking at Yi just annihilating 2 players from VP. There hasn't been one answer from Virtus Pro.
Yeah, don't worry, Clue. We're all trying to figure out what's happening there as well. As we saw on his player cam, he's just scratching his head, thinking, what can we do to maintain ourselves into this game number 2? And I feel like right now it's almost a impossible turn back, right? Like we are seeing the point of no return for Virtus Pro in game number 2. It feels like they're just gonna have to try and just go blow for blow and just make sure they go into game number 3 with a better draft. But currently right now, obviously we do see the Either Phoenix being built here for Jai Bao. He's gonna be a little bit more tanky. Highlang has to be careful. He has the Freight Rewind. He uses it as well to keep himself and return that enemy bar, but it's also going to be the takedown of the Crimson Golem. Now into the backline, it's going to be the Liam Po. LFF is putting on so much pressure, but now we see 90. He goes in for the dive, but he leaves open T-Gold. It's the think inside the box where we see 2 members inside the Kuaishou Gaming get taken down, but it's the minion wave towards the base. It's going to be a pressure once again for Virtus Pro to have to tend.
Dude, Highlang is a genius. He pops his ult just to get the marks on the players of KSG, dealing so much damage, annihilating half of the HP of all the players from KSG. But again, respect is still their main focus. I think like if you're going against a team that is aggressive as KSG, I think you should be more aggressive too. Don't be afraid to fight back, because they were in the winning position. They could pressure out KSG, even taking out Juhao, but Juhao knew that the enemy team, VP, was respecting them too much. That's why he was trying to bait them out again to punish them in the front line. But again, a good try coming in from VP.
Yeah, I mean, they are trying, right? They definitely need to just make sure they're mounting a decent defense here for the side of Virtus Pro, but it's still not doing anything to that gold graph right now. We see the damage dealt here from VP Highlang. He is at the top here, so even though they're behind, you see the potential of this draft.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting coming in at the 10th minute of the game, and it's going to be the golden mark of KPL. The first 10 minutes is all about control, and after the 10th minute, it's going to be about domination coming in.
Speak of domination there, we're going to rewind the potential domination for the side of Kuaishou Gaming. We do see all the man marks here covered by VP's Highlang just to try and do a little bit more damage, like you were saying in the previous one. The CC immunity for Florentino means he's able to escape there. Silence gets in. He's silent but deadly. He gets out, but now we're seeing the burst damage potential from Kuaishou Gaming. They trade LFF for Jai Bao. That is not a good trade.
Right, T-Gold has been amazing this match, just trying to keep his gold lead. But again, 0-5-2 for a farm laner could be a bit of a heavy burden for him to carry. That's why KSG, they're always trying to shut down T-Gold and also 90 out of the team fight. While VP is protecting 90, T-Gold has been left alone so many times, making the team fight so difficult for VP without their main damage dealer.
Yeah, very difficult here. I mean, they need to be making sure that Jai Bao stays itself as alive, like I've said, not only for the smite potential, but also the damage output here for the side of Virtus Pro. We do see them kind of amalgamating around about the Azure Golem just to keep making sure that Jai Bao is fed up. He has the Azure Golem, because it becomes a lot harder to dictate these team fights when you are behind in terms of mana, in terms of CD reduction. We have the mid wave being pushed through, as well as the bot side of the map as well. Highlang does have the Fate Rewind, but a lot of damage has been put through. He gets impaled by you, and now that's one member onto the side of Virtus Pro that's been taken down. LFF, he has committed the ultimate but cancelled it. It's enough to zone the way the side of Virtus Pro. Jai Bao has to retreat into the recall territory, and they're trying to throw the spears. They're trying to do enough damage, but Kwai Show Gaming in a quicker time take game number 2.
It's gonna be the master against the student. Kwai Show Gaming teaches VP to take game 2.
They do take game 2 here. The problems that we had in game number 1 is the fact that they lost a T2 straight after a T1. This was something that was not improved onto the side of Virtus Pro. If not, it was something that for Kwai Show Gaming, they topped. They got all the way to the T3 like almost 6 minutes, right? Like, that's something that you don't want to be letting happen. You want to try and make sure you're making these changes on the side of Virtus Pro that enables this not to happen, not enabling it to happen more.
This is a total game for Silence on this match. He was dominating since the first minute, getting the first kill against T-Gold and punishing so much on the team fight. That's why we said that Silence, or the Florentino, is going to be very dominating on the first laning phase, and there wasn't any answer from that question. T-Gold getting a 0-5-1 KDA, getting punished almost every team fight, and the funneling is going to the jungle and Clash Lane again and again, making them very strong for those long-term big damage team fights.
Exactly. Keyword, funneling. So we're going to funnel it back to the analyst desk. Let's see what Coach King can do to keep me awake this time.
Well, you know, I think the interesting thing about this bounty is that we have set it up for one game to earn $10,000, a full set to earn $100,000 if you can beat KSJ or AGAL. But now I'm starting to think, maybe can we give like $5,000 if the game goes longer than 15 minutes? Can we throw a little bit somewhere? I mean, because that's the challenge right now. That's the challenge.
I agree, man. Like right now, in terms of this game, it was very difficult for VP because of the way that KSG opened the game.
Yeah.
I do believe that they had a very clear idea. VP, they want to do the exchange, right? Like they put 90 and T-Gold, they swap their lanes to try to see if they can find something different. And then after that, just KSG just read that and they were like, okay, so you started with 2 cores. You had the Arlie, you had the Ogren. What about if we just turn that into 1 core by just taking T-Gold out of the game?
You had mentioned something about the draft. I know we have some highlights coming up in a second, but Ken, the thought of stalling them either in the draft or in the gameplay, I mean, it feels like I'm watching Shakespeare written in HOK the way that they're playing.
So that actually was the position for the side of Highlang on the Hano, right? He's supposed to be able to repair towers. Now, if you're new to HOK, Hano, the mid laner that Highlang has been playing in this game, if you use his ultimate around towers that have been taken, either take damage or has been crumbled down, if you use your ultimate within 5 seconds, you can actually restore the position of that tower where it was at 5 seconds ago. Now, that was not the case. I was actually conversing with Isaac. Burst! Dude, he's supposed to be protecting the T1s, reviving the towers of the tier 1s. The first time he used it, it was on a tier 2. It was too late. There was not enough time on the side of VP at all.
Time is of the essence, too, because these games keep getting shorter and shorter, Isaac. So it's not like VP, with some of these adjustments, are making things better. In fact, you mentioned a bit before we dive into the draft with Ken that the draft just didn't seem to make as much sense to you as well, because they gave up on the Diadea, but they still took the Arlen.
Of course, like if you analyze like the first 2 bans from KSG, they say, okay, we already played the Lapu Lapu, so no Lapu Lapu. And you already played the Tramfei, so you cannot pick Tramfei. What's the third best option? Then we have the Diadea. And then the Diadea, they just ban it. they put VP to decide, okay, you don't have an idea what you want to play. They decide to play a Mozi, and then they decide to play the early. So they just break the composition for future games of having the idea with the early, which we know that has been working really well in 2026.
And the craziest part, VP banned out themselves as well. They took up the higher and the liang in their own bans, so they kind of banned their own answers to the potential questions from KSG.
Let's break that down, because I want to look at it again with you, Ken. What went wrong and what needs to be improved? Because that's just the question. If you can take a little bit of a lesson from each and every loss, start to improve, start to push those games longer or even more in your favor, I think that's going to be a win for Virtus Pro.
First rotation, I want to talk about Liu Lang in the mid, right?
All right.
This is mine. The initial part, I was kind of wondering when we were taking a look at the draft. Okay, look, in the laning phase, we have the Arlie going up against the Chicha. You're supposed to be outraging the Chicha, and you should have a good time in the lane.
All right.
Now, and the second part was they had a lot of pressure onto Silence, who was on the Florentino. We know what the weakness of a Florentino is, 1v2. And that's what VP was like, okay, let's put the Mortar and the Arlie on top, switch lanes and see how that works out. But because of that switch, it's meant to be pressure on to the side of Silence. That did not happen because Liu Lang came with a mine, and what a beautiful setup. He even funneled the first blood into the hands of Silence. What does that do? It means it gives him more advantage at the early parts of the game. He can dive now into a 1v2, and within the first 3 minutes of the game, Silence got 3 kills in a row, no deaths. He was ahead in farm, he was ahead in EXP, he was ahead in equipment. And you could see later on, they transferred that responsibility over to Liu Lang. Hai Lang, sorry, on the Heino. But Heino is so slow, his first skill doesn't work as fast as the dashes on the side of the Florentino. He couldn't handle it. So nobody on that part of VP in the first 5 minutes could handle Silence. And what does that mean? The jungler, Ji Hao, actually gets to camp in the jungle and farm the real goal, which is T-Gold here on the Arlie.
I am really sorry about this, but it's just like KSG answered back to this with mobility, with burst damage. They understood that just by taking T-Gold out in the first 2-3 minutes of the game, then the game was done. Why? Because the Ogren needs to be focusing on himself. The Ogren needs to be focusing on getting items and getting gold, getting the buffs, but then he cannot just actually just go around and be supporting on the lanes. So by taking the Mai Shiranui, KSG puts Liu Lang in a very good position just for him to be setting up and then just to start focusing on one person.
I can't imagine that listening to this, that these are causes rather than symptoms of a deeper cause as to what's happening here, which is one team is coming in with a lot of experience, a lot of tools, a lot of tricks of the trade. It's showing up in different ways in the draft, but KSG just have the better end of this matchup by far. And Virtus Pro are doing everything that they can, but they're getting caught when they zig. KSG is zagging. Game 3, though, will give us a chance. And if you think you have an answer to what Virtus Pro should do, maybe you think you've solved the problem. You know how to get $10,000 by sending them the correct draft, the correct bans to ultimately take down KSG. Well, then you can become a part of our creator program. By doing that, you can earn rewards for however much watch time that you get and actually be a part of the EWC ecosystem. Scan that QR code and join us. We want to hear what you think about all the matches happening here today. And what we're deeming KPL Day, and for our first 2 games, you can see exactly why.
You know what? I'm going to just start a conversation with that for everyone at home. When you start thinking about the way that Kuaishou Gaming plays and the way that AGAL play, they're very different teams. AGAL, they're methodic, they're slow, they understand how to boil you really slowly. But Kuaishou Gaming, aggressive, they love to fight. Who else is aggressive and loves to fight? VP. So what about if they just fight aggression with aggression? It might just be a 6-7 minutes because it's a very big gamble, but I do believe that that is the key to success.
I fully agree with that. And Kuaishou Gaming was also one of the first few teams to show what happens if you try to invade, right? But I think teams need to do that. Yes, we had teams who tried to invade their jungle, got first blooded in the attempt of the Crimson buff, and then it went from 1, 2, 3, 5 kills in the first 6-7 minutes. So, you know what? VP, give it a try.
You know what? Let's just go all in red. Let's go. Let's go all in, push all your chips to the middle of the table, man, and who knows, man? Like right now, you're not winning, so maybe this is going to be a different strat.
Nothing left to lose. Fight fire with fire is the suggestion of our panel. Blam, Rookie, do you agree?
I mean, I have a simple request. Can we not mention 6-7? I've got Rookie here stimming. He can't stop doing it. He's throwing up the hand signs. It's not good. I need him on my broadcast. Can we not distract my co-partner, please? Thank you very much. But he's stopped there. He's no vocal. He's verbal once again.
It's gonna be the retention time of again Z. That's why like this 6-7 thing is happening. But again, coming into this tournament, KSG has been very dominating. 2-0 wins all over. And right now with this best of 5 series, I've seen a perfect draft on the first 2 games. KSG, they like to dominate the side lanes. They're bringing in very strong side laners now. After all of those heroes have been picked, what will they answer on the 3rd match?
Yeah, I mean, my notes for game number 2 looked very little. Like, it looks like doctor's writing, but the one that you can make out and basically give to other opponents of Kuaishou Gaming, don't give silence to Florentino. Like, literally don't give him that pick. But still, we're seeing Jing being banned out once again, 3rd game in a row. Don't want to give it over to Jaibo, as well as the Diadeer as well. We don't be giving that up now. Obviously, Kuaishou Gaming still have the Arlie available, right?
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. Kuaishou, they love the aggressive plays. Arlie is out of the picture. Pei is also gone. Florentino Lorion, also one of the strongest heroes coming into KWC. But then again, there's still Xiao Qiao, there's still Princess Frost and Liang. There's still a lot of combos coming in for this big draft picks. And look at VP. They don't want to give the Guan Yu to their opponents.
Exactly. This was going to be my next point, right? Like, we've seen Virtus.pro use the Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei, we know Kalu loves this pick, and this is something that's still available for Kuaishou Gaming. And obviously, in the past few games, they've used the Lian Po and also the Lapu Lapu. So we're seeing just a huge focus for this tank meta for the side of Kuaishou Gaming, regardless of it being a best of 7. They're like, okay, just give us 4 games. We've got 4 tanks. We can do it. Zhang Fei here being picked up. Onto the side of Virtus.pro, they're going to go for the Lapu Lapu as well as the Aoyin. But this could be countered here by the Arlie, right?
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting, especially there's still a lot of picks coming in for KSG. There's still Fullborn Marksman and also another one, which is Chano. 2 of the strongest laning farm laners in this meta. But again, picking Long is just basically saying that T-Gold is going to be left alone the whole game to fend for himself and enabling 90 to become the more powerful side here. Speaking of Chano and also Ukyo Tachibana being the 3rd and 2nd pick for KSG, a very aggressive jungle coming in.
Yeah, Zhu Hao loves this pick that he played in the group stage, right? The Yukio, it kind of emulates the same way as Pei. You just got a little bit more burst damage and that potential, and obviously you just get that CC with that ultimate. But onto the side of Virtus.pro, I feel like the Yukio's there just to make sure they don't go for the Pei. But the one pick that has been banned out for the past 2 games that does get to surface right here is the Nurtser, and Jai Bao has had one of the best performances on this hero.
It's scary. Looking at the 2 first phase hero picks from KSG, they are very vulnerable for those long-term team fights. That's why the Lapu Lapu and Nusa pick is going to be a lot of trouble for them in the long game. But if there is a long game coming in for the matchup with KSG.
Yep, long game potential here. Obviously, we could look at something to go to complement the Chano for the side of Kuaishou Gaming. We could look at obviously the Xiao Qiao into the mid lane as well, right? Obviously, a good counter to Aoyin, T-Gold. All you need to do is predict that fall of the Infinite Basilisk to then get that knock up with that 2nd skill. The Haya being banned out here for the side of Virtus.pro means that they're not looking to lose Lapu Lapu or the Nurtser into these team fights, into the Moonskin Mirage. But onto the side of Kuaishou Gaming, they don't want to allow another global ultimate come through. They don't want the Liu Bang.
Yeah, the Liu Bang is going to be very tricky for them to fight against with Ukyo Tachibana. And basically just saying they wanted the long-term team fights without any burst damage coming in from VP side. And look at the ban on the last pick. It's going to be Lorion, the hero with the amount of range that he could just pop his ult, knocking so much. They don't want to face that. But again, they still have a lot of picks coming in. VP, there's a possible control pick, probably a Yuhan or maybe facing a jungle as Ukyo Tachibana. Lady Zen is still available.
I think they could go for the Newer here as well, right? We see a lot of Newer like to complement the Aoyin, right? You get a bit of long range, you get the Annihilation, and you also can kind of scare, or at least hope to scare, you into that farm lane.
Yeah, it's going to be that Xiao Qiao pick who is going to be bringing Hailang onto Game 3. And Xiao Qiao on this meta has been very dominant in the early game. But if we're talking about KSG, they love to play those close-range team fights. Xiao Qiao has been a very close-range mid lane. So punishing Xiao Qiao has to be an easy gameplay for KSG.
Yeah, they need to make sure that gets shut down. Obviously, DeLorean, we've been seeing that kind of head-to-head go up into the mid lane very often. But in terms of obviously Quiet Gaming, we have the front line here. We have plenty of burst. We have the late game. We now have the dual marksman combo, right? And there it's going to be the Hue-1 into the mid lane. So something that we were expecting on the side of Virtus Pro is actually going to go over the side of Quiet Gaming, making that team fight a little bit more outdrawn here because of the sustainability of this mid lane pick.
Then again, like early game has been the strongest suit of KSG. Bringing the Valor into this tournament, making them viable for the mid to late game fights. But again, the question is for KSG, how will they dominate with the Valor on the side lanes without the early game? The Valor is a very mid to late game hero. He needs a couple of items for him to be viable. And again, the matchup from Team VP needs to be the strong suit. Florentino, the gentleman, coming in for Virtus Pro.
The Gentle Blade. Is this going to be enough? Like, if you've not just been dominated by a hero, do you really want to play it for yourself and then just leave yourself to a huge criticism here? Obviously, 90 has huge shoes to fill. Just seeing the performance of Silence on this pick.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of pressure coming in from 90. But 90 has been performing the best in this whole tournament as a team in VP. Being the Clash lane, the podium of Virtus Pro, he needs to perform in the big stage. And what's ahead of him is Silence with that Devara pick.
Yes.
Silence, kill you.
That's going to be the name of Virtus Pro. They want to get the shutdown of Silence, right? That might be a little bit too more of a niche quote for you, my young little co-partner here on the broadcast. I'll put you down in front of YouTube and you'll understand a little bit later. But anyway, we're getting on to game number 3 here between Quiet Gaming and Virtus Pro. Is it going to be a quick game once again for Quiet Gaming? Are we going to get that 6-minute domination down to the bottom side of the map? How is this draft faring in the early game?
It's going to be very interesting. It's going to be the newcomer against the Giants once again. Game 3 on the line in the best of 7 series. Will Virtus Pro be able to be pulling one game out of KSG here? Look at Chuhao just dominating the mid lane. A fast clear coming in for those 2 combos. Chuhao and Liu Lang have been impeccable in this series.
Absolutely impeccable indeed. I don't think there's been any kind of weak link onto the side of Quiet Gaming, right? Like, we know that Liu Lang is probably the longest service teammate on this roster, right? And then everybody else is a little bit newer, but that's not showing right now. If anything, it's showing more of how aggressive these young players are within HOK, right?
Again, they're like one of the youngest teams coming to KPL, one of the youngest champions to ever do it. So again, a lot of pressure on their backs to represent not only their team, but their country. 90 has been amazing, taking control of the Devara, but we know that Devara could be very weak in the first phase of the game. That's why we're seeing Silence playing a bit passive on this first phase.
Bit of a cheeky steal there from Highlang onto the Spike Tail, top side of the map. That was very nice for the side of Virtus Pro. Nice to see that they haven't burnt out yet, right? Obviously, they've been very quick games. It's been very hard for them to keep their mental within this one, but we're not seeing any signs of it cracking, right? But speaking of crack, the flash is being burnt out there by Liu Lang as well as Clue, just so they don't fall that 3-man trade.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting coming into VP here, just trying to react of the aggressivity coming in from KSG and looking at the gold gap. It's very interesting, but not only does 90 gonna bring something to the table, but look at the spell that he's bringing. It's such an interesting spell against a Devara, maybe for the late game potential.
Yeah, maybe. If they can get into the late game, right? We just need to get VP there first, and then maybe we'll see the impact of that one. Canceling out the call there for the side of Silence on the side of Quiet Gaming. He tries to finesse. 90 gets turned into day. It's going to be the Skyfall that keeps Jai Bao alive on this Nurtza.
Oh, it's going to be very, very scary. Like, we know that Discipline is one of the strongest suits, but look at that.
Oh no, he loses the Assure Golem after he's just claimed it. Juho gets taken down. These are the little trades that we needed to see from Virtus Pro a few games ago.
But then again, like, losing the Azure Golem buff isn't the biggest suit. The biggest one is losing the gold in the XP.
Yes.
That That's why Juha was willing to trade that with the first kill that he got on the top lane. Again, still a 1-2-1 trade. Nothing too major for KSG and also Team VP. But this was so good, right? If you're looking at Liu Lang and also LFF, he was just holding the outburst because Florentino has the anti-CC skill. His ultimate makes him immune to every CC. That's why he's just waiting there, trying to give help for silence.
Yeah, it's a hard one to overcome here for the side of vsPro. You have to kind of get a lot of burst down, right? Before he kind of takes the sky, you just get the burn down, hope that silence goes down very quick. But like you're saying there, I want to go back to the point of where we saw, obviously, Juho die. This is the difference between some teams globally and obviously the KPL, right? Like, they don't mind dying as long as it means it transitions into something else, whereas most of the global players are still learning not to tilt if somebody dies on their team, and I feel like that is an important skill to be had, especially when you're playing at such a high level.
Yeah, you gotta hand it to them, like calculating everything, all the skill cooldowns, all the jungle resets and spawn time would be very difficult for a casual player. But KSG, they've won KPL, they're one of the best in the world. That's why they've been doing this for so long as a young team, dominating all of the Gorge.
Yes, and speaking of which, the 1-for-1 top side of the map here, we do see the stun come through, but it's going to be the CC immunity here from Silence on the Devara. And we know Florentino, yes, he can dance around, but he's a gentle blade. Means he's got a low health bar. We see a 3-man dive bot side of the map here as well. We see Clue trying to keep T-Gold alive, but the T1 does fall. BP can get a nice equal trade here for that top T1.
It's so good, right? Just coming in for LFF, just bringing pressure by appearing on the map without having to use any of his skills. We haven't seen one outburst coming in from KSG, and even though he still has that full rage bar, the control of the map is just still on KSG's side. So it's a big advantage coming in from KSG.
It is. They still got it stored up in the back, right? Like, if we see that VP tries to be a little bit aggressive here, maybe think, okay, guys, we are going to go and take the team fight, but they still need to make sure to burn out the LFF ultimate there before they do decide to take that killing blow. But at the same time, they get the Overlord here for the side of vsPro. We do see pressure being put onto Highlang into the back line of that team fight, and now Juho as well as Silence. 90 going for the blow for blow. There's the Starfall as well onto the side of Guaisho Gaming, but you are just beating them here. Jaiba looks low. He gets taken down. Clue as well. He is now in the driver's seat.
Wow, just reacting to that bit by bit, coming in from VP. They're trying to pressure, but 90, he forgot that they need a bigger CC to cancel the portal. But KSG has been very, very good at dominating those big, risky team fights. They made so many skills that came out from VP useless just by calculating how does they take the damage.
This is another good reason why you pick up the Q1 into the mid lane, right? Obviously, we saw that T-Gold was not too sure what the target was going to be, but he then lands the Flaming Palms onto Liu Lang. But then he has the Unending Sorrow just to completely mitigate any of that damage going through. So there was really no follow-up. The only thing that vsPro able to get out of that whole mid-team fight was saving that T1 for moment's notice.
Yeah, then again, they need to just farm here because right now their gold spike, their power spike hasn't reached their fullest potential. 1,000 gold lead coming from KSG, making them so strong, especially with the outbursts coming in from LFF. Also, Silence and Juho has reached one of their strongest items coming in. The Spark Forge Dagger makes him so painful against Florentino and also Xiao Cao.
Yeah, it just gives him a little bit more wave clear, right? Like, able to get the attack speed, get the wave clear from the Chained Lightning here as well. But it's looking like a hard match here. But we are still waiting for vsPro to get that turnaround, waiting for that crucial engage here. We do see Liu Lang just driving himself into the backline there, just making sure if he can try and CC one of the members of vsPro. But it's going to be Zhao Bao. He's a little bit too below. He is into the backline, and he is him. Silence gets the kill onto Highlang, onto T-Gold. Down goes 90, and Clue is on the run.
The Raging Thunder God coming in from Silence, dominating the backline, counting so much of the damage, dealing the triple kill pressure on the backline of VP. Looking at how they dominate the team fight, it's so scary. Like, he counted those damage, destroying the tower, blocking the exit way of VP, getting those risky kills, but it was worth it at the end, eating so much gold just for that Devara pick alone.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's stacking up the bans, right? Like, he's like, right, okay, 1 kill, 2 kill, 3 kill. We're done. Let's get some structural damage come through. Top side of the map has now been dominated onto the side of Kuaishou Gaming. The T2's literally holding on for dear life down into the bot side. And now this is where, once again, we see Virtus Pro becoming at that basically irreparable point of no return.
Yeah.
They lose their Crimson Golem. What can they hold on to, if anything, here, Virtus Pro?
Again, I'll say the same thing as game 1 and game 2. They couldn't force those risky team fights. We know that Kuaishou Gaming is a very dominating team on those big risky fights. And Virtus Pro is just walking on their trap. They want this. They want them to fight and lose the gold gap from the minion waves. They need those jungle camps. They need those advantage coming in from the waves that are coming to them. Because if they're risking fights with KSG now, it's not going to be good for them in the late game.
Not good at all, but there is going to be lots of multiple variables of damage here. But LFF, he uses the ultimate.
Silence.
Can they get him? Silence into the backline. He's like, yes, keep focusing the beast. Don't focus on me. I'm going to get the kills. You picks up Clue. And then once again, nobody falls onto the side of Kuaishou Gaming. I'm at the point in my life right now, after seeing 3 games, I don't think it matters who you give Silence in terms of the draft. He's going to perform.
Dude, Silence has been so good this series. 3 games, 3 best performances. And right now, he's going to lead KSG onto the high ground tower.
Lead him onto the high grade tower. The T3 gets taken down there as well. Look at the claim, the T3 top side also, but they're able to get that wave clear here for Virtus Pro. Maybe a little bit of a saving grace, but at this moment in time, we are pre-10 minutes and we are slowly but surely looking at a 7k gold lead. It feels like every game, it just transitions or translates into more aggression, more gold, and a faster game pace here for Kuaishou Gaming. They are not letting up. It's like the panelists say, right? Why not just let them go blow for blow in an aggressive fight? But it's still not working for Virtus Pro.
Look at the Devara though. The Devara holding 4 players on the left side of the map alone. And he knows that he could fight him. He got the items that ready. The Frigid Charge giving the slow and stun effects. And the Frenzy is still up for grabs. Silence dominating the top lane alone. Giving so much space for KSG to get that Shadow Tyrant. And now, looking at the control, falling deeper into the ocean. Virtus Pro, they need to swim up.
They do. They need to share that plank, right? Obviously, it's like when the Titanic fell, there's just no room, but there needs to be room here for 5 members because the ship is going down here for Virtus Pro. Unfortunately, like, we're trying to see a potential comeback here for this team, but it's just not, there's no signs of showing, right? Like, we see a glimmer of hope, but it's all just a playbook of Kuaishou Gaming. They're playing into their hands.
Yeah, Silence just baiting out all the skills, coming in, trying to open up the vision, but look at how he eats up those damages.
Yes, it forcing out the Infinite Bastards there just means that T-Gold is going to be another sitting duck. LFF is able to get the connection onto the back line, just keeping Highlang out of that team fight because he knows how frightful that AoE damage could be, but they underestimated the support of Kuaishou Gaming. He gets a triple kill, and now they're looking to take the crystal of game number 3. Kuaishou Gaming make it the match point.
1 step closer, going to the top 4. Kuaishou Gaming showing who is gonna dominate Virtus Pro as their teachers.
Yes, I mean, it's a hard lesson to learn, but somebody's got to learn it right. And Kuaishou Gaming, they knew what they needed to do. I mean, you might be stimming out here. There's a lot of brain rot going on in the audience. Calm yourself, rookie, calm yourself. We may still get a Titan Slayer yet, but Virtus Pro has to do so much more within this draft.
It's insane, right? How they controlled the early game. Even though they're holding on with a late game clash lane, they still managed to find a way to funnel all the gold into Silence. Silence getting so much out of every team fight. The early game pressure coming in from 90. The reward goes to Silence. The triple kill in the mid lane. Silence eats up that one. And the only kill that they got was onto Juhao. And after the 4th minute, it was all KSG. They've dominated all the backline, forcing Diabao to initiate a retreat from the offense and making that Nilta pick so unviable. Nilta, when he dives in, there's no way for him to go out, and that's why when Silence closed the back door of Team VP, it's so hard for them to just run away for those long-term team fights.
Yeah, it's very difficult, but I do have to give props over to Virtus.pro's Jai Bao, right? Like, even though he was playing it very hard there, and it was a very difficult match, he was always still trying to create the pressure and the space for Virtus.pro to thrive. But the fact is, they're below so much gold, it was hard to thrive. But unfortunately, we are at match point rain day. Can they do it? Can we crown a Titan Slayer in Game of 4? Take it away.
We'll find out. Najah. Man, I've loved playing with this character for a long time, but also representing billions of dollars at the box office. Barely represents 10,000 gold in Game 3. That's unfortunate to say. However, it is accurate, and KSG accurately, if we have anticipated, are dominant and starting out in such a fashion, Isaac and Ken, that it makes it feel impossible. The weight of this pressure, sometimes you get that pressure, it turns coal into a diamond. It looks like maybe more time trying to discover that bright stone, because KSG have simply shown domination.
They showed domination, but I really like what VP did to try to turn things around in this one. Like we talked about, like, okay, go and be aggressive. So they are like, all right, let's try something different. We're gonna pick the Nurja, and we're gonna try to jump onto the channel, try to split them apart. And if we are able to split them apart, maybe we can beat them in the small fights. But they just were not counting on that Devara pick just popping off so early in the game.
Yes, I mean, this is a very scary memory for me, but this feels like when I went for football training when I was younger, right? The coach would tell me, look, I'm going to teach you how to, win me in this 1v1. And I'm like, okay, I learned that. And the moment we go for it, here's a new trick. You have more lessons to learn. Of course. And this is exactly what KSG did to the side of Virtus.pro, right? The Vara pick, we'll get to that in a bit. But for me, this play from the side of KSG in terms of giving the lesson to Virtus.pro, here's the lesson, right? Yeah. When you see that your opponents are using big ultimates, big heals, this is one of the main components on when you want to jump in. And KSG actually used that moment to their advantage, because Virtus.pro thought that KSG had used their biggest cards in the fight, which was the LFF ultimates, the Liu Lang ultimates, the heals and the stuns. But they found out really quickly that when you are going for a battle, the one that hits you the worst is the hits that are given to you in silence.
This is just an amazing lesson for Virtus.pro, man. Like, and I know that for the players, like at the end of the game, you could see a little bit just saw T-Gold over just kind of just holding his forehead and just being like, man, what to do in this thing? You can see Clue over there just kind of thinking about it.
He's shaking his head. He's like, what do we do? They're rubbing their hair. They're like, what is the answer?
But that shows that this is a very good lesson. This is just like when you go for the first time to Calculus 3. You go to Calculus 3 for the first time?
You went to Calculus 3, man. I didn't even make Calculus 1. I was like, excuse me.
I didn't even pass that.
Excuse me. I'll go back to English and history.
Brother.
I'll start with the stories. Man, Calculus 3. Okay, what happens when you go to Calculus 3?
There are no more numbers no more, man. There's no more numbers. There's only letters.
You know what?
What's going on?
Let me get clear. Calculus, what are you doing? You're math, but you don't have numbers. What's wrong? What is happening? That's why geometry, too, is a bunch of angles and stuff. I was like, man, this is not making sense. I'm good with quick math. That one is not quick. But Ken, you feel me there, and you also feel that there was an important pick in that draft.
Yes, I love that you're talking about angles, because if we take a look at from one angle on the side of 90, right? When we go into the draft itself, I want you to take a look at the Florentino pick. We know this to be a 1v1 monster, and he was kind of winning the lanes against the side of Silence at the early parts, right? But here comes the kicker. He was doing okay, but KSG knew that, we just need to let Silence farm, and Silence did farm. And the way that he played his Devara was kind of different from the traditional Devara, right? Devara, normally when we go towards the later parts of the game, he's going to act as a second farm laner, more damage in. But he actually bought Frigid Charge. He's going in to be in the middle of everyone of VP.
And I believe that when Silence made that pick, that he just told everyone, guys, don't mind me. You guys do your own thing. Just do not even come over here. And it was just that, right? Like when you are on a player, when you have a player on that kind of heroes, like you need to be able just to show that confidence that the 1v2s, 1v3s, I will still find my way out.
And so let's dive a little bit deeper about the Valor. We were talking about this, right? So on his auto attacks, he actually gains a passive bar, and once that passive bar is full, he gets an enhanced attack that does AoE and deals more damage, gives him more lifesteal, so he can sustain himself in the fights. Also has additional movement abilities, and he took the Frenzy common spell for himself. So this gives him more lifesteal and more mobility as well in the team fights. And that's exactly how he won the team fight for KSG that tipped the scales over in their favor.
So he has sustain. That sustain just transforms into damage as the game goes on. Usually it's a very late hero, but there's no late game in here because by mid game, it was already just gone.
Yeah, the late game is happening in about 6 minutes.
Yeah, of course.
So this is such an incredible display. I mean, Ken, you have a play set up, and I see some highlights there from LFF. What are we focusing on here?
Okay, so LFF is one of the main people that we need to take a look at, besides Liu Lang as well. As the fight goes, you will actually see that they notice that, hey, huge ultimates are being used already. And this is where, at this point of time, you take a look at what's happening on the backlines here. I'm not sure whether I can zoom in there.
I got you, buddy. I got you.
All right, so if you take a look at the backlines, everyone was ready to jump into the backlines on the side of KSG. But what they didn't figure out was that Silence, number one, he did a fantastic job. He took out the first possible turnaround condition, which is the T1 in the mid. Right? As the game and the fight goes on, you notice on the backline, suddenly you find yourself, hey, 90 calls for the team fight. 90 is in the middle of 4 different members on the side of KSG. But at the same time, you take a look at what Silence is doing down here. He's going to take care of every single member on the backline by himself. And we know what Florentino's weakness is. You can't take a 1v5 like that. He's going to be out of the game.
Well, they had a great answer attempted there, but it was not successful. KSG grabbed game number 3, and after a little bit of analysis, it's very clear that one team is heading towards the semifinals and one team desperately clutching at their pearls. Will they find a way in Paris to turn the tables around? We'll have to wait and see. When we come back, we'll get game 4, but before that, we want to let you know that there's a new Princess Frost skin specifically for EWC. Check it out.
China is home to the best Honor of Kings players in the world.
Pressure at its peak for AGAL. Everything comes down to their captain.
I love you, family.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Raw energy. Half for bar from blow the house down. This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Well, after suffering a reverse sweep in one of their last outings in China, the KPL Spring Champions have now made an assertion to the rest of the world that we are here and we are bringing our best. 3-0 against Virtus.pro. The challenger, David, not so good against Goliath today. Can they find a way around the trials and the tribulations that have been presented to them, Isaac? Or is this just too tall of a mountain to climb?
Yesterday, we saw 3-0s turn into 3-1s. Yesterday, both games had exactly the same thing. So if we keep on the patterns, hopefully we can come and play and watch a little bit more of this.
I think it's a completely different story. We had the miracle run from KSG, right? Right now, they're on their way to have a second miracle run, this time on the international stage at KWC. And someone is in their way. If you're KSG, you don't let this go.
Of course, I'm telling you, the kid is just like, little hope? Nah. Who needs that?
I love it. Well, Blam, rookie, what side of history will you be on? Potentially the biggest upset of all time, or KSG finally booking their spot into our semifinals here at KWC?
I mean, the reason why it's not so David and Goliath is because we're in France. It's David and Goliath. But I would like to still root for my boys on Virtus.pro. I am going to be one of those in the audience. Always standing with them, representative from KML. I mean, is it hopium? Yes, it is. But I'm still going to do it because I can.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting phase coming in for the fourth game of the day here. The Liang and Haya pick, the Haya band, sorry. It's going to be very interesting. VP, a potential single carry hero coming in for Jiabao. It's going to be maybe a Jing pick for them, or maybe there's a Luna, but we never know because the first pentakill, I remember, was earned by VP.
Oh, and they're going to give it over. They're like, you know what? It's the last game. It's the last dance. Let's make it sweet, baby. And they give Jiabao that Jing. I'm very excited, but I just hope there's got something in the draft that's complement the Jing, right? It's all great having a Jing, but if you've got nothing as a follow-up to kind of implement or at least promote that kind of pentakill potential, it's kind of just like dead wood, you know?
Yeah, if I'm talking about like support, there's still a lot of support coming into table of VP. There's still Dolia, Yuhwan come in for like the setup, and there's still Lorion too, just to help him getting those like risky stuns. But the counter to Jing has been picked by the jungle, Juhao, taking Flowborn tank.
Hey, I just want to say, I mean, it's great counter, but it hasn't worked so far. Every game Flowborn tank has been played in KWC against a Jink, it's failed. So statistically, bear with me. I know it's a little bit more Hopian, but it might fail here. But okay, T-Go goes for the Shoyue, and we get Highlank on the Lorian. That's another little bit of juicy AoE coming through here for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, Bai Shoye has been amazing against Arlie, and it's a very, very well-known pick in the best of 7 series, playing by the range, playing by basic attack 2, the late game monster. Shoye has been dissecting a lot of like those tanky heroes. And again, Arlie and also Flowborn tank could be wary of these two counter picks. Lorion could possibly stun the Flowborn or even ruin the setup that KSG has been made.
But it's a lot of burden onto the side of Highlang, right? Like, that's a lot of pressure that you'd be putting onto somebody that's playing at a potential match point against Kuaishou Gaming, the champions of obviously the KPL Spring, right? So that, once again, is still just trying to make it a mountain out of a molehill. Like, that seems to be the case here between these two drafts. But you give it over to LFF, right? LFF has the same problem as what Clue did in that previous game. Trying to get the land shots onto somebody as mobile as Jing is going to be a difficult one.
Yeah, Again, trying to get the stopper, right? Coming in from KSG, they have the Moltz, they have the Arlie, the single target damage dealers. But again, what will the FMVP Liu Long pick as the final rounder of the draft? Because right now we're seeing a lot of black bans onto the Clash lane here. The Fatih, the Liu Bang, and also the Guan Yi. So again, an interesting banning phase coming in for those two Clash laners.
Yeah, because we've already had Charlotte, we've already had Florentino, but we still could potentially have the Byron, right? Like, Byron is a big pick here for the side of Kuaishou Gaming that could still come through for them as well. Virtus.pro has used the Byron. So in terms of frontline, if you're trying to thicken it up thicken the sauce up here for Flowball and Tank, you definitely want to go for something like the Byron. The Chow here being picked up because they don't want to go up against the Chow into the mid lane and have that obviously TP back to base and whatnot. But it's going to be the Dharma here. Trying to get the knock-up, trying to get the setup paired with the Motsu can be quite a deadly combo here.
Yeah, it's not going to be only playing with the Moltz here. The Flowborn Tank could possibly play with the power from within. His ultimate gets a 5-man knock possibility. And what's good against Lorion is actually the heroes that could dive in the backline, such as Flowborn Tank and also Dharma. That's why Silence is going to be playing a big part in those team fights at picking off Soye and also Lorion.
Yeah, hopefully the plays aren't too shocking here from Silence, that it creates a radio silence here on broadcast. But I feel like VP, they definitely need to kind of like try and find an identity here. Okay, they get the Inet. We was talking about it previously ago, but they get the Baichi. I already feel a little bit of bubbling on the analyst desk there. We know obviously the Baichi pick here can be a little bit kind of iffy. It hasn't really gained the results that we really want to within these team fights, but it's going to be there to soak a lot of that damage from Kuaishou Gaming. But is enough shielding going to be here and health bars to delete or at least mitigate that damage that should come through here?
This is a funny face though. This is my reaction when I was watching Silence play at the Vara.
Yes.
Absolute shock coming into the English caster table. But again, if we were talking about those two last picks, the anti-immune CC and the CC maker. So I always thought that Baichi acts like a second Clash laner to Byron. So it's like basically just tanking the damage, bringing CC onto those long-term team fights. That's why they need the setup. They need someone to lob the dunk onto Jiabao. So we are gonna see KSG against Virtus.pro, David against Goliath on game 4.
I've already told you, it's David. We're in France, it's David. We gotta be David and Goliath. Or Goliath, you know, if you want to give it a bit of pizzazz on the French speaking. But no, we are here. It's potential match point here for Kuaishou Gaming right now. And we know Virtus.pro have been given quite a few big picks, right? But is it going to be enough to get a point? Is it going to be enough to get a Titan Slayer crown in this game number 4?
Yeah, I think it's going to be very, very difficult, especially coming in with KSG's draft. They're basically shutting down VP onto the first phase of the game. And if we're talking about how they managed to counter KSG, VP has been doing great the first 4 minutes of the game. But they don't have a plan B if KSG decided to stample their plan A. That's why VP hasn't been able to do a comeback on game 2 and game 3. They choked out, they closed all the options for VP to come back.
Oof, the flash in there for LFF, that was aggressive, right? Like, that's one way to counter the Shoyue is you get close to him. He's only got one ultimate. The getaway is only going to get him so far. So if you get in close, get the flash, or actually save the flash, you're able to save that space. But for me, the problem causer here for the side of Kuaishou Gaming is the Luang, right? Like on this Garuda, he's going to be able to set up a lot of damage before that team fight even happens.
Yeah, the Garuda, massive range potential, especially the Shoya is going to be playing around the backline. And we know if we're speaking about lane-to-lane matchups, the Lorion is very weak against the Garuda because the early game fast clear coming in from the Garuda and also the late game burst damage potential. The Wings of Judgment, it can be very judgmental to Highlight. You know?
Exactly, it can do. But I mean, the thing with Garuda as well, he's quite a squishy hero. So if you're able to land those orbs from Lorion, he has quite a bit of decent damage in the early game as well. So he could get caught out. But we've seen time and time again where it's really difficult to try and get the catch onto the Garuda when you have such a strong front line, but also denial from the Motsu as well.
That was very interesting. Like Hailang was cooking up the ultimate, trying to get the advantage to stun onto the Arlie. But you just playing safe.
Because right now the main focus of HOK is not on the farm lane. The stronger side appears to be the clutch lane. That's why if we're seeing pressure, KSG has been punishing so much of 90 in this 4-game series.
Absolutely. Just giving some aid over to 90 is going to be Jai Bao into top side of the map here. Just clear out, put a bit of pressure, but it's not going to be enough to kind of keep Silence locked in place for long enough. Looking at obviously the level advantage, we know that Jai Bao is going to be expected to be ahead in the levels because the wave clear from Zhu Hao is going to be a lot slower, right?
Yeah, Hailang just trying to open up the vision here, coming in from VP, just trying to make space as much as they can, because right now they're gonna be trying to play the gold share meta, but Jia Bao just appearing on a team fight, making himself look delicious against Zhu Hao.
Absolutely. He's just trying to be like, hey, take a bite, big boy. Like, come and get me. Like, I am all ears for this snack right now. But they don't want to take the bite right now. Virtus.pro aren't able to be fortunate within this one to take a bite because it could be biting them back in the behind with a match point.
Yeah, we wouldn't want that, right?
Nope.
Biting Liu from behind, kind of sus, man. But, okay, LFF just trying to defend here. The cannon blast, just trying to zone out T-Gold. And I like this matchup coming from KSG.
Yep.
They're bringing the Molten not as a tool to stop the Jing,
yes,
but to punish T-Gold. Because the stun coming in when T-Gold is sniping, he can't really move around. That's why they've been poking him with so much damage.
Speaking of damage, it's kind of translating here down to the bot side of the map, but it looks like Kuaishou Gaming are going to have a soft and firm hold here onto the Tyrant of the first part of the game. They get the sale here. It's going to be going over to them. It means that that kind of even game state we have in the goal lead between these two teams right now is going to go over, or at least be imbalanced by that takeoff.
Yeah, they need something here for VP because they've been playing too passive with the aggressive pick coming in for Hailang and Jia Bao. Like, he's making so much mistakes.
Yep.
Like, the early game phase, they're just giving so much space.
Speaking of space, they have to create it here, but you are trying to catch an Ollie that has already used her Paracel. She's going to be like, right, okay, I've already got to put it in a safe space. You've then got to try and dive on top of me to get there. You kind of, it's really hard to get without any aid, like obviously getting a slow, getting a dunk on with, like, say, for example, 90 on the Baichi there, with the taunt, with the frigid charge. It just becomes a really hard mission here for the side of VP.
Yeah, Zhu Hao just opening up the vision, coming in, counterbacks, connecting to people. They want this.
T-Gold, he's a little bit too low. He has to go back to base. I feel like that's probably the good call here, but at what cost? Nothing quite yet, because the minion wave still can naturally crash into the lanes.
Yeah, I feel bad for T-Gold. In this 4 series, the 4 times he played the farm lane, he has been pressured so much.
Absolutely, but Annette here, Clue has to get out of here. He does have the ultimate still, but first blood goes over to the side of Kuaishou Gaming. LFF's like, let's peel out the box just to be a little bit of a stunter, but stunt in the grove with VP. It's going to be Hailang down, and then T-Gold is left wide open. This is the problem of VP's draft right now. If 90 commits, everybody in the back line falls, and even 90 falls straight after.
What's good about the gameplay and the team fight was KSG, they were very confident as a 5-man team. They know that their rotation was able to suffocate so much of the team fight. And Zhu Hao, he was amazing on the Flowborn tank. The timing on the whale away from T-Gold was so good. He caught him off guard, poked him, and even doing so much damage as a tank jungle.
Yeah, that's the scariest position to be in, right? If you're taking too much damage from a tank jungle, that's going to be a problem here for you. But obviously, we do see a bit of a go for into the mid lane, but it's just going to kind of alter and reset the game state of Kuaishou Gaming. They go back to their jungle, they farm up once again to make it even harder for VP. But obviously you see from all this replay here as well, just a slow dismantling of Virtus.pro.
Yeah, it was so good, right? Like the pressure point coming from the Flowborn, and they're suffocating the map so much because the Dharma has showed himself in the mid lane tower, making him so viable for those big team fights.
Speaking of Dharma, we are seeing once again the Net's ult been used too early. Think inside the box, then climbing on top of him is going to be Zhu Hao. They get the takedown onto Lu Lang, but now Hailang pays the cost. They have no T1 into the mid lane. That was a very aggressive play that had higher risks than rewards.
Again, playing Jing as the first pick in front of the KPL champions, Jia Bao has so much pressure coming in from from his shoulders here.
Big boots to fill indeed. T-Gold gets taken down here as well. The long range Shoyue is not going to be having that privilege. They want to get close. They want to get comfortable. But speaking of which, Jaibao escapes with little health down to the bot side.
Yeah, confidence is key here for VP. They need something here. They need to find a plan B. Because right now their plan A is not working. Playing with Jiabao. Jiabao has been stopped so many times. And look at the rotation coming in from KSG. They know which jungle camps are spawning here.
Ooh, obviously Clue getting forced back there, having to force out the ultimate as the Wings of Judgment fall down and forces the flash there. So Annette has that no flash ultimate combo that can really be saving tide of a team fight. T2 gets taken down top side of the map as well. Kuaishou Gaming are looking scary.
Dude, Yu has been so dominating on his laning phase, and now with these gold spike, he's so strong at picking off backline heroes such as Hailang and T-Gold. Like we've mentioned before that T-Gold is supposed to counter Yu, but look at how KSG has been playing around the weaker side of their laning. It was Yu that has been funneled so much gold, and now with a 5,000 gold lead, Virtus Pro, they need to fight and they need to find something here.
They need to find something, but I mean, it's always Kuaishou Gaming finding what they don't need to find, right? They've already got the lead. They've already got the dominant game state here, and we just see the LFFs just throwing these cannon blasts left, right, and center, getting the catch onto Virtus Pro, and then we just see once again this clear zone in here from Liu Liang's pick. The Garuda is just too much for Virtus Pro. When they're at base state, we see a dive onto the back line, but it's going to be the takedown for Clue. Actually, Silence falls for 2 matches. This player was on a no-death run. I feel like that's kind of just like a constellation prize here for Virtus Pro. It's not going to amount to a victory, but it's a constellation prize nonetheless.
It was a risky move, right? Like he was not only focusing to trade on Clue, but he was focusing to trying to get that high ground tower. Those enhanced minions are going to go a long way, especially coming into the 10th minute. So again, with a 7,000 gold lead, I think one death from Silence wouldn't matter much in the long run.
No, wouldn't matter at all, right? Like it's just going to be kind of a blemish on his record, which is not going to do much for the side of Virtus Pro. They do try and go for a big engage here as well. Joe Hao is taking so much health, but in what regards? Nothing comes and claims here for the side of Virtus Pro.
Insane, right? Like he wanted that Azure Golem, he risked it all for that one objective alone, and now look at KSG. Dominated the whole map, holding one vision only with that Mozi, and it always has been that way. Like they're gonna send one person to guard over the Overlord, where the other 4 focuses on the objectives that they want. That's why KSG has been dominating so much on the first 10 minutes of the game. Absolute map control and how they play as a 5-man team is just scary.
It just shows discipline. Like this from Kuaishou Gaming is just disciplined gameplay to the T. We see obviously they're able to aggress when they need to, they back off when they need to, and they also are able to kind of like move members of their team. They're not always huddled together like you were saying there, Rookie. LFF is always just trying to get the intel, always just trying to man check the other objective that they're not taking, and I feel like this is something that the global teams need to realize.
Yeah, they want this right now. Looking at the high ground tower with that Tyrant's buff on the 44-second timer, and the 3-lane push is coming on for Team KSG. And the utility skills already, Ju Hao is ready to pounce it.
Absolutely, he's on the waiting wing here. Silence is just trying to keep an eye on Jaibao as well, right? He knows the minion wave's been froze bot side of the map, so there's no real pressure coming from there. So really for Virtus Pro, it was just focusing top and mid. But this is going to be a problem, right? Yes, it froze it here, but now you've got kind of like 2 enhanced minions coming through. That's going to be a bit of a harder wave clear.
Yeah, it's all about the illusion of choice coming in from KSG. They're giving VP a choice whether they would want to clear the waves or contest the Overlord, but it's all about the illusion, right? Because right now the map control, the vision is full on KSG side, and right now look at how they dominate the jungle. And the Dharma from Silence, he's just gonna walk with the wave, clear the bottom lane, and he's gonna join the fight, bringing another enhanced minion that he fought for in the bottom lane.
And on top of that, well, obviously we have the Shadow Vanguard ready to be executed, right? Whenever Zhu Hao thinks it's going to be the case and point to drop the minion wave here completely in one of these waves, he has that privilege. VP have to surmount some kind of huge defense. There it is. He does deploy it as well as the next minion wave is about to spawn. That gets wiped out into the mid lane. The focus here is going to be huge.
Yeah, they're going to try to destroy the backdoor of Team VP here. Just preparing the best. But remember, 90 still has the flash and the stun coming in from the items here. Jabao just opening up the vision, trying to find as much as information that he can. The Overlord Vanguard is coming. The path to glory is here.
Yes, and speaking of paths, it's going to be Silence finding the path with the flash onto the back line. T-Gold falls down early on within that one. The deterrent from Huailang. He's trying to keep this team safe, but we are seeing members now looking to try and climb on top of the side of Kawaii Show Gaming. It's going to be the takedown of Jai Bao. This is it. It's their first time here at KWC. They came here with high expectations, a high standard, and they proved themselves. Kawaii Show Gaming break down the doors to the semifinals, discarding the key of Virtus Pro.
Perfect is the word for Kawaii Show Gaming. Total dominance on the first to fourth game. No answers were answered on this match. Virtus Pro, such a good run coming into KWC, but being chosen by one of the giants.
One of the giants
ends here.
That actually got to fight them in the group stage as well, right? Like, they already had a pre-showing of Virtus Pro. They knew what they were going to expect, and they were already prepared going into this quarterfinals. Kawaii Show Gaming in this replay are really going to show you a masterclass for some of those global teams that picked the Flowborn tank against the Jing, and it never worked. This is how you do it.
It was so good, right? They're just basically giving them the illusion of choice, basically just from the draft here. Like, they haven't given them so much options. Like 90, T-Gold was forced to pick that Shoye, but countering the Shoye with that Mota, making him so difficult in the early game. And that Lorian pick, it's so difficult for him to rise up after the dominance coming in from Zhu Hao. So again, so many good plays coming in from KSG, a perfect run, and the perfect timing from that Overlord. Wow.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful, but what even more is going to be beautiful is a beautiful end to this quarterfinals. We throw it over the stage for the interview.
Can we hear some noises from the crowd one more time? Thank you so much and congratulations, Leolang, on making it to the semifinals. You are officially the top 4 for KWC 2026. How do you feel right now? 非常恭喜 KSG， 也恭喜流浪选手呢，这一次通过这场比赛，我们成功的挺进了本届 KWC 的4强，进入了半决赛。现在感觉怎样呢？
感觉还行吧，还行。
I feel very excited. Actually, I have a little bit like very calm feelings. Let's talk about that more. So we are very curious. You are only one step away from the grand finals. How does it feel? 其实我们都知道你现在感觉还挺平静的，但是呢，在完成一场比赛的胜利，就可以进入决赛了，是什么样子感觉啊？
感觉要再赢2场吧啊，再赢2场会非常开心啊。
I think we wanted to have 2 consecutive winnings, then we will be extremely happy about it, which means they will be the champion for the KWC 2026. So we see very clean games and moves compared with the ones you showed us in the group stages. So we're wondering, what did you guys work on after the group stage? 其实对比起我们小组赛的表现，感觉今天无论是大家的配合，或者说理解，或者是大家整体的节奏，好像都比小组赛打得更清晰了。可以跟我们分享一下，在这场比赛开始之前，你们都做了哪些准备和调整吗？
就大家都不上头吧，就走节奏，就随便赢啊。
I think the best thing that we do is calm ourselves and be the master of our own emotions, and we just do according to what we planned and do according to our strategies, and we will be the winner of this game. So your next match is going to be going against EK Esports. They are a very strong team. They've only dropped 1 game of the entire series in the tournaments here in KWC with very strong and convincing wins. So what's your thought about this? 你们的下场比赛，你们的对手是 GK， 他们其实非常强势啊，他们在目前的所有比赛当中只输过1小局，就是昨天的比赛。所以对于明天的这场交手，你有什么感受和看法
也听说过他们很强吧啊，你这挑战吧啊。
I heard they're very, very strong, so it will be a challenge for us, and we're really looking forward to tomorrow's matchups. So last, please send a message to the fans all over the world, and especially for the audiences who come here in Paris to support you guys, KSG. 就是最后，我们也希望你可以给我们全球的观众朋友们支持 KSG 的，当然还有来到我们现场的各位粉丝朋友们，说一些你们心底里的话，好吗？
希望现场来的朋友大家能玩得开心吧啊！希望现场支持的朋友大家都能天天开心。
Thank you so much for coming so far to Paris, and we hope that you enjoy your time in Paris, and we'll do our best in our tournaments. Thank you so much, and this will be the time that you guys will be remembering for the rest of your days. Let's welcome the boys. Please follow me. 来，孩子们跟着我，接下来是属于你们的荣耀时刻了。This will be the time you crushed your Adamus keys and proceed your journey here in KWC 2026. The key representing VP is now being crushed while KSG's glory continues. One team presses forward while the other's journey ends. Please keep chasing for the glory and greatness, and we will see you guys in the semifinal.
Well, dreams dashed, but hopes, as you can see with the fans, with their recording ready to go to capture every major moment. We have finally seen their team move on into the semifinals. And as we continue to celebrate them and their journey and their victory, we bring you back on to the stage here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. What a fun time for KSG fans, for the Chinese fans in our building in Paris, France, who have traveled to see. I've not seen this many cameras, this many high-tech cameras as well in our audience until this moment, and it's for one reason only, KSG. And what they did too to Virtus Pro, dashing their hopes, not only in this tournament, but in the club championship as well. That will be as far as VP goes, who currently are sitting above not only Vitality, who is out, but also AGAL.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you, man. Like, I'm just talking a little bit about the cameras. That's just the way we do it. That's it. We go around and then we just have like this gigantic cameras with us, and then we love taking high quality pictures. High quality pictures because this is high quality gaming, man.
Yeah.
Good memories that we want to keep over here. For VP, I know that right now their dreams are just crushed. That right now their way to KWC 2026 glory has come to an end. But I know that the boys are not going to stop. They are going to continue. They're going to do their very best just to come here in KWC next year and try to make it again into top 4.
Yeah, I mean, I remember we used to think of, how many megapixels does this camera have? 200 megapixels, 300. Wow, you got the big one now. I mean, I don't even know what we're in. Tetra, I don't know the numbers, but Ken, whatever it was, in clear vision, we got to see KSG dominate. And I know you have stuff to break down for us, but I'm going to kind of bring you present here. If this was your panel that you were running, what would you ask? What would be the most important thing to talk about in you after seeing those 4 games where it was dominance from KSG? What would stand out as something you want to talk about more?
What time is rank? We're gonna do that.
And then I'd say yes, and then it'd go right back to you.
And then I'll say, okay, let's whip our phones now, play the same draft, and we already have the lesson installed. So that's gonna be what we're gonna be talking about, because this complete composition by KSG was so well planned, well executed, and there really was nothing much you could do.
Yeah.
We asked for VP to have a little bit more aggression. We wanted more power, more of a showcase. They did try, but I felt like they were quite greedy in this last game.
I'm sorry, I do believe that on game 3 they did try. They did their very best just to be aggressive. In this game 4, the beginning of the game, they tried to play very methodical KPL style.
They did.
And that is okay, but then the problem is that then you're not gonna die at 6 minutes, 7 minutes. You're just gonna die at 12.
Yeah.
There's not changing the outcome.
No.
You cannot best them at their game. You need to bring them to your turf.
Listen, we've seen a lot of superhero movies over the years, and a very famous one is where there's only one out of 14 million some type of occurrences where there's a victory. In this one, it felt like they were living all of the other 14 million ones, where no matter what they did, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't take down the final boss.
There was only one instance of that happening, and it had to come in the form of their farm laner T-Gold, but he could not hit the mark. He was still at least 4,000 gold away from being 6 slotted.
I believe that in these 4 games for T-Gold, this has been an amazing experience. He's very new to us. Like, he is not like Nairi or like Hailang or Clue, that guys that we've been seeing for so many tournaments. For me, T-Gold comes in here like it was just an opportunity for him to learn. It was too difficult a lesson for him to study.
But I think this might be the new growth of T-Gold. When he comes back into the Pro Leagues once again, I think we can be expecting a completely different beast out of VP.
Hopefully he can learn a lot. And again, I think I'll go back to it. I know you have your telestrator ready to come up, Ken, so I want to see what we can dive into. But if you can hear the murmurs, it's because of what's coming up next, our show match. It is exciting. You could already tell people are not sitting anymore. They're standing. Some of the players that are some of the most famous players. You see behind me, right there. They've already started to take the stage. It's going to be fun, so don't go anywhere. It's KPL day here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. So let's get into that telestration, Ken. What'd you see draft-wise? I mean, just the final game, break down what you saw.
So there is no middle space on this particular screen itself, right? So we'll go right into it.
Let me help you out. Let me help you out. I got you here.
So if you take a look at what this composition has, there is no middle ground. The only 2 people you will meet inside the fights are either the Dharma or the Flowborn tank, right? And in the midst of the fight, before even being started, you're already getting poked down by the Mortar, played by LFF. He made life so difficult for the side of our dear Soyue pick here for T-Gold. He never got into the laning phase at all.
So just to explain to Rain, the Shoyue pick right over here just allows you to just snipe from very far away, man. So then what KSG decide to do is just to poke as well with the Motsu, with the Garuda, and with the Arlie.
And the ideal combination you're taking a look at is we need to have the Baichi set up 1, you have the Lorian ultimate follow, and then you have space for the 2 remaining members here, which is going to be our Jing and Soyue to get the damage in. But here's what happened, unfortunately, for the side of the team, and this is just a very slow-mo look of what happens in this fight itself. So when the Jing goes in and tries to get the 1v1 here, completely stopped. The net save no longer possible. Now Jiabao has to run out, and this is where I'm gonna pause right here. If you take a look at the vision that they wanted to have, there's only one place you're going to be looking at, right? On the 2 members, you're looking at this place. And where is the Dharma? The Dharma is over here. He's going to be coming in and showing you a world of pain. So as we go further into the clips itself, I'm going to speed this up a little bit. Wait, that was not...
On opposite day, you mean?
All right. So this was a 1-by-1, right? And with that last moment where we actually had the moment where silence entered, this was a perfect one. He got everything that he needed to get for the team fight. And when you're left as the Baichi alone, you can't do a 1v5. Not with a goal gap that is as big as this within the first 6 minutes of the game.
They keep saying that I hate on the Baichi, man. I love the Baichi. It's one of the heroes that I love playing. It's just that in this patch, in this specific KWC 2026, it's just not working out, man. And that's it. It's just very simple. The only person that has been able just to make it work is Inuo.
Yes, this guy, he played it in the farm lane. It's not even a traditional role, my goodness.
I love the criteria, which is he can't 1v5, so this character can't bring anything. Is he supposed to be able to 1v5? How about 1v1? All right, we'll see if that turns out better for our opponents against the KPL teams coming up. As the schedule will reveal, we've got more action, more stars from China who have graced our presence on this stage all the way in Paris, France. It's Kang Kang team versus Ping Ping team in our show match. That's happening. And of course, you see these stars I mentioned. Cat, we've got Chance, we've got Pang on the other side. This is going to be a blast.
I'm telling you, those are the biggest names in our game. For those of you who know them, this is going to be an amazing game. The 10 best players, not only best players, they're legends for what they have done to our game, for their serve, for their purpose to us. I believe that this is going to be like the 10 most influential players.
Ken, I mean, this is going to be fun, and also it's a best of one, so we kind of get to see everybody maybe get into those 1v5s.
For sure, you're gonna let loose. I want all the fun heroes, all the heroes we don't see in rank or even in professional gameplay. Give us all the goodies, please.
I can't wait. All right, goodies galore coming up. We've got our show match of the day right after this, but before we get to it, check out this brand new collaboration with Dan to Dan in game, giving you some cool skins to play with.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
ももちゃん会いたかったぜ。強くならなきゃ、もっと強く。そういうことかよ。おっと悪い。
He can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. Half from blow the house down. China is home to the best Honor of Kings players in the world.
Pressure at its peak for AGAL. Everything comes down to their captain.
I love you, family.
Welcome back to the Paris Expo, Porte de Versailles, just south of the River Seine, where the EWC action continues in Paris, France. My name's Randy, and I'm joined again by a lovely panel. This time, Chantel switching out for Isaac, bringing the nice class, the all black. I'm enjoying it. How you been doing?
Everything has been great so far at the KWC. I'm just excited. I'm really excited when I woke up. Finally, I get to see KPL teams and even a dream team play in a show match.
Your first time?
Yes, my first time.
And my first time too. I'll tell you what. Oh yeah, you were going for the high. Let's go.
Thank you so much.
Let's start with the high five.
Body language.
That's what I'm talking about. All right, Ken, as well. We just saw KPL teams take the stage. It was dominant. There's nothing like it. But these are the biggest stars. These are the people that you know around the world. If you've been watching the KPL for years, they're here.
Yes, they are, and you get to see them in person. But, you know, it's not just about the serious stuff, the professional stuff. We also have professional fun. So this is going to be a best of one with the 10 biggest superstars from the side of KPL. So learn, enjoy, and you know what? Take more photos and, you know, scan the QR code in the game as well.
I love it. I love that QR code shout out. We can bring that up whenever you guys want. But we also can bring up the fact that there are people that you know and love that are going to be playing. But who are they? Who are those stars? Who are those members traveling all the way to get here to Paris, France? Well, you can see it's Kang team and Ping team. And I'm actually going to look at my clock here. Is it 14? We're actually early. Okay, so we're early. So that set went a little farther. So maybe somebody's showing up in about 45 minutes saying, I can't wait for Kang team. I can't wait for Ping team. Okay, you might have to rewind the VOD. But we're getting through to the action. That's why you got to be here from the start. But Chantel, look at these names. I mean, these are just heroes in the scene.
Yeah, you know what? And if we look at these players, these are the best ever produced for KPL. And I gotta say, it's not just about winning the game, but it's more like bragging rights for them. Imagine you being the winners against the supposed to be the best.
Yes, I mean, some of them are still in their prime, very much so.
Yeah.
And these are very interesting matches because each single one of them, if I'm looking clearly, I don't think they're playing in their respective roles. Everyone is playing a different role than their professional roles, so this will be interesting to watch.
Who are you excited to see in a different role?
I want to see Xiaopang. So for those of you that are new to KPL, Xiaopang has been a veteran in the KPL scene. Recently transferred over to the side of TPG, I believe, and he is leading the charge for the team. They have won some reverse comeback games. I like the way that this guy plays because he shows me how to be greedy and how to be good at being that.
Oh.
For my case, I'm looking forward to see Coach Gemini play.
Yes.
Imagine Coach
The coach gets the moment
with his players this time around because we played earlier, so it's kind of a new vibe for Coach Gemini, and up against Chance, who's also known on having a strategic mind.
Well, having that strategic mind is good, but when you have a moment like this, you kind of got to give the fans what they want, which is the different roles, get the coach out onto the field, maybe get some unique item builds going on, some fun, funky stuff. I don't really know as much as you guys might in terms of the history of what a funky or a fun or a risky item build might look like.
I do.
Okay, Ken, what would that be?
We're gonna go with the Dolia machine gun build.
Ooh.
Yeah. So when she uses her first and second skill, when she's in water, she actually has a AoE attack. And some of the geniuses online have posted on social media. This has been a while ago, but you build attack speed on Dolia and she shreds everyone.
Ooh, I love that. Okay, what do we think?
Now that we're talking about crazy stuff when it comes to item build and such, maybe we get to see a hero that is not meant to be a jungle, but is played as a jungle here. So, these players are very knowledgeable about the game, so anything can happen. Probably might be a Princess Frost on the jungle. Why not? Because it's the EWC skin.
That could be fun. I mean, listen, one of my favorite things to do when I was playing MOBAs and teaching people how to play certain heroes, it would be, and actually there's a Guan Yu as well. So it would be taking a character like that and running full damage, going away from the tankiness, just saying, how can I make this maybe roam character or this Clash Lane character lose any of that defensiveness or sustain and just go all in? Ken, who's a fun hero that we could see kind of run that more damage route?
Okay, before we go deep dive into the damage route, I think let's highlight the Princess Frost one because, okay, look, professionally, everyone builds her as a utility. So if there's any hero I want full damage, it has to be Princess Frost, right? You get the freeze in, second skill, instant delete.
You know what, Princess Frost is one of the basic heroes that I mean, the first hero that I learned.
Yeah.
In HOK, so it would be fun to see it on a different build, maybe a different rotation for the hero. And going back to these players, I think some of them are playing against each other, but is playing on the same team. It will be fun to see them play against each other this time around.
That's a good point.
I do have one request.
Yes.
Now,
what is it?
Do you know what the library build is?
No, what is that?
What is it?
Okay, so one of the strongest magic items in the game is the Sage's Tome. So the library build is you build 6 of the Sage's Tomes and you just go ham. Yeah, so that's fun to play.
I love it. A library build. That's got a great name too. That would go viral on a video as well. So whether it's the library build, whether it's old teammates versus new teammates, whether it's coaches playing or new roles, our show match is about to begin. So don't go anywhere. Let's head it over to the stage and begin what will be a glorious best of one with some of the biggest stars from the KPL.
Honor of Kings fans, we got something special for you. Some of the biggest names from KPL have come here to Paris, France for one purpose, and that is to put on a show. Welcome to the KPL Dream Team Show Match.
Indeed, Mara, I'm super excited to be standing right here because lately we've watched so many intense games, playoffs, right? We've already seen 3 seats of our semi-finalists being taken away, and we still have 1 more to go, and we'll figure that out in the next series. But before that, how about we have something fun on the stage?
That's definitely what's about to happen. We're gonna have a lot of fun. It's only gonna be a best of one. So this is where creativity, mechanics, and entertainment will take center stage. So for everybody watching here and at home, you're definitely gonna love this one.
So, are you ready, Paris? Let's welcome our special guests to the stage, the top star players from the KPL Dream Team. Introducing Team Kankan. We have Fox, Gamini, Chin, Cat, and No Fear. Welcome.
And now your KPL Dream Team from Team Ping Ping. Wrong. Fly. Chance. High. And Pong.
Welcome to Paris. It's nice to see you. It's been a long time. I missed you guys. Okay. I know you guys are really excited about this. So how about we have a little bit chat with the players from KPL Dream Team about the Showmatch. So first, Fox. 很好听的名字啊，九尾啊。这场比赛呢，你觉得你最针对的选手会是哪一个 ？Among all the players on your left, who is gonna be the player that you're targeting to?
去牛子野区给他上一课。
Okay, I think some lesson will be learned for Fly, because Fly is a jungler for your team.
Oh, how about for you, Wrong? How do you plan to dominate your opponent?
青荣，你打算在这局比赛当中怎样拿下胜利呢？
首先，打好对线吧。
哦，这么简单。哦，你有自信吗？
是比较突出的一条锋线。
你最近有玩的很多吗？
对，我玩的比较多。
All right. So firstly, in order to win, I think behave well during the lane is super important to me. And lately, I've done so many practices. I'm super confident about that.
Very disciplined.
Of course. And next, please, 九尾啊，给我一个空间。隔壁你要和九尾一起进行下路的双人组对线啊，有信心吗？最近有偷偷练一下吗 ？So Gamini is doing those bottom lane duel together with Fox. So have you guys practiced lately?
我很有信心，但我对九尾有点不太放心啊，希望他今天能够好好的辅助我一下。
你可以吗？
有点不信了。
Okay, so I'm personally very confident about myself, but I'm a little bit not sure for Fox whether he can play well in that roamer, and we will take that into our battles. How about you, Mara?
I'm here with Fly earlier. Your opponent says he's going to target you. He has his eyes on you. What do you have to say to him?
哦 ，Fly， 刚才啊，九尾也有说，对不对？他会一直针对你的野区。作为你们队伍的打野，你有什么感觉？有什么想要反击一下的吗？
其实作为一个打野，我会时不时关注一下他跟葛密这条路，然后时不时去对面的对抗路再去搞一下子。
Okay, so as a jungler, I think I'll tip a very deep focus on the bottom lane where Fox and Gamini are together. And apart from that, we'll have my reliance and importance on the top side as well. So clash lane need to be careful. And next, how about we move a little bit to the laner 千青哦，千青，今天千青要在中路和你的老队友千城打对线啊，我们很少看到这样子的场景。你感觉你和千城谁的法师玩得更好一些呢 ？So these days, you'll be having those mid lane laning together with your former teammates, Chance. So what do you feel like? Competing with Chance, and who do you think will be having a better behavior and performances on the stage?
我只能说要对位一下 Chance 选手了。
哦，
我的中单练过。
哦，有什么狠话要告诉他的吗？
我的中单练过。
I practiced a lot of mages heroes and super confident of like bursting out on the laning. How do you feel about that, Chen Chen?
Chance. So you're former teammates with them. Who do you think could be the better mid laner?
刚才是吧？青青非常的自信啊，所以你觉得和青青相比的话，谁的中路会玩得更好一些呢
？OK， 我只能说这场我要把它打成 QQ， 因为后面3个字为什么没了？因为被我打掉点了。
All right, so I will say that the name for Chin will be shortened by QQ. Why is that letters missing? Because those letters are missing in the gorge because he will be completely destroyed by my performances. All right, I like that chemistry. All right, moving to you, Kat. How do you feel about that? What will be the things you want to say to your opponent? Kat 就非常简单，你也是非常有经验了，是吧？那放个狠话，你会想说什么呢？
我觉得今天大家能够来到这里，我就先不放狠话了。我觉得今天，在之前从沙特，然后今天到了巴黎，能够相聚在这里，一座美丽的城市，大家一起去打表演赛，大家就打出一场精彩的比赛就好了。让我们感谢 EWC， 让我们相遇巴黎。
All right, first of all, instead of the trash talk, I will say we feel so grateful so that the EWC and KWC can give us this very precious opportunity to meet each other here in this beautiful city, Paris. Because it's been a while since the last time I saw my good friends in here. So instead of the trash talking, I will say, let's enjoy our time here on the stage. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kat.
That's a really great answer. How about you, Hai? What message do you have for everybody, especially those that are watching you right now?
那海，其实刚才就是 Kat 也说了很多了嘛。那今天呢，可以来到我们的巴黎进行这场表演赛，相信你也和很多的选手很久没见了。我听说你们也在巴黎度过了非常快乐的旅程，所以在这边有什么想和我们分享的吗？
大家节目里面看就知道了，对我就不剧透了。
Okay, as we how happy we got here in Paris, we will soon discover it in the program we're shooting right now. So I won't disclose a lot. So just pay attention to our program. Thank you so much, 谢谢花海. So last but not least, No Fear, because No Fear is once a Clash Laner player. So I was wondering how he felt about this. 其实很久没有看到5位在对抗路，对吧？进行比赛了。这次会觉得非常的刺激，也很期待这次表演赛吗？
首先在特别的地点肯定会期待吧，因为平时表演赛打的比较多都在国内嘛，然后这一次在巴黎的话，我希望就是能呈现一个精彩的比赛，让大家开心。对。
First, it's so special that we can have this Showmatch here in Paris. It's a very first time thing for me and for my team as well. So I believe that what is the most important thing is that we enjoy our time and bring the best possible games to the audience here. Thank you so much.
And here with me, Pang. What can we expect from Team Ping Ping? What are we going to see today?
那小胖英文也非常好了，对吧？那我们今天可以在我们的平平队看到你们怎样的表现呢？
只能说我会把对面打爆的。
Oh, I have only one word to say. I will destroy you completely. Looking forward to your play.
And there you have it. From Team Kong Kong and Team Ping Ping, this is your KPL Dream Team Show Match. Casters, lead the gorge.
Thank you, Mara and Sky. Chantel, fun to hear from some of those big names.
Yeah, definitely. I could feel the aura at the arena. Imagine being a room filled with the military generals that has full medals on their chest with every championship, with every MVPs, with every accolades that they had all throughout the years. KPL Dream Team was built around 2024. So it was built by experience and every achievement, every valor that they had.
They just celebrated their 10-year anniversary last year, so this is a big moment, right? And to have them on stage in front of all the fans. Now, if you are looking at the screen right now, we have fans who have massive cameras, many phones. Everyone is standing up, getting ready as the players are getting ready for the stage as well. This one, I hope, is going to be a lot of fun.
I hope it's around 20 minutes, maybe.
Yeah, give us the longest game ever.
Dragons, because it's just best of one.
Well, it is time to kick it off. A best of one. We hope it goes 20, maybe the longest game of the tournament. It's 28 minutes, 35 seconds. Can we beat it? Either way, we're going to have a lot of fun. So, Saggy, Nora, take us away.
Thank you, Rain Day, and we welcome you to Paris to watch the KWC 2026 show match between Team Ping Ping and Team Kong Kong. My name is Sagi here, and with me is Nora. How are we feeling today?
Hi everyone, Nora. 大家好，我是易雪。Welcome to Paris, and are you ready for this show match? Make some noise for everyone. Are you ready?
I can definitely feel the crowd being ready right now, Nora, because this specific show match, I think, okay, let's answer some questions for the global audience here. What does Team Ping Ping and Team Kang Kang mean?
Well, yeah, first thing first, definitely it's gonna be a thing to share with you guys because there's actually two mascots in KPL region. One is in red dragon called Kang Kang, one is in blue called Ping Ping. So that's the reason why they're giving their name as the Kang Kang team and also the Ping Ping team.
So it's like a mascot that has been designed as a merchandise and also as a thing representing KPL.
That's
so
true.
That's Team Ping Ping and Team Kang Kang. And you know what? Let's save the complimentaries here. Let's straight jump in towards our show match here between these two teams.
Oh, I'm so excited to see this show match, you know, because they are playing in totally different individual lanes as they played back in KPL.
Oh yeah, like usually we see No Fear, he was back in the jungle, back with Hero, and now he's in the roamer with JDG.
Yeah.
And he's playing the Clash lane right now here. I'm also wondering like, okay, if I'm changing him like, hey, do you play the Clash lane?
Oh, definitely. They are going to play against each other and also the rotations will be made. And in that point, as we can see, Kang Kang team on the blue side and it's going to be Ping Ping team at the red. So it's going to be Fox play with this Koi.
And you looked over to the side of the red team, right? You have in the lane, you have a Valor. Means there won't be any farm laners, marksman available. They're just like, okay guys, scrap that. We want to come in strong, we want to play heroes that are fun. So we lock them in. And so far for the side of KPL, Dream Team on the blue side. Cat and Jing, what are they gonna play?
Well, I mean, like double warriors, we always see it, right, so far in KWC, but played by these teams, you know, this lineup is all-star KPL players, to be honest. So I'm really amazed at what they're gonna show to us, right? As they mentioned in the preview interview, they said like, okay, we practice a little bit, okay, we're gonna destroy you, but what they are gonna offer us in this battlefield, in this arena.
I mean, I'm pretty much a fan of KPL as well, especially the entire tournament ecosystem, how the players play. Personally, a big fan of Fly. We know how much FMVP titles he has and also the championship titles here, but that's enough fanboy for me. I think that's a first Ho Yi coming in from Gemini coming in on the side of blue team.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, since Gemini was so-called in KPL back in China, but since we're now in Paris, we're just gonna call him Gemini.
Okay, I'll ride on that. We heard that a lot. And I gotta point one thing. Okay. Usually we say roamer is the second jungle. And if Xiao Pang is in the roamer role, I think he's gonna have no problem playing this role.
Yeah, but as we see, like he's paired up with Hai at the bottom, right? Like two top junglers in KPL, they're actually playing as a duo at the bottom. So I'm really curious about how dominating they can be during the laning, since they are playing against Gemini and Fox.
Now, I'll give you a question here.
Alright.
Are you the type of roamer to follow your farm lane, or are you the type of roamer to be like, nah, farm lane, you sit there. I'm gonna go elsewhere to help the team.
Well, if I'm standing at Kang Kang team's point, I would say this time I'm gonna pair it up with my mid lane because they're picking out this Xiao Xiao and Kui, right? And we mentioned that Jing and also Fox, they used to be teammates.
That's definitely a very good point
so the
here.
synergy matters a lot.
Like you land a hook, you want that Honey Sweet Breeze to land on towards that bottom lane.
Yeah.
But ladies and gentlemen, let's save the talk. Let's jump right into our show match between Team Kang Kang and Team Ping Ping.
Let's go, dive right into this special best of one.
Already, Pang. He's not gonna go to the farm lane on Hua Hai there. He's gonna be like, okay, Hua Hai, you sit there. Let me just go to that top side here. And for Fox, they have the same idea. They want to win the top side.
Yeah, I mean like they're just gonna bump to each other, hiding their visions. Wrong. That Vinay, it's gonna be quick coming up.
Okay, walks up, Fox gets caught by the spell, has to flash away towards safety here. So it's a good win coming in for the side of Team Ping Ping. And Nora, why do we have a lane jungle coming from Fly?
I mean, like, you know, it's in Fly's comfort zone, right? Alien, he's a good Alien player, and since it has been a long time that he didn't play this hero, well, maybe he's just gonna, you know, miss Alien a bit, just play as a jungler.
It's a bit reminiscent, right? Like, considering the fact that the lane in global server, it has pretty decent stats. Shading towards the mid lane here, finding chance for a bit of a reunion between former teammates here. Gets caught by the market, gets first blood on towards the side of Cat. Cat's not over yet, finds the Hound on towards Hai. Hai gets taken down for a double kill for the side of Cat.
That is such an amazing play in the early game, and a double kill goes over to a young Jet in this patch. He's gonna dominate the game.
And he just stole away a 0 golden on the side of Fly. So Fly's like, guys, it's only 1 minute and a half. Where's my blue buff?
I feel like, you know, both teams, all players right now in this arena are just being so excited about make a lot of things happen.
I know, right? It's about aggression. It's about like, hey, after I win you, I'm gonna be talking so much stuff at the green room.
Just check the riverside, right? first kill, and then with a smite, slow him down, got him the double kill, so clean.
And top side here, Honey Sweet Breeze finding on towards multiple members here. We do see the Thunderstorm coming in from Wrong. Wrong's kiting, but Wrong gets taken by the No Fear here. Pang limps away, only with a sliver of health.
Well, you know, it is really entertaining to see No Fear play against Rome because they are actually the teammates right now in KPL. And right now they're just, confronting each other at the clash lane.
That's the point of the show match. Usually we don't see these players in these specific roles when it comes down to a show match. We get to see them butt heads against each other here, but this play, it was a beautiful hook coming in from Fox to land it on towards Wrong, setting him to the grave.
Exactly, the accuracy that Fox, this Quay has, just allowing them to initiate on top.
Oh, Gemini.
Some ambush.
He's under the tower here. Nice stun coming in towards Gemini.
Gemini is the only coach so far in this arena.
Oh yeah, you make sense, right? He's the coach for the side of JT. Chance splashing in. Moonskip Mirage abducting for a 1v1 in this domain. Gets a solo kill here out in the winds. We do see Ching finding a counter kill here. Fox finding high. Flashes towards safety here. Doesn't get the hook on towards him.
Escape away, but you can see how determined that Chance was just trying to take Gemini down.
No, hang on a moment here. Cat getting caught in towards the river here by the side of the lane fly. Goes in with the Death at Sunset. Finds the first kill on towards Cat. Cat gets taken down on the side of Fly. He's still struggling. He's getting out alive here. Nice disengage coming in from Pang. Sending his rover towards the team. But nice hook coming in from Fox. Sending Pang back into the fountain.
I mean, everything just went so well on the side of Fly. The Alin did a great job with his ulti, but the synergy that we can see from Xiaochao and Quay just did it so neatly.
I got a question for you, right? Usually when you're a coach, you don't really play. So you think that all these players are like, now you're on stage, so every time you scold me as a player here, I'm gonna pay back.
Exactly. That's why we can see Charles being so determined and just targeting at Gemini.
Yeah, I see the, the sincerity and also the dedication in actually aiming down Gemini here. So Gemini is gonna have a bit of a pinch later on. We do see in towards the bottom side here. Pang finds the engage on towards Gemini. Gemini gets taken down to a little bit of health. Nice rolling ray coming in from high to take one more additional kill before the Tyrant spawns.
That just gives me kind of feeling that after Ping Ping team just find out maybe Gemini can be our target, right? Maybe
nice shot coming in from Fox. Finds the kill on towards Fly, but KBL Dream Team for the side of Ping Ping, they do secure the Tyrant.
Wow, I mean, Tyrant goes through them as a consolation effort. Such a nice Tyrant, and as we can see, Nova is trying to sneak into the red buff side and try to steal away.
Pang finds Novia. No Umbral Moon coming in from Novia. Hit the Millennium Echo coming in for the side of Wrong. Finds the first kill. Lands on towards Wrong. Wrong gets sucked in by the void and gets taken down for a 1-to-1 trade.
Well, so many things happen simultaneously right now at the bottom at the arena, and as we can see, it hasn't been 5 minutes.
Hey,
it's like
it's not a competitive game. It's a show match.
Long to be honest.
It's for bragging rights later on. Fly walking up. We do see Pang pops this ultimate Death at Sunset towards the back line here. Finds Shane. Shane gets pulled into a 1v1. Pang left in no man's land. First to take down, but in the Moonskip Mirage, Shane gets taken down by Chance High. Has to flash away towards safety, and another beautiful hook coming in from Fox, sending another kill for the side of Gemini.
And they're looking for some invasions, targeting at the blue buff side. I still remember in the pre-match interview, Gemini says, okay, I'm quite confident with myself, but I'm not that sure with Fox performance. But Fox accuracy with his quick skill too, totally did it.
I have never seen Fox miss a single hook so far. Every single one, he's been just dominating the members coming in from Team Ping Ping. And you can see, and Pang, he's angry. He's coming for more. Gets Fox in towards the play here. Cat gets taken down. Death at Sunset trying to chase Fox, but a beautiful Honey Sweet Breeze disengages for further chases here.
I mean, since Pang is playing as the roamer with this Grey Goose, he's definitely trying to make a lot of things happen with the flash if it's available.
I'm telling you, jungle is like roamer here. You want to set up for your team, and for the side of Pang, it's like, oh, I don't want to farm camps now. Let me just keep on ganking, making plays on the map.
But the thing is that, if you want to use this Grey Goose really nicely initiate, it's going to be a little bit tricky for you to do so.
I fully agree. Right? That's why it's really amazing that Fox has been landing multiple hooks thus far. Ultimate being popped by Chang just to evacuate Pang from this specific play. Life pretty low, but mission is done. They take away the Crimson Golem.
Well, I mean, speak of we're looking at the ulti, right, dealt by Gemini, but it seems like it missed it. But anyway, some skirmishes happening right now.
Going in,
getting this
Fox gets the first kill pick up here, and they get Chance and Pong towards the grave. That's 2 quick kills over the side of Team Kangkang.
Oh, everyone just go all for it, head to head, toe to toe, just being so explosive in this best one.
It's aggression and bragging right here. Check out a replay here. We see how it exactly went a full. I like the Miyu. It's a good counter against the higher when you link it, but check on towards live. We see side of Wrong going 1v4, almost getting Cat. Jumps in, whoops up an easy kill.
But I mean, the coordination they had definitely allowing them to do some ganks on the side lane, but as Fly is ambushing right now, he's waiting for his Mr. Right, but it seems like it's gonna be
found him. Fly towards the back line, uses Death and Sunset, lands on towards Ching, finds a one-man knockout on towards Gemini. Gemini gets taken down as a counter kill for the side of Team Ping Ping. And Fox, he's looking for a hook. He changes his mind.
Well, I mean, like, so many back and forth is happening right now. Oh, a Youngjin just getting in. First out the flash that Hai has. It's gonna be No Fear chasing in, try to bait a little bit more, and it's gonna be the ulti from Chance. Everyone's waiting for Chance. Waiting for another chance. Oh, another hook! The ulti and Hai has been denied.
Someone has to check on Fox because he's just landing every single hook in this game.
I mean, just check Fox KDA 1012. I mean, like.
And Wrong, he's coming back for more. 1v1 takes down Cat. Wrong is not done yet. Gemini, you have no flash. Wrong is chasing. He still wants more, but he has no more spell. He's in the middle of multiple towers here. Fox, you need to land this hook. Pong comes in, finds the crowd control onto the side of Fox. Oh, nice stunning engage to reset onto his Pong. Pong gets taken down once again.
I mean, the controllability is just being so beautiful, but I do like the way how Ron is trying to, kiting 1 versus 3 or 1 versus 4, just, build themselves the advantage on the top side.
Wrong is consistently jumping on towards the side of Gemini, and Gemini is like, hey, I'm human being. You want to come towards me? You better be chasing me.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, just slow down a little bit more. As you can see, there's so many things happening right now at the battlefield. The accuracy that Fox has, and also the ambush that Fly did. It seems like after all those kills happened, the only man that suffered is Gemini.
It indeed is. He gets taken out. When he comes back again, he gets taken out again. And towards live itself, Fox gets taken down for his over-aggression here. So far, it's been pretty equal here. Team Kangkang has more of a aggressive lead thus far.
And I mean, speak of the power pike, actually we can see like on the team of Ping Ping side, with this Lady Sun, they can have a really promising late game actually.
I fully agree with you, right? Towards the mid lane. Unless we do see Gemini landing a beautiful arrow on towards any of the members here. That could be Kipang. Finds the engage. Gemini mistimes his flash. Gets taken down and Fly is not over yet. He's trying to go for the back line. He gets sucked in towards the void. Make it a 1-for-1 trade. And that's all it is for this upcoming play.
But I mean, like, the point is that you sacrificed your farm lane against the jungler on the other side. So definitely it's gonna be fair trade on the side of Kangkang team.
I have a question, Nora. Why does every single member coming in from Team Ping Ping going against Gemini?
Yeah, that's what I want to say, Maybe it's because, oh right, it's going to be another skill 2 made by Ching. Nice flash combo in. It's going to be Youngjin takes the kill, and killing spree goes over to Ching.
Yeah, No Fear is just having fun, right? Just like farming, taking Tyrants here. 3-5 for this upcoming Tyrant here. Wrong is finding a bit of a damage here. But with Dire Jungle nearby, I don't think for the side of Team Ping Ping can actually get this.
Yeah, because Olen is still on his way, but they're coming for it.
Oh, Pong gets marked by the Hound. Engages in, looks for more damage here. Pong has no flash, gets taken down. Oh, the arrow! Landing onto his high from downtown. Gemini finding a sniper shot all the way from his base.
Gemini, after all those suffering, finally finding the chance.
You just need one shot, one opportunity, and they take him down. Cat goes in for more. Fly has to use the Death and Sunset here. He's aiming for Gemini again. Fly disengages himself, goes critically low, but the crystal is on site for the side of Team Kangkang.
I mean, just check the really high tempo, right? Everyone just being on fire. And on the other side, actually, I do want to highlight No Fear because he's doing his good job, right? He's having his fun time, just doing all those side pushings.
Oh, I agree, right? So No Fear is like, yeah, you guys have fun. I'm just gonna play the game according to my own tempo here. Pong on the side gets chunked out very, very low. So that's gonna be very difficult for the side of Team Ping Ping.
Yeah, but speak of the pushing side, actually Ron is doing the same job, So we may see Ron and No Fear encounter each other on the side lane when they're doing the pushing.
I think Rong is going to be a critical part, right? Davara has been really amazing here, but there's a lot of people here coming in from the side of Team Pink.
Waiting for Cat.
Nice Radiance. Fox has no flash. It's the first target to be engaged on here, but a nice arrow landing on towards Pong. Pong gets taken down towards the backline here. Cat finding the resets on towards the Hound. Goes in with a 1v1 against Chance in the mirror domain, and he gets taken down as well. Chance coming in. Gemini flashes in. Finds Chance a little bit more. Chance escapes with a sliver of health.
I mean, Chance has been taken extremely low, but by that dedicated flash out by themselves for time.
Just take a look at this replay, right? Another good arrow coming in for the side of Gemini, landing on towards Pong, and Pong is taken down. And after this point, 8, 3, and 6 on towards Cat, just taking down targets after targets after targets. Yeah, only a bit of help, but Chaz makes it out alive.
That was so close, but you can see how dominating actually Cat, this Yangjie are, and I do like the way how Fox is clearing all those visions in the bushes, right? Because actually he spotted the ambush at the first time, allowing Cat to find the chance out.
It's a roller item, right?
Yes.
The Radiance just popping in, clearing all the vision here, giving them so much room to actually play for those specific team fights here. But with the Overlord right now, it's not looking too good for the side of Team Ping Ping.
Yeah, because of the gold deficit they're suffering right now is up to like maybe 7,000 deficit. It's too much for them to chew at this time. But as we said, with Pong's Great Guzi, you can always find a miracle happen by using this hero.
Fox has to use the flash. That is going to be a big cooldown unavailable for the upcoming 2 minutes here. We do see the Howl coming in from Pong. Beautiful Radiance here. Uses the ultimate to cancel out the crowd control here. Gemini gets isolated in towards a 1v1 with Chance. Towards the backline, Fly is trying to find Ching Ching. Gemini wins the 1v1. He comes out with a sliver of health. Fly has to run for the hills. And true and aggressive engage for the side of Team Ping Ping. You're on the run.
Yeah, I do like the way how they initiate. The thing is that they are kind of scattered. I'm so sorry, but Fly is not his way home.
It is not, and no fear and wrong. The two ex-teammates are going for a 1v1.
Each other, right? Just like we said during the pushing. But at the bottom lane, Gemini with Fox just being so determined to push the high ground tower.
Fox has been so amazing this game with those hooks here. And with the Overlords marching in, Gemini gets pushed in, survives the sliver of health, finds straight on towards Fox. Cat at the backline here gets sniped by the crowd control coming in from the side of High's ultimate.
To be honest, they're very enjoyable to play a game like this, as they said, right? Because it's really a precious chance, an opportunity for them to do so.
I don't think you see a lot of like, you get a lot of show matches in, but hang on top real quick here, Chance. He gets pumped up, he gets taken down towards the back line, no fear, trying the 1v5, finds the killing spree for the side of Gemini here. No fear still going down, but wrong. He's going in with a Thunder Resolve, finds a double kill Fly towards the back line, 1v1 Gemini, but Fox finds the void, kites for his marksman, he is still alive. Wrong is still going. Gemini, he doesn't land a hole, he's fighting 1v1. Gemini and Fox takes down Wrong. Han comes in, gets stunned by the arrow here, but Pong, what can you do? Hello, Crystal is exposed, and Team Kong will take this game.
Gemini is still alive, Fox is still alive. Synergy between them is gonna be the game for Team Kong.
I am sweating right now on the casting desk, and that was how amazing that Showmatch was, Nora.
And to be honest, as a caster from KPL region, I do enjoy to see things like this, Joe, because they are the top players. They are all-star players, and you can see the smile on their face, right? It's such a nice game, such an amazing game played by them in KWC this year in Paris.
I think for competitive coaches and players coming in from KPL, you don't get to see a lot of having fun moments because they're always locked in playing pro games, and it's a sight to behold for these 10 players to come in together to play the show match.
It's so entertaining to see things like that, right?
Indeed it is, and that was our show match coming in from Team Kong and Team Ping Ping. I think our audiences really enjoyed that a lot, Nora.
Yeah, I mean, like, just hear those rumbles that they made, right, when we're playing, and also, like, so many kills happened in one game.
Cat was so aggressive in towards that early game. He was just playing fights after fights, going for jungle, making Fly suffer really hard in towards those early games.
I feel so sorry for Gemini suffered so much in the early game, right? You can see like Chance being so determined to do those 1-1 trade happen, and he actually succeeded. But as we step into the mid game, you can see like No Fear side pushing, and also in the front, Cat, this Youngjin just being so dominating. They're just initiating all the time. And also Fox, yeah.
My goodness, Fox was landing hooks after hooks after hooks. Every single play is just the Fox highlights.
And I do like the way again.
That's right there.
I mean, I do like the way how Jing is pushing, using his flash and with his skill too, right? Really accurate.
And Gemini, although he's being targeted for the entirety of that game, he managed to find beautiful arrows towards the map. And without Gemini, without Fox, they couldn't find a game-winning push for the side of Team Kangkang.
And I mean, in the late game, as Wrong, I felt like he did it.
Well, I think the viewers will love to hear what Mara and Sky have us on towards the stage. So let's pass it over to the stage for the interview.
Congratulations one more time for Team Kangkang. What a magnificent show play. It's so many things are happening on the Gorge. I was wondering how they remembered this game. So, Alon, on my right side, what will be the MVP for this game? Gemini. Let's get some noises for Gemini, please. 恭喜你们哦，葛米尼，你是这局 KPL 梦之队表演赛的 MVP 哦。我看你前期挺辛苦的哈，哦，但是获得了 MVP 有怎样的感觉 ？You suffered a lot during the early time of this game. How do you feel about being the MVP of this game?
虽然是表演赛，但是我已经很久没有打过比赛了，非常的开心。首先呢，要感谢 EWC， 其次要感谢家人们，还要感谢我的队友啊，给了我这么好的环境，让我拿到了这个 MVP， 躺了。
你要不要和家人们说句英文，感谢他们一下
？Thank you.
Thank you so much. So first of all, it's been a while since the last time I had a real match on the stage, even though it's a show match, but we did have a very joyful time together. And firstly, thank you so much for EWC for having us, inviting us here in Paris on the stage. And would like to say so much of the thanks, of course, to the fans and the supporters and the audiences here in Paris and online as well. And lastly, thank you for my teammates taking care of me in the game. Oh, actually, your Yomer has a higher KDA than you. What do you think about that? 其实这局比赛结束之后，你的游走啊，钟馗他的 KDA 比你还高哈，你有什么感觉？
我感觉九尾偷偷私下练过，他勾的真的很准。
你有吗，九尾？
我的赵怀真6.6评分。
我问你是问钟馗呀？
钟馗平时经常在玩。
I think that I feel so satisfied with my roamer because obviously Fox with that Quay play is so amazing, and actually Fox telling us that he practice a lot of these heroes usually during daily lives. And thank you one more time for your amazing play. Shout out to Team Kangkang one more time. Thank you so much for having you on the stage, and we're looking forward to see your future play. Thank you so much. Studio, take it back.
Thank you, Sky. Kangkang team with the win, and the crowd is excited here, representing so many heroic moments in the KPL and now in France. As we come back to the panel from the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, Chantel and Ken. But Chantel, I'll start with you. What a fun time to see 10 stars going head-to-head in a fun match.
Yeah, definitely people are enjoying that game. Everyone was just shouting, and it's as if they are not playing their main roles because everyone was playing really well. I mean, those folks from Fox, even the comment section in our live stream, we're just so happy that Kat is good with the Youngjun. I mean, he's normally a mid laner, but at the same time, during that game, it's as if his main role was the jungle area.
Yeah, he had claws, man, for this one. Youngjin, I mean, we all know Cat as a mid lane god, right? So for him to come out into the jungle lane and to really just dominate the Youngjin pick, that was great. And of course, with the help of his team, I play Quay on my own. Quay is one of my favorite heroes. So to see Fox showcase what kind of hooks, what kind of angles, and the decisions he was making in this game, that was fantastic. Like, delaying your ultimate just so that you can get out of CC control, that was beautiful.
What was your favorite moment? Chantel?
It's not really a team fight, but it's more like a Fly was just standing at the bottom lane.
Yeah, I remember
because
that.
He knew right then and there, there's no chance for me to escape.
Yeah, that was pretty fun. And also, I think we have to focus on Gemini here. As a coach, to come back and play, that's one difficult task. But he was carrying with a Hoey, one of the first few heroes you will ever get in HOK.
Maybe that's one of the many reasons as to why majority of the players were targeting him first, because let's put a lot of pressure. He's not been playing for a very long time. So let's have a vibe check with
a vibe check.
Something like that.
I like it. All right, let's get a vibe check of what's coming up next on your TVs or your tablets or your phones or wherever nowadays you are watching Esports. AGAL and Aurora Gaming to close out our day. Best of 7 yet again, another champion of many things, but still looking for a title within this year. 2026 could be the resurgence for AGAL, especially with the chance to defend their title at KWC. We're going to take a quick moment to reset and get ready for that game. But in the meantime, let's take a listen to Kendofu's confessions.
What?
Honor of Kings fans, welcome to Kin's Confessions. You are the guinea pig for this week, sadly for you.
Okay, sure.
No, listen, right, it's not even that bad. I don't know if anybody else is paying any attention to some of the other weeks, what this is. You might not know. But I'm essentially going to ask you some questions that I have researched about yourself. Pretend they're not there. Anyway, let's get into it. How do you feel if I say the word homework?
I'm not a fan of homework. I will do it, but it's always last minute. I leave things to the last minute because that is what gives me the fuel, and then you will get the quality. Just your anxiety will spike when I'm doing my homework.
So has there not been anything to do with casting homework? Has that not been a thing?
We've had a few. So I do my homework. I promise, right? But of course, you can't prepare for everything.
No, of course not. You gotta work on the fly, man, dude. That's
what I like. It has to be random.
Live by the seat of your pants. That's how I like to say it. Anyway, so your tagline is that you are people's favorite kind of tofu, but nobody likes tofu. So why don't you change your name to like Kindo Chicken or something like that?
Kindo Chicken. I mean, it takes a lot of time to prepare. Tofu fits with any flavor, right? So I can kind of be everyone's palate depending on what you like. But, some days I'm just plain.
So that to me says like you just want everybody to love you, bro.
Why not?
Doesn't matter about other people's opinions. You'd be fine. I like you. You're fine. I don't even like tofu and I like it. So you have, been blacklisted from certain games at this stage. Why do you keep getting blacklisted from so many different things?
Because I'm great friends with the Blacklist boys. We hang out together. When I visited them in Philippines, we went out for the first time in my life till 7 a.m. We got back to the hotel and my manager was there. And he saw me because I was wearing one shirt inside and like a jacket, I would think.
Yeah.
And I looked like I was robbed at the end of the night. At 7 a.m., we were walking back to the hotel.
7 a.m. is a shift, by the way.
He saw me at the entrance of the hotel and he was like, "Do you get robbed?" I was like, "No, but I'm very happy and I'm dead tired." And that was break day, luckily. So, yeah.
Okay. So no more getting blacklisted from any other things. I think you're fine now. Does the carpet match the drapes?
Not now.
You change. I've been told you change your hair color quite often.
Yes. So for every event that I go to, if there is a certain theme that is involved, I will try my best to color my hair in that particular theme or KP. If it's not, then I just go to the hairdresser and say, "Surprise me." Yes. And everyone is surprised.
Yeah. Just walk in and just absolutely.
Yeah, do what you do.
F me up, yeah. So what's the inspiration? Was that one of them? I mean, the red color, what's the vibe on that? What was the idea?
Okay, so funny story, this was not the color that I was supposed to have.
Okay.
Because if you follow our game, it's supposed to be the Dan 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 collaboration.
Okay, yes,
The initial inspiration was Gigi, which was the evil eye guy, and
Yes.
his hair is purple. But I couldn't take the bleaching process, so I told them, you know what, it's too painful. Slap on the
painful?
purple, and then we'll see what happens. And this is what happened.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was painful.
It's bleaching. You're pouring bleach on your scalp. It hurts.
Casters these days. If there was an apocalypse and only the English talent was still alive, as the skinniest yet tallest guy on the English desk, who would you eat for sustenance first?
Oh, this one's tough. We have Rookie, and then we have Blam. So Rookie is tall as well.
He's a big guy.
But Blam has more meat.
Okay.
So
what do you mean by that?
Flavor profiling. Fat is flavor. So
correct. No, I'm with you on that one. I prefer a sirloin to a fillet.
Ah, yes. So I think I'll go with Blam. Yeah, Blam will be the choice.
I think he'd be tasty. I was going to say. All right, that's probably a good spot to end it at. Kin, thank you very much. As the guinea pig, you'll have to tell everybody it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
No, we'll find better questions next time. Thank you very much, Kin. That was Kin's Confessions.
Oh! Holy moly. Hey, I cannot see. Wait, I did like this. Okay. Okay. You ask first. Am I a robot? No. Am I a front lane? Yes. Or am I a mid lane? No. Am I a jungle? Can jungle? Yes, can jungle. Can jungle. My digital is a T0. No. Is this farm name? Yes. Am I got many control? Only one. Yeah. My digital can throw grenade or not? Grenade. Maybe it's grenade. Maybe? Yes. Maybe. Is this a human? Yeah. Yes. Human. It's human. It's human. Okay. Am I a girl? Yes. Mulan. Wrong. No. Okay. This hero got movement skill or not? This can. How many? Maybe 2. 2? Yes, 2. I think it's Lady Sun. No. Baji. No. Marco Polo. No. So is this Laura? Yes. Congratulations. Oh. Okay. I know. You guess. Aoi. Yes. We are pro player in this.
Welcome back to KWC at EWC. My name is Rain Day, and it is time to get into our second series of the day, which includes some title defenders. That's right, AGAL are going to take the stage. The fans are already here and prepped thanks to our Dream Team show match that just occurred with Kang Team grabbing the victory. But that is just a prelude, an aperitif, an amuse-bouche, so to speak, especially since we're in France. Hopefully it's not escargot. I don't really mess with that. Some people might, but it should be tasty nevertheless. We've got Chantel and, of course, my man Holler back on the stage. Welcome. It's good to see you, Chantel. We introed you already, so Holler, I'm going to go straight to you. How have you been loving seeing these KPL teams take the stage?
I mean, it's kind of what we expected, right? A little bit of dominance, especially in that early one. But again, that last one, that show match, that was a lot of fun. It was really back and forth. It's what we kind of expected here.
It certainly is, Chantel. And more of the same potentially here with maybe one of the biggest teams in the world. It could be for sure in terms of KWC, the biggest team here ready to defend their title.
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking forward as to how AG will try to defend their possibly back-to-back championship on this match. So that's both pressure for them, but at the same time, it could be fun because most probably they change some of their strategies coming to today's match.
Yeah, and I think that going into this one, I don't think that any of the teams really expected Aurora Gaming to be here. I think that that was something that was going to be a little bit later, especially since that upset from Rock Esports. And now that they had been dropped in, and I mean, it's not like AG selected them.
That's right.
But still, the way, it's like destiny, if you will, and they've met in the playoffs here.
Well, if you're going to defend your title, you got to do it in a big way. I mean, you're going to have to go through everybody, right? So you have to, I guess, accept that Aurora Gaming, despite not expecting to be here, is here. And that leads to our Crunchyroll story of the day, which is set up for this matchup here. You can read it on the bottom of your screen. The first defiance to the Dynasty. Well, Aurora Gaming kind of put a wall up to AG's title defenses, or will they find a way? And Chantel, obviously, what Holler just alluded to was the fact that they weren't really supposed to be here. Coming in with a seed already given to them, Rock Esports with the upset, and then AGAL having to unluckily pick last means they didn't really get to pick.
It's more like a matchup that has been decided by fate. I mean, they had no other choice. They ended up being matched up together on this game. And it kind of feels like for Aurora Gaming, it's more like of them a test as to where the global teams are now currently with the patch. But I feel like for AG at the same time, with them adjusting to two patches, the global and their own patch, it's gonna be a test. But at the same time, given the experience that they have, I don't think that it's hard for them to adjust.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be very hard. Let's be very honest. This is a multi-winning championship team that's like gone through all of the different pieces, right? So I think the expectations are for them to continue rolling. But to your point, Aurora Gaming being able to kind of step up, like how much have we leveled up? I think going into the EWC this year, this was our champion, if you will, right? Every other team had been like looking at them as a Goliath, but now they're going up with a true Goliath here in AGAL.
And we also have to remember that this might be, was a third KWC championship appearance, so a lot is at stake for AGAL. But at the same time, it is expected from the very beginning that we might see them on the championship or on the championship stage. It's just that for Aurora Gaming, it's about them transforming into a team that we don't really expect. So what expected for them is to go beyond their limits.
Yeah, I think all the teams have kind of been going for the crown, if you will, right? The throne. AGL right now sitting high and pretty, if you will, on their own throne. And I think that they've been looking down on other people, not to say that they've been disrespectful or anything like that, but until the king has fallen, I think that they can continue on with this ride.
I completely agree with you. And everyone knows that the story for AGAL, as we even look at their roster and we look at big picture, means more than just showing up and being a favorite. It means defending their previous success, going all the way to the top here at KWC last year. But of course, coming off of teams like KSG, who are on the other side of the bracket, who have gone 4-0 to finish out the finals in the spring season, they're going to be facing some great opponents. And even with Aurora Gaming, already faced defiance to their dynasty. But it shouldn't be a challenge if this is truly going to be a title defense, which is why we've set up a very special look at AGL's title defense called the Kadia City Title Defenders.
Takes the KWC Championship.
AGL is really the best team in the world.
When AG won last year, we were in the casting booth, and at that point, it felt like AG already had one hand on a trophy, so it was well deserved. It was really exciting, and to do it in front of their fans, it was a huge moment.
It was very tense and dramatic last year in the final.
From what I've seen, how AG has performed since then, not as good as what I think their fans would have liked.
This year, they're facing some troubles, like some rotations have been made, and also they are trying to find some kind of different play style. So yeah, I'm a little bit worried about them, but I'm sure that they can put themselves back. So I'm really looking forward to seeing them play in EWC again.
这是时隔1年又来到这片赛场，还是比较兴奋的吧。又能和各个国际战队交手，我觉得他们这次准备的也很充分，因为我们跟他们打了很多场训练赛，觉得他们相比于去年进步非常大。
I think from the game last year, we are not doing the best in game. We are because we are a little bit afraid of them.
but this year we will try our best. AGAL is a team that is strong in China, and they are the champion. I think it's an opportunity to show that Malaysia team can beat all the China team, including AGAL.
我们会先做好自己。
AG this year needs to show how resilient they are. Their current performance, they have had games where they lost to comebacks. So it's very important this year, especially on the international stage. They have to keep cool and show the rest of the world why they are defending champions.
我们尊重每个前来挑战我们的队伍，但是这个冠军我们没打算让出来。
Well, thank you for that special piece, the Kadia City title defenders. It's always fun to see how these kind of epic pieces that we put together at EWC can tell a story, but also tell the narratives that can spin off from that story. It's almost like a network stream, right? Oh, wow, we can make 7 shows from this thing. And I think the narratives, when I open that question up to you, Chantel and Holler, is they respect every team, but they're not planning on giving up the title. But also, as Nora mentioned in that one, they haven't had the cleanest season to their standards, which we know are so high. And so how do they not only do what they're expected to do, but also know that we're veering in a different direction? We need to maybe get our groove back.
Yeah, definitely. That's why we keep mentioning on words like a pressure and such. It probably changes in terms of the play style that they could do or
Probably,
have a different approach on how they play. And for AGAL, I think there was a game against Blacklist International that some of the players had the kills against them. Some of the games were even extended. So it just means that for the global teams, so they're slowly getting there. There is a progress, but at the same time, it's the chance for AG to show why they are the defending champions of KWC.
Yeah, I'm looking at Nora's comments as more of trying to humanize them, right? I think at the end of the day, they are still gods, let's be very honest, but they do make some mistakes, right? And I think that that's kind of what everybody's trying to point out is that, hey, there are potential ways to get back into this series if they're able to do it. That's a whole nother question.
Zeus's law, you got to treat everybody like gods in disguise. So we'll see. AGAL not saying that we're better than you, but saying they are going to do their best. We'll see if that's enough against Aurora Gaming, who have so much to play for. Not only do we see them with a chance to book a $50,000 extra ticket into the semifinals to increase their pay from just the top 8, but also $10,000 every single game that would be won, alongside $100,000 for winning a set. So you can imagine how much money that is when you start to add all these pieces up. From Saber to Yulong, we actually saw this team get ready, and we had a chance to talk to Siang a little bit earlier about what his expectations are facing the title defenders.
Beside me is Siang from Aurora Gaming. Siang, you're smiling right now. You seem to be in a really great mood. But when you woke up this morning knowing that you're going to go up against AGAL, the defending champions, what were you telling yourself in the mirror?
I tell myself, do our best in the match and tell my teammate, today is a good match.
You know, your team has always dominated the global scene, especially in Southeast Asia. Is this the type of challenge that Aurora is hoping for now that you're up against the behemoth of AGAL?
When we know our opponent is AGAL, we're very surprised. And I think this is our chance to show ourselves in this game.
So you were surprised when there was the draw? Did you get nervous during the draw?
No.
Not at all.
We're very confident.
You're very confident. So, you know, a lot of people favor AGAL to win. Actually, in the Honor of Kings app, they have a lot of votes. So with that, knowing that you are the underdog, is that something that you embrace? Do you think that it's an advantage for you?
I think no. I think we just need to do best of us and just beat it.
You just want to do your best. You're going to beat them. So this is a best of 7, which means you have a lot of time to adjust as long as you stay composed. How close do you think this series will be? Best of 7?
Our leader say 4-0 easy win. Then 4-0.
You think it's gonna be 4-0?
Yes.
They will not get anything.
No.
Not even a single one.
No.
Okay, so to get that 4-0, what was the biggest focus for Aurora Gaming against AGAL? The preparation.
I think it's our team fight and our communication. Yeah.
So you think you have better communication?
Yeah.
You know, earlier on, Inwo sent a message to Aurora Gaming. If you look into the camera, what do you want to say to Inwo and AGAL?
Be careful.
Be careful.
Yeah.
That is the challenge the Aurora Gaming is giving AGAL. Now we're going to head back to the desk. Lead the gorge.
That might work. That might work on me. Be careful. About what? What? Where? When? When I get home? On the way? Is it something in the car? I don't know. Please. I'm scared. I'm looking at. Is it on me right now? I love it.
But it's kind of scary because you also have to remember that you have to be careful on what you wish for.
Oh,
that is true. That is true.
Way to turn that around.
I hope those words do not come back to haunt him. I think considering he's making predictions of 4-0, I think that's a very bold statement going in. I don't expect it going at least in that way, but I do expect a very competitive series here.
Yeah, it seems hard 4-0 for Aurora Gaming, but it might not be as hard for you to go 4-0 in the Clash lane or the Farm lane if you download and play HOK, which this QR code will allow you to do. You've got your phone on you, I know you do, or maybe your tablet, whatever you're using to watch this on. Scan that QR code, download the game. You'll get to see a little bit of how to enjoy these new heroes, but more importantly, the difference and where you can grow to by watching these pros on stage, the best of the best in the world going to the ultimate limit. And you can maybe see how good you are in comparison. Chantel, I know you're probably like, a couple ranked games away from being up on that stage, right?
I'm not sure with that.
You're not sure?
I'm like 2, by the way.
I am for sure. I just unlocked ranked actually, so maybe a few more than a couple, Holler.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just a couple more.
Just a couple
you're going to be there, but I think we'll see you be on stage very soon, right?
I have different ways of getting on stage, but it's not through playing the game. So I think that's my route.
Same, and I think even for Showmatch, I'm not sure if I'm gonna play the same with the players earlier. But yeah, I'm just excited to look on how things will go for Aurora Gaming because with that performance or with that interview earlier, there's no sign of intimidation.
There is none.
Purely confidence from them, so it's a good sign because maybe they'll surprise us. Maybe they'll get game number 1.
Yeah, I want to go over a little bit of flashback back into the groups after Jihong. They ended up winning. He was saying he was very confident, like they were going to roll over Rocky Esports. Rocky Esports got the better of them, as we all know. I think that was good for them. It's a wake-up call as they now go up against AGAL here.
Rocky Sports maybe got the better end of the side of the draft, but either way you slice it, whether it's AGL or Kadia City title defenders, or whether it's Aurora Gaming, you are going to have to slay the dragon. And whether it be at 20 minutes when the Tempest spawns, or whether it be in game 1 right away to set the tone with the very first blood, all of this is on the line. The trophy in the middle, what these two teams are fighting for. But pride and skill on display, better than ever here at KWC.
It's the second best of 7 series here at the Honor of Kings World Cup at EWC. And earlier today, we saw what a capable KPL representative can do. Complete domination. Their opponent didn't even stand a chance. 4-0, Milosh.
4-0 domination, as you say. That just means that one KPL team, Guashao Gaming, is already awaiting the wings for the semifinals. Tomorrow, though, they'll be playing against the GK Esports. I cannot wait for that matchup. But of course, we have to decide who jumps in on the other side of the bracket wing.
And now another powerhouse from KPL will enter this stage. They're ready to defend their title against a regional champion with nothing to lose and everything to prove. One is looking to protect their legacy, and the other is looking to commit the biggest upset of this tournament.
Then, my friends, please join me in welcoming the defending KWC and EWC 25 champions, AGAL! one of the most consistently dominant teams in the entire HOK AOV scene. They have never been not considered the favorites when competing. Having swept both IKL and PKL powerhouses in Group A, their international tour de force keeps marching into playoffs.
Facing them is Aurora Gaming! The champions of MKL in Malaysia now looks to conquer the world. A champion in their own right. They're determined to prove that they can stand toe-to-toe with one of the greatest teams in the Honor of Kings.
It's looking incredible here. We got a full crowd ready for both of these squads. So please, gentlemen, Aurora, please, AGAL, make sure to take your seats, place your keys, and remember to go in for a little handshake. Maybe not. Who knows what kind of tension we'll get between our two team captains. As they turn to face one another, it'll be a handshake, respectful between both of our squads. Our game is set. Our final quarterfinal is about to begin, so please, let's get this game on the road.
You know, if you looked in the crowd and you saw the cameras here, you might think we were on safari. But the stage is only 5 feet away. Why are the lenses so long? I think they really want a close look, Chantel.
Yeah, that would be, I mean...
There's a lot of passion here.
I think they were here like very early this morning, even watched the first game. I mean, this audience is very into it.
Yeah, definitely into it. I think that it just speaks volumes about this team, right? The amount of fans, the way that they will travel, coming all the way to Paris to check you out. And of course, with these lenses, I don't know if those are X-ray level. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, you know, that's right. I'm starting to think, is there some secret technology in there? At the end of the day, I absolutely love it. One of my favorite things about coming into today, and there was a buzz around the building, was just that I wanted to see this in person. You know, having the privilege of being on the stage for 7 weeks, but hosting Honor of Kings here, I heard about the impact that not only in the KPL, but wherever these teams go, the fandom, the stardom, the motion, I like to call it, they have wherever they move. And it's just a testament, whether it's just the cameras, whether it's the energy and the fun, there's something big going on here.
Yeah, but whenever you walk around the stadium, aren't fans following you around too, Rain Day?
Come on, man. I'm not trying to expose myself like that, man. Come on.
Half of them are here for you.
I'm trying to stay humble,
that's
man.
Not how
I think everyone is here for him.
I'm here for you too, Rain
thank you, man. I'm here for you guys as well. Because we got a best of 7. This could go a while. We could have a lot of analysis. For those of you watching at home, we're also here for you to break down this game, because what we saw with KSG was kind of this titan that slowly but surely applied pressure and never let it go.
Oh.
Oh no.
Can we have that one?
Let's check the resemblance here.
All right, it's not a voodoo doll or anything like that, is it?
That was my first thought, because we were talking about the fandom. Those are those cameras I'm looking at. Again, we're not on safari.
Those are big lenses.
Big, very big.
What is that onto the nose? I mean, where can you keep zooming?
All I know is if you're a player, you got to have a good hair day.
You really
need
need it.
Everything's on point, because they are going to find every sort of blemish.
We have another one.
Even more here. I love it, guys. Well, you know, we're having a lot of fun in Paris. The crowd's electric. The fans are here. You can only imagine what happens if AGL take a win. But of course, Aurora Gaming standing in between. This MKL Spring Champion is not going down without a fight. And to kick off game 1, let's send it over to our casters, because this place is ready to go.
Hello everyone, thank you Rain Day and panel. Here is gonna be Sagi and Nora bringing you the draft and bringing you the live action all the way in France, Paris here. Nora, how are we feeling today?
I just feel so excited and actually so thrilled to see, because it's gonna be the last spot getting into the semifinal.
And this is one of those moments where we talk about AGAL, right? Such a strong team, such a confident one coming in towards this tournament. They are the title defenders after all in KWC.
Exactly, the title defender, and also just being so dominating so far speak of their journey in KWC, because they have stayed undefeated when they compete to a non-KPL team.
I think throughout 2024, since Yino joined in over to the side of EWC, and then all the way to 2026, they have yet to lose a single BO7 match against any single one. So coming in towards today, do you think there will be a change in the Winds of War?
Well, I feel like maybe a slight window is open for them, but I'm not that sure.
Well, only time would tell. As we head on towards Game 1, this will be AGAL coming in as the defending champions of KWC 2025, going up against Aurora Gaming, MKL's own champion here.
And you can see things are getting serious, and also the family member of Ino are actually getting into Paris and showing their support, rooting for their precious son.
It's one of those heartwarming moments, right? You see your family member travel all the way on a 14-hour flight coming in to support your own son in a competitive tournament here, looking to make history, because we talk about it, right? Yes, Yino coming in as 2024, he made it all the way to 2026, he's won back-to-back EWC, so if he wins this upcoming one, it's going to be a three-peat for the KPL from the FMVP.
Exactly. Not even mention to his long journey playing this game, allowing him to use a lot of diverse hero, which will be very helpful when we're speaking into best of 7.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good point, right? Because we did know about Yino, he came from a Clash Name jungle background all the way in 2019.
Yeah.
And we did see in the group stage, he played a game of the Baiti farm lane, right?
And also JR on the side of Aurora Gaming, he also played Agudo as a farm lane. So it's going to be very entertaining to see those hero picks by both farm lanes.
But so far in towards this first game draft of this best of 7 here, it's a bit of a difference, right? Going against like a BO3, where BO3 is like, okay, I draft strong, I end the game fast in the 2-1-2-0 series here. But in a BO7, you see picks like a Lian Po. It's not like, yeah, Lian Po's not the greatest compared to a Zhang Fei Lapu Lapu, but you pick it first so you can have more heroes going into Game 4, Game 5, or Game 6.
It's like saving your cards, but still holding your aggression. And I do like the way how AG just secured them this Pei, because I feel like Pei is going to be the vying point for both teams, because Aura also played very well with this Pei.
I like that point, especially we did see Zoe. He played against Zankyu back in the group stage, where it's still the Pei versus Ukyo matchup, but the way that they play is through pushing mid, then invading, avoiding the Ukyo matchup.
Exactly. So actually the junglers confront is going to be very intensive in game 1. And speak of the draft, actually Aurora is targeting at Shen, right? Ban away this Haya and also this Yuhuan.
I want to bring up this specific matchup here. It's Sheng, the FMVP Princess Frost player coming in from KPL, and also Zihong. Zihong is one of the most decorated non-KPL global player that has won KC 2024, KIC 2025, and he lost to Yinwo back in EWC 2024, only second place. So this decorated player right now, after 2 years, back on the same stage at EWC, he's looking to challenge AGAL.
He's looking for revenge. That's why players are actually looking very serious when they step it up to the stage.
And Nora, there's been a bounty on towards KPL players. I don't know if you know, the Titan Slayer. If any global team beats KPL in a game, only a game, that's $10,000. And if they win a series, that's $100,000 in the bank.
Well, I mean, like last year, we only see 1 point has been gained from KPL Regions team, but that's not AGAL, right? AGL holding being undefeated so far, and just check the previous matchup played with KSG, right? With a clean 4-0. So it's gonna be a tough upcoming matchup for Aurora, but still attractive.
Attractive indeed, because there were signs of moments where Nova Esports back in KW 2025, they did beat TTG in a 1-game series, but then they got swooped 4-1 later on. So these are moments that are, I wouldn't say, not 100% impossible, because we did see from the interview with Yino, he did mention that global teams has been performing, and maybe, just maybe, they could get 1 game maybe?
And I mean, if we need to pick one team that is standing for non-KPL region team, is going to be Aurora, being as the first place of MKL Spring, right? Holding the title back in their region, so it's gonna be very head-to-head. And since the draft has been done, we can see AGAL trying to put very high pressure on Zoe's pick with this play, because they are definitely highlighting their top laners and let Ino to play Concert U play defensively in game 1.
It's always about winning that mid lane 3v3 matchup, right? If you win that mid lane 3v3 matchup, even though the Pei loses to the Ukyo, you can still help Zoe with the help of Sheng and Shuai to invade the jungle aggressively, to play around the map. So this upcoming matchup between Aurora Gaming and AGAL is gonna be super duper important for the mid trio.
It's it gets me kind of feeling like it's gonna be double A rivalry, right? All for like top A. I mean, like they are really good playing this game, and also for Aurora Gaming this time they picked up really solid draft when they play against AGAL in this game 1 of best of 7.
It's a single elimination format here, and if you are the underdog like Aurora Gaming, you need to make sure you win the game 1. And if you win the game 1, then maybe you can pace yourself into a comfortable best of 7 against one of the best teams coming in from KPL. But ladies and gentlemen, this is AGAL coming in from the KPL, the championship defenders of KWC 2025, taking on Aurora Gaming, the champions of MKL.
Let's just dive right into game 1. It seems like Pei already got the vision control around the wrist side, trying to make some early vision happen.
Well, he did spot him early game though. Maybe there will be a much of a steal here, but AG going with their traditional AG style, just clearing up the mid wave and then going into the jungle. I think Zoe, he's gonna be an important factor here. He cannot afford any single mistakes in the early game.
I feel like his passing matters a lot. Speak of the early game on the side of AG, because both actually all 3 lanes they need time to farm up, so which make Aurora play so aggressively so far in early game.
Oh, they're punishing Ron so hard in towards that top side here. So this Spike Tail Beast might be going into the hands of Aurora Gaming here. Beautiful stuff thus far, contesting for those early game resources here. But so far, Nora, after viewing these 2 drafts, who do you think you'll be giving the edge to?
Well, I would say Aurora's draft. I would put all these things on Xiang, this Florentino, because you mentioned that actually Florentino isn't that well, speaking of the winning rate, right, so far in KWC, but Xiang always gonna go for that Florentino per game.
I like that analysis, right? So far, throughout the 2 group stage games that they play, they always pick up the Florentino, and Florentino is one of those heroes that does amazingly against Charlotte, who is not the strongest hero, at the very least in the early game.
Exactly. So I would say they're trying to use their pure mechanics and also their understanding towards this specific hero, try to win against AG on the top lane.
Now, I have a question for you. So I was talking a bit with the side of the KPL casters like Li Zhu and Hinzi. They did mention to me that AGAL, they are a very strong team because of how fast they farm and how they avoid fights in the early game. So their early game is a bit slow, but when it comes down to the 10-minute mark, the 15-minute mark, that's where Yino and Ron starts coming online.
Yeah, so actually AG speak of this draft, they were just relying on Zoe's pathing and try to guarantee them to have sufficient resources and just even the gold, or even maybe just guarantee the gold lead.
So they're putting so much pressure against JR in towards that bottom side, making sure that Yino actually has more room to visit the Crimson Golem, pick up some gold, and then slowly but surely pace into that timer that we talked about.
Yeah, I mean like AG put a lot of pressure at the bottom, trying to gaining them the winning lane, but as we speak of the top, actually Zhihong made a nice rotation and just forced out Ran's flash on the top.
Comfortable stuff for the side of Ron here. That Winds of Judgment just chonking Xiang out of his health bar. So in this early game, nice knockup onto his Saber here. It's just a bit of a fighting control over to the side of mid lane here. So you don't want to afford any single loss here thus far.
I mean, everything just went so peacefully so far in the 3 minutes. But as we say, AG with those fast rotation, they're trying to build up those winning lists on both side lanes.
And as a global caster perspective, a lot of the global teams has been learning and mimicking the KPL playstyle, especially the AGAL style, where they look to farm tree man in the mid lane, farm tree lane towards the bottom lane itself, so you can maximize that gold sharing value.
Exactly, and especially guarantee the mid lane clarity. That's the reason why AGAL and also Aurora are just moving groups when they're gaining the vision control around the riverside in the mid.
It is going to be very important here. Top side here, we do see the Gentleman's Touch starting to chunk out Ron here. Ron doesn't have flash for the next upcoming 30 seconds. Zoe
but his
coming in towards the top side here. Xiang has to pop the flash. They're going for an aggressive dive. Xiang managed to escape towards safety here. Ron over diving here. Where does it follow? Zihong still under the tower here. First kill goes over to the side of AGAL. Zihong managed to escape. Yulong already here finds the stun. Nice disengage coming in from Stride, saving his jungle towards the side of safety here. Overall, 1-for-1 equal for both teams.
I feel like the damage just burst out. You know, I do like the way how AG is being so committed, especially Ran just using his skill to dash in and take that Xiang down. But the thing is that we can just watch the replay, right? After this takedown, AG actually wastes a lot of skills, so they are just, without any hesitation, they just retreat. And also, because of Lianpo's rotation, Shuai coming in and help his teammate to get away from all this enclosed.
It was a perfect timing coming in from Shuai. If Shuai wasn't there, that could have been disastrous for the side of AGAL. But due to their win towards the top side, that first blood, they got immediate access towards that bottom Tyrant here. And with that win, they're currently pressuring JR's Aoyin on towards that bottom lane.
And here comes Lapu Saber.
Oh, just taking a bit of a damage here, but at the very least, they managed to clear out the wave. Now, this is the interesting part. Yino on this Consort U does amazingly against some of these heroes who are physical damage because they have skill 2.
Especially for Aoyin, because you can use your skill to easily deny the burst of damage coming out from Aoyin. So that's the reason why you can see like Shen actually rotate a lot at the bottom. I do like, you know, the quick speed that Shen is doing right now to do those rotations.
Yeah, both teams have to really take care of their farm lanes here, either Yino or also JR. They need to make sure that if you're playing Aoyin, you need to find those item power spikes at a 10 to 12 minute mark, then try to beat AGAL before the late game comes, because late game wise, AGAL's composition is looking super good, especially that Charlotte, especially the Consort U.
And I mean, speak of the goal difference, actually Aurora Gaming is doing really well, and check Saber's positioning.
Oh, Sheng has no flash. He's forced away. JR taking a lot of damage from that turret here. Has to pop the infinite vast to Saber. No flash, caught in the middle of the river, but he does get evacuated out. So far, both games coming in for these two teams is pretty slow and steady here. Just vision for vision, objective for objective.
But I mean, like pretty and steady, it doesn't mean that the goal difference isn't being built, right? Because as we checked, almost like 1,000 goal lead already being in AG's hand.
A Gentleman's Touch time coming in towards the side of Ron. Ron still has flash. Finding the Blossom refreshes here. Ron may be in danger here. Caught out by the Coalescent Cubes. He gets taken out by the side of Yulong. It's a 3v1 and Ron gets taken down. Zoe once more business on towards the side of Saber here. They might be a bit of a re-engage, but Shuai flashes in, finds a Tremor Smash. Engage, finding on towards the side of Zoe. Zoe gets knocked up in towards the air. Gentleman's Touch towards the side of Zoe. Counting out him, but Shuai overextending. Gets punished for his mistakes, and that's 2 quick kills going to the side of Aurora Gaming.
It's going to be a 0-2 trade. I do like the way how Aurora Gaming trying to make those ganks happen. We mentioned about they're trying to put Xiang on the spotlight in game 1, right? That's the reason why they made so many things happen on the top side of the map. And as we can see how determined they are to take Ran down from the replay.
Now the replay with UC Shuai coming in, catching onto a Saber. Saber finding a beautiful flash reposition with the Lapu ultimate here, zoning Zoe out. And after this point, Shuai engaged with the flash. He can't escape towards safety here, so he's left towards the dust.
I feel like enough controllability can be done by Shuai, but at the time, the damage of that,
that's gonna be pretty difficult without that ultimate here. Yulong getting tagged on by the splash gradation here. Zoe has arrived. There's no pure sky. The teleportation coming in from Zihong to escape his jungler to a safety. Your Wings of Judgment almost sniping him through. Zoe is still going for the chase. Meanwhile, Saber gets taken out by the Azure Golem area here. JR has to expend the flash, but that is AGAL playing aggressively and stealing away the Azure Golem.
I mean, everything just went so chaotic at the bottom. You can see like the accuracy that Shen is landing his ulti, right? Do a lot of poking damage. That was really close to take Yulong down.
This is the AGAL tempo, right? They can lose you in kills, but the way that they farm gold, the way that they find resources and make the team play happen, 8 minutes, 2 to 3 in terms of the kills. But goalie, it's going over the side of AGL.
You just mentioned the most fun part to watch AG's playstyle, you know? You can never just concentrate on those kills. Actually, you just need to focus on those resources and also the goal difference.
Yeah, take a look at this. We were talking about, oh yeah, Xiang is winning lane against Ron, but where does Ron goals come from? It's winning against Xiang by 800 gold.
Exactly. And also, he's pushing all those lanes at the side and just gonna distract Aurora's intent.
Gentleman's Touch landing onto the side of Shuai. Shuai just only getting poked out slightly here. Meanwhile, all this is happening. Quick and easy Tyrant goes over the side of AGAL. Aurora is losing control over this game slowly but surely, and it's not even a 10-minute mark yet.
Yeah, and because of they lost their tier 1 tower in the mid at such an early stage, so we'll be suffering from now on to deal with Garuda's ulti, actually.
Garuda's ultimate coming for sure has been really consistent thus far, finding those plays. Topside 1v1 coming in from Xiang's Florentino against Ron's Charlotte here. Xiang gets chunked down dangerously low. He needs to back off, splash gradation on towards Xiang. Xiang has to expend the flash. Schwei comes in again. Radiance, pop, finding the kill. That's one good kill on the side of AGAL. Is there more to play with this upcoming play?
That was so close, but I mean, you know, Rand, this man, he's being so furious, you know, because he suffered a lot during the laning. So after he got enough items, he said, all right, it's going to be my time to take revenge.
And it's a bit of a deja vu. I'm pretty sure I've seen that play 2 minutes ago, and right now coming towards live, they fight there once again. And without a player on that clash lane coming up from Aurora, towers are just going down left, right, center, and almost to the side of bottom lane as well.
But how you're gonna deal situations like that, right? Because actually isn't going that kind of explosive. Everything just being pushing smoothly but steadily on the side of AG.
I can't answer you this because if I can answer you, maybe Aurora Gaming has a chance. But so far, at the 10th minute mark, my oh my, already a 5,000 goal lead for AGAL. I'm worried. How does Aurora even fight for the shadow objective?
I feel like the only thing that Aurora can do right now is trying to prioritize this Muwa, right? Because Zhihong actually had a longer attacking range compared to Shen's Garuda.
That could be the case, right? Maybe one good annihilation steals this objective here, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Quick and easy pickup for the side of AGAL on the 10th minute mark. And I kind of want to highlight, when we watch KPL games, when we watch plays like this, Zoe is going over aggressively but baiting out the gentleman's touch. But back towards my point. When we watch AGAL games from KPL, they're a team that plays slow, but when the timer hits at 10th minute, when Yino gets that Daybreaker, they start coming online.
Exactly, so totally scale up. They're looking for some skirmishes when they're trying to take down all those high ground towers.
So much pressure mounting on towards Aurora Gaming's shoulder here. No good engage, no good choices, because AGAL, impeccable, not giving them a single ounce of opportunity to make a comeback.
Because they are trying to secure their advantage, right? This is very typical AG playstyle. Just get everything well down and make sure that you snowball in it till suffocate your enemy.
11 minutes on the dot, 3 minion waves marching in. High grounds are the next target for the side of AGAL. Bottom side already being taken down. That's a big hole to be worrying about if you are a Aurora Gaming fan.
Especially right now, their HP can easily be shredded down by Garuda's ulti. Not even mentioned to Schwei. This Lian Po is trying to gain enough vision control, being so clean on the side of AG. So I would say Aurora right now, they're just being really painful. Not even mentioned to with the 6,000 gold deficit. But still, they need to make some counterattack happen so that they can guard their own fountain.
Maybe some play on towards Yino, but that's the annihilation. Removed from the pool. Schwei comes in, tries to zone him up. Yino gets a successful takedown on that top tier 3. This is also without the Shadow Overlord. The next upcoming play on this purple Overlord, it might be game over for Aurora Gaming in game 1.
Especially AGAL is trying to guarantee their advantage by taking those Dark Tyrant. I mean, like game 1. You know what? We always see game 1 in those quarterfinals, in those single elimination went so wild in game 1, right? Everyone just pushing so hard. But when I play against AG, Aurora just feel a little bit, you know, just can't handle this kind of operation.
When you're against one of the best teams and one of the defending champions coming in as AGAL, if you're Aurora Gaming, it's really difficult if you don't have the opportunities to do so.
Especially the opportunity is right now at the bottom. They're looking for victory on the side of AGAL.
So they have to clear the way first. Schwei looking for a bit of a play. They're waiting for the Shadow Overlord here. Gentleman's Touch coming in for the side of Xiang, going in towards the back line. Crystal is going dangerously low. Yulong gets jumped in. Yulong gets taken down. Saber going in towards the back line, but what can you find? JR flashing in. Isolates Yino. He gets taken down, but towards the front lane, Zoe and also Ron looking for the game-winning push. Xiang, the final man to fall as AGAL. They take game number 1 of this best of 7 series.
Game 1, steadily nice push. It's so typical and classic to see AG playing in such style. They're just being so sophisticated about when it's gonna be the spawn of the Tyrant, when it's gonna be the lanings, when it's gonna be those neutral objectives, and when it's gonna be our time to close out the game.
Perfectly explained, right, Nora? Textbook gameplay coming in from AGAL, outfarming their opponents, playing away from their power spike, and in the end, it was really too little too late for Aurora Gaming to find a shot of opportunity to make it back in towards this game 1.
We already seen like how dominating AG is, right, in game 1, but the thing is that if we put ourselves into Aurora's side, it can be really painful and torturing to play a game like this in the first game of best of 7.
In the early game, it was looking very neck and neck between these two teams. Aurora Gaming was still being able to find kills across the gorge. When it comes down to the 8 to 12 minute marks, they started farming fast. They started choking out every single space. Yes, it's 3-3 in terms of kills, but 9,000 goal lead at 12 minute mark, and they just chunk out any single opportunity for Aurora Gaming to find a comeback.
And that is a little bit late for them to try to make those comebacks happen.
And thank you so much, Nora. We'll be taking a little bit of break. Let's show it over to the side of the panel to see what they have in store.
And during that break, Sagi, don't eat noodles that are too spicy because we need you back for game 2, my man. I know you're always doing something like that. Please stay safe for us. Sagi, Nora, great call. It's always fun to joke with you and see what happens there. And only 13 minutes or so before AGAL would take their win. Welcome back to the panel. Rain Day here with Chantel and Haller to talk about the action. Chantel, that was a dominant version of HOK. Perfect was the way that Sagi described it. How would you put it?
Almost the same with Sagi. It was a classic textbook HOK. I mean, it started really neck and neck for both of the teams, but at the same time for AGAL, when they knew that the timers were already there, they just went in for the tower dives, specifically on the top lane. And at the same time, it was around, or it was before the 8-minute mark that they were able to take down the T1 towers. So that alone shows that they're just playing as how it is expected from them.
Yeah, definitely expected, and I well put there, Chantal. But I think that for me, it's more about the fact that like AGAL, they're taking fights. They're actually losing at times, but they're still able to extract farm across the map. It seems like no matter what is going on, they're able to outscale you, and nothing slows them down.
It's systematic. And the word might come up if you're a science fiction fan, kind of like Isaac Asimov, iRobot. There's this like textbook way of going about something, but it's proven again and again that it works. These KPL performances have almost given no hope, no light to work off of and find your way, even for a team like Aurora Gaming, who I think held pretty tight with the gold lead for about at least 6 minutes, but then it slowly but surely started to spread yet again.
I think at some point for Aurora Gaming, the struggle was how will we be able to convert the goal that we currently have, because many moments of the game, yes, there were initiations. They could have won some of the team fights. It's just that when it comes to the map control, it isn't just there for Aurora Gaming. Shuai was all over the place. Even the tower pushes isn't available for the side of Aurora Gaming. And in a game like that, whenever the other team has majority of the towers taken down, it just means that they're bound to control the rest of the pacing of the game.
Yeah, and it's a good point in terms of pace, right? Because I think that once they got a kill, they were completely thwarted. Like the door shut down. Right. AGAL were like, okay, you got one, but you're not getting anything else. You're not getting a tower. You're not getting any person else that's going to be looking to kind of defend. Yeah. We'll see some of those in the highlights coming up later.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, they have this means. They earn the goal, but then they don't have the means to the end. They deny it. They don't allow you to build off of that. And so you're kind of sitting there saying, well, for what? I mean, I got the kill, but for what? Virtus.pro was leading half of that game in kills, but they were losing in gold. So you're saying this team is just so good at the macro. Haller, I know you got some clips for us on the telestrator, or at least you might have, Chantel. What did you guys see after game 1 of how AGAL approached this win?
Okay, so for this one, we'll focus on the team fight. So we'll have Haller explain that. I'll facilitate the telestrator because it's his first time with a telestrator.
Yeah, actually, I'm allergic to technology. That's pretty much what it is. But yeah, as we go into this first one, I mean, I kind of want to highlight some of the earlier fights because of the fact that they kind of went in favor of Aurora Gaming, which surprised a lot of people. And I also think at the same time, if you're talking about AGAL, how would they go? And if we can go on this one, this is kind of the beginning of this. Saber with a nice little play with the Raging Sea, the way that he's able to kind of flash, shift everything, and to, again, get back to safety. At the same time, Shuai, you could see that he was kind of throwing himself in there, trying to protect them as much as possible. And again, Aurora gets the advantage on that one, but again, they're not able to get anything else. All they got was a roam at the end of the day.
And at the same time, this has been a story for Aurora Gaming. So if we look at the screen right now, there's a team fight, yes, at the top lane, but you also have to consider that there's the Nua on the other side of the map, which is the mid lane. For Aurora Gaming, they just continued doing that, but it begs the question, what's next after this? Yes, you have someone to clear the minion wave, but then again, Nuo will be late for the next team fight despite having the emergence. So sometimes for Aurora Gaming, it was a 4v5 setup most of the time.
Yeah, and actually, as they're running away, look at them. They all have to go back to the fountain. AG are actually looting and pillaging your jungle right now. So that's how they're getting ahead. Even without Shuai on the battlefield, they're still able to make plays being down a mem.
Yeah, they're using their life, it seems like, as a resource, right? It's not about dying. It's about the fact that now we have 70%. Essentially, you're dead, and we can now turn that into an economic boom.
All right, yep. And as we go into this next one, I mean, it's about that economic boom that you're talking about, where they, again, Shuai, he was just so annoying. All of that vision, but it's just space. They take enough free tyrants, nothing that they could do. Aurora Gaming, again, they're like, okay, we are trying to protect our tower, but that's not the true target. The one was the tyrant here.
Yeah, and it's the same formation. Again, for the side of Aurora Gaming, they also have the Nuo on the other side. So yes, it is a good balance when it comes to the hero composition for Aurora Gaming, but it would lead them to, I mean, there's a leading time for them to have those power spikes. And it came to a point that for AGAL, they were a bit fast on grouping up. That's why it's a lot easier for them to set up a place. Plus, again, the map control on the early game. So Shuai did a great job on that. I mean, the conversion of kills into another objective taking was so on point that for Aurora Gaming, it's kind of hard to react on what to do next because they wanted to defend every single bit of the map. It's just that AGAL isn't giving them the chance.
And actually, Jihong was kind of like that handyman, if you will. Everybody's like, oh, I got a leak here, I got a leak here. And he was like running from place to place
Where do I go?
with the emergence. And I mean, there's only so much you can do. He's not fast enough. He has that one emergence, longer cooldown, if you will. So again, he was kind of, again, just too much supply, not enough, you know, to deal with the demand.
It's difficult for sure to deal with the quality and caliber of players that AGL have brought to the table, and they know it too. They're confident coming into it. Sky had a chance before this match to sit down and talk with Inuo.
Here with me is Inuo from AGAL. Inuo, ni hao.
Ni hao.
Now you're coming into this series as the defending KWC champions. Does that title give you extra confidence or does it give extra pressure since you now have to defend the title?
那你们这次在 KWC 当中也算是卫冕冠军嘛？那作为卫冕冠军，你个人认为这给你们带来了更多自信心呢，还是更多压力？
会比较自信一点吧，因为我们有过上一次参赛的经历。
I would say that it definitely gives us more confidence because we've got the experience garnered from the last tournament.
Confidence is always a great thing when you come into the tournament. But now you're going to be facing Aurora Gaming. They have conquered MKL in Malaysia. What challenges do you think they will present to AGAL? Will they make it hard for you?
那很高兴也听到你们有这个自信心。但是你们下个对手呢，即将是 Aurora 战队，他们呢也是在马来西亚的 MKL 当中获得了冠军，也是算是一支非常强悍的一支国际战队。那你个人认为他们会给你们带来什么样的挑战呢？
是的，我们跟他们也有训练交手过，他们确实很强。我觉得他们对于给我们的挑战可能是他们的国际服的训练场次比我们更多吧，然后会更了解国际服的版本跟英雄，这点我们可能要比较吃亏一点。
Indeed, Aurora Gaming is definitely a very strong team. We have practiced and scrimmed against them, and they have definitely shown us that they are like the caliber of their skill is very, very high. I would say that one area that they will definitely pose a challenge for us is that they have much more experience when it comes to the international format and patch, so they have a lot more experience playing matches in the current patch that we're playing in, and this is definitely something that we are a little lacking in compared to them.
I want to see how you're able to adjust with that. But this is a chance also to send a message to your opponent. They get to see this. What would you like to say to them?
那我们也很期待看你们如何应对这样的一种挑战。然后你这也是一次机会，相当于发一些话，让你的对手来发一些话给你的对手。那你有什么话想跟他们说的吗？
没有什么话，加油吧。
I don't really have much to say to them, so just do your best.
He's gonna say everything inside the gorge. And now let's head back to the studio. Lead the gorge.
I love it. Well, just let the game do the talking for you. Holler, that is hard to argue with, especially as we see that exclusive Princess Frost skin on display here heading into EWC. Fun to see, but again, all on display, not only the trash talk, which there wasn't much of, but certainly enough to get the job done with an early win.
Definitely, and I think it's more about respect at this stage, right? I think that on the international stage, where you're playing against teams that, again, might not be to your level, it's okay to be a little bit more humble in that sense. If it was more equal, at least for me, I would be letting the other team have it.
But you know, AGAL, they're defending champions. They're back to try and get their title. They have to respect their journey because it's a journey ultimately they know how to get through, and it requires treating every game as if it's your last.
And it's a good trait for a team like them because they know that there might be differences, but at the same time, they don't compromise whatever it is that they can offer, because we've mentioned about the differences in terms of adjusting to the patch. Probably Aurora Gaming has more experience with what we're having right now, but in terms of the macro focus on the game, I think that's where AGAL stands up.
Yeah, I think it's funny that in the interview, Yuno was talking about patches, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. They're playing Honor of Kings at the end of the day.
That's right. And so let's send it over to Sagi and Nora to get our second game in this best of 7 final series of the day. AGAL trying to go 2-0 over Aurora Gaming.
Thank you, Randy, and the panel here. Welcome back to game number 2. It's going to be Sagi and Nora once again bringing you the live action of this draft. And Nora, so far after looking at Aurora Gaming's gameplay, what do you think they have to improve to break the cycle if they don't want to face another 0-4 loss against like the Titans of AGAL?
I mean, go for the team fights, because we know that Aurora are really aggressive in the early game, right? But as for AGAL, game 1, I know everyone just been amazed by their impeccable micros playstyle, but I'm gonna tell you this: it's like their signature playstyle, but it's not their only playstyle. Actually, AG can go for a more furious one, more explosive one. So I'm looking for these kind of drops that they're gonna do.
I think that makes a very good sense, right? Like, we saw how the game was 3-3 in terms of kill up until what, the 10th minute mark, and AGAL was just pushing Aurora Gaming to a choke point. 3 towers down, 8,000 gold lead, and Aurora Gaming, yes, they found the fight, but the crystal, it was too far gone. So jumping in towards this draft, I like what you mentioned. Yeah, you can't out-rotate AGAL, so Aurora Gaming, you need to fight early game, and early game is Chicha, Byron, Hyatt. These are super duper strong in the early part.
It's really solid for them to do all those initiations, especially with this higher pick that I do want to highlight. And also we mentioned about the patch, right? Actually, there's several different compositions that you can go for, and as AGAL is trying to go for another competition, which will be a little bit more furious, it's gonna be a chance for Aurora to gain.
And I like this, right? Lorian, Lapu-Lapu, we always see in towards the group stage and play in some of the AOV teams, some of the other global teams. They like to pair the Lorian with an engaged roamer so you can form that, I would say, 5-second crowd control up into the sky.
Yeah, like double knockup, right? It's gonna be huge. And also about the bans, I do like the way how they ban with this Agudo and also Flowborn Tank, right? Directly targeting at Zoe, and also try to prioritize the Haya played by Jihong.
Makes a good sense. Like, you don't want to hire to go against like the Agudo that can cleanse the ultimate link, or the Flowborn Tank that we did see the side of Zoe played once against the side of, if I'm not mistaken, Vitality in towards the group stage, which he was indestructible for the first 10 minutes of the game.
So true. So actually, the control ability is definitely enough on the side of Aurora. The only thing is that how they're gonna do all those burst cell damage by a clean assassin jungler. That's what I'm looking for.
They definitely need to, because they are also leaving the final pickup here for the side of Zoe in towards that last pick. If you view AGAL's draft, it's back towards game 1. Slow and steady wins the race. Give room to Ron, give room to the side of Yinwo to scale in towards those big item power spike. That's the AGAL playstyle. So for Aurora Gaming, pick 4, pick 5, it's gonna be very crucial for them to have an aggressive jungle, invade against AGAL, disrupt their farming tempo.
But I mean, since Pei and also Jin has been taken away, what might be the potential option that we can see by Yulo? Maybe Luna, that's what I'm looking for.
That is very comfortable. Take a look at AGAL's draft. Not a lot of crowd control, and your final pick, potentially a jungle one, it's gonna be the Ying that's being picked up by Zoe in that jungle here. So I am actually quite in favor of Aurora's gaming early game.
Okay.
If they can break AGAL in small team fights, in jungle invasions, this could be AGAL's chance of maybe finding a crack in their own armor.
But I do like the way how they use this Ian as a jungler because it's really well-rounded. And it kind of just prioritized the both side lanes on the side of AGAL. So again, it's going to be the farming prioritized on the side of AGAL, and the mid game is going to be really explosive.
And talk to me a bit about AGAL's overall history, right? I heard that in KPL, they had like a 6 KPL winning streak, and if you include EWC in last year, that's 7 titles in a row without losing any single BO7 series in a row.
And on top of that, that's the reason why I do like the question 1 that Mara asked to Eno, right? Whether it's going to be extra pressure or it's gonna be a extra confidence. And as you said, over 2 years, AGL is kind of been putting into the micro scope, right? Everyone's researching on them, but as they did, 7 consecutive championships. That's what they got.
That's what champions and legacies are made of here. And this will be Game 2 of Aurora Gaming facing off the KPL Titans, AGAL. If Aurora loses one more, it's going to be 0-2, and they will be getting so much more pressures on Yoru's shoulders.
And I do like to highlight the strategy that Aurora is doing in their draft. Actually, there's 3 signature heroes that Aurora has. One is Florentino, one is Luna, and another is a flex farmling Agudo. So game 1, Florent denied. Game 2, it's time for Luna.
Hey, it's about bringing out all your cards here, making sure that you face off AGL in a very strong start, because like we mentioned, the power ranking for KPL teams are just way above global teams. So if you don't whip out all your strong picks in the early game, in the early series, you might not be able to whip them out in the late game.
And speaking of the early game, it's definitely going to be the top side again. Ren just suffered so much into this matchup, I feel like.
He's getting targeted so hard by the side of Tsuho and also Xiang. Meanwhile, bottom side here, JR has to play the defensive side, suffering from the pokes coming in from Shuai and also Yinhuo.
But still, JR also need to suffer a little bit, right? Play so defensively at the bottom, because Irene is going to be the core player in this game too.
It has been a bit of a repeat, right? Always JR suffering for the side of Aurora Gaming, Xiang being the strong side, and for the side of AGAL playing for Yinhuo. But take a look at mid lane here. Nice knockup coming in for the side of Saber, but they do disengage. Xiang in no man's land has no flash. That's a 3v4, but AGAL, they still hold their grounds.
And also they're looking for more resources to do so. As you can say, Shuai, this position is kind of threatening.
Popping the Sacred Tree Blessing here, finding Xiang towards the back line. They don't need to kill him. They just need to make him lose all the minions. And take a look towards the bot lane. Zoe coming in, gets the Spear Wheel, gets an isolated First Blood on towards the side of JR, and that's just not over yet. Yulong going for the 1v1. Unlimited Moon Dance, but he disengages. It's all flashing in, coming in with the Moonskin Mirage, abducting the side of Zoe in for 1v1. But he's still alive. He's still tanky, but Long takes him down for a 1-for-1 trade.
It's gonna be the 1-1 trade. I mean, like, everything just went so wild in game 2. That's what we're talking about. AG, they can definitely make a lot of things happen in the early game by that tower dive. Did a nice reset upon the HP trade. But as Zhihong just rotate down, cancellation effort.
Oh, he gets level dated, and he's another easy kill going over the side of AGAL. Kills are fine, but missing minions, missing gold like this is painful for the side of Aurora Gaming all around.
Because as you can see, they're a little bit busy about how they're gonna holding all those troubles that made by AG so far. They're trying to make a lot of things happen and gaining the vision control.
And the roam coming in for the side of Sheng is just so on point. Xiang burns a flash towards the mid lane, and then Sheng comes in and makes the play, and he gets taken down easily.
Yeah. And Aurora, again, Limpo just rotate down, try to protect JR a little bit, but as you can see, Eno is definitely farming out very well at the bottom so far.
Usually when we pick the Chicha, we want the Chicha to win the lane. But this is not winning lane. This is just being pummeled in lane by the side of Eno here. This is going to be a very difficult situation for Aurora Gaming, but at the very least, it's better because they have more aggressive tools.
And speak of the suffering, especially for Yulong, right? This Luna this time. Luna also need time to farm up, and it is only gonna reach to his power bike along maybe like 8 minutes.
Yeah, 8 minutes, level 12. Then we see Euro start dancing around the team fight. You make a very good point. At the very least, there's not a lot of crowd control coming in from AGAL to stop this Luna.
Just some skirmishes happening at the sideline, and they're doing some tower trades. I do like this decent tower trades. But as we can see, AG already getting their hands on the Tyrants, guarantee them the first Tyrant in game 2.
How do they defend this Crimson Golem here? It's in sight for AGAL. They respect it. They back off. Still, a tower trade-up pickup here. Now you can see the goalie. Only 4 minutes, but 1.5k goalie in favor of AGAL. Aurora Gaming, they need to start forcing fights.
And also you can see the discipline that they are right now, right? Because actually the red buff was open on the side to the side of AGAL, but they didn't really commit into that.
Yes, just a playstyle difference here. Ryan coming in, gets caught up by the Storm Strike here. Once going up again by the knockup coming in from Saber, but he gets disengaged. He walks out, just only having to burn the flash. Meanwhile, all this is happening. Yino, Zoe, safely, happily farming in that Crimson Golem area.
And that's the micro that we are talking about, the details, right? When you're doing all those 2 versus 3 or 1 versus 3, you're actually saving your numbers to do all those farm up jobs.
It's about opening up the vision for your team. Sheng, good reposition. Escape towards Yulong. Yulong gets taken so much damage coming in from the side of Zoe. But to your point as well, it's about baiting the enemy to waste time on you, and then the main carries like Yino and Zoe, Ran can start farming those minion waves.
And I mean, those mobility that AG has kind of gonna be the hurdle for Yulong's Luna this time. Because as long as Luna's ulti is denied during the team fight, it's gonna be such a great trouble that that Aurora need to deal with.
High risk, high reward pick, right? You can't miss those ultimate refreshes here. My eyes are set on Zihong on that Haya pick. He needs to force something nice. Storm Strike coming in for the side of Xiang. But where's the follow-up here? Xiang gets launched up by the elevation. Moonscape Mirage isolating the side of Zoe in towards a 1v1. We do see all the players coming in towards the A. Yino escaping from the Tremor Smash. But there's just no follow-on here. Zoe getting tagged on by Yulong. Yulong takes 1 kill over to the side of Zoe here, only trading Saber. Meanwhile, Xiang gets isolated by Sheng, making it a 2-4-1. But it's not over yet. Yulong still has a stack. Refreshes on Sheng. Sheng, nice fast to escape towards safety. Yulong is on the run. Closing out by 4 member, and he gets taken down by the AGAL members.
And make it to a 1-3 trade. You can see like how long does it extend. Speak of this kind of team fight, so many layers that we can see, right? First, Hayes Alti did a really nice job grabbing the most crucial hero on the side of AG. But just check the positioning, check Ino's positioning, right? Play around with both bushes and Ran and also Schweiz protecting him. Make sure that he can doing all those output like in a comfort way.
The Raging Sea Flash coming in from the side of Schweiz, disengaging JR, and then splitting up the team fight. Yulong was all alone, getting targeted by multi-man. Yeah, he did trade Zoe, but he loses more because all his teammates were dead.
And because he's a little bit overcommitted to get that blue buff away from AGAL, which made him to be a little bit dangerous and also like reckless jumping into the jungle on the other side.
I would say increased aggression coming in from AGAL. If game 1 was slow and steady, farming and also scaling, game 2 is about taking every single fight that Aurora Gaming is trying to push and then countering them with style.
And actually fight, it's gonna be an opportunity for Aurora to grab.
Well, take a look at Yulong here. He's looking for some refresh onto his Schweiz so he can actually jump onto his Sheng. But AGAL, they're playing it really slow and steady here, only getting information and only playing if they see vision on the map.
The reason why they're just gathering around this tier 1 tower is trying to take the tier 1 tower down and at the same time allowing Ran to be sneak into the background.
And they also have the timer coming in for this Crimson Golem here. Bot side wave is looking really, really good. Moonscape Mirage abducts Ran into that 1v1. Beautiful flash reposition coming in from Yino, isolating Xiang. Meanwhile, towards the backline, Yulong finding a beautiful flight, but Saber is the one to first fall. What is the follow-up coming in from the side of AGAL? Because they are just isolating every single target as JR falls as well. This is looking disastrous for Aurora Gaming.
I mean, this is the discipline that we are always talking about when we're speaking of this Titanic AGAL. You can see like they're kind of a little bit harassed by Lunas coming in, but as Yulong's ulti was denied, so as long as they spot that, they're just gathering around and play with this Irene, make a nice pushback.
And when Haya doesn't have gold, you can't kill the 1v1 in time. When Ran comes out, he still has so much healing on that Sacred Tree Blessing. So all these fights, yes, it has been engaged by AGA, it has been engaged by Aurora Gaming, but but it has never gone in the way of Aurora Gaming. AGAL is dissecting them step by step.
So that's the reason why already, like, we can see a lot of team fight happens, but Aurora seems to be a little bit behind.
They are behind. Zihong once again pushing Zoe into a 1v1 brawl. Ron just zoning off Xiang, trying to give some vision here. Sheng finding the knockup here, misses the timing here, but towards the backline, Zoe goes dangerously low. The side of Yulong still finding unlimited moon dance. Shy has to pop the flash, but where else can you go? Ron has a nice position here. He wants to defend his team, so they respect it, but Yulong still playing with fire here. 1-for-1 trade between the jungle and also roamer for both teams.
I mean, the consistency that Yulong has with his ulti allowing them to do so, right? Just check the replay. After the ulti from Zhihong has been denied, you can see Yulong just getting in, putting in such a beautiful chasing.
It was a good play nonetheless coming in from Saber. Yes, he's 0-3-1, but if he didn't stop Yino in that chase, things could look even more disastrous for Aurora Gaming as we pace into the 10-minute mark. Shadow objectives are available for both teams.
And I mean, like, 5,000 gold lead already been holding in AG's hands, so definitely they are going to be a little bit intimidating when we speak of this mid-game team fight.
Well, Yino is slightly slow towards this play here. Shadow objective started by the side of Aurora Gaming. Yulong goes in towards the backline, finds a refresh on towards Sheng. Sheng has to pop the flash. Meanwhile, Xiang gets CC down, and he will be out of the fight for the next 30 seconds here. Yulong finds a beautiful knockup with the help of Saber here. Ron gets isolated. Ron gets taken down. That's a 2-for-2 in favor of neither team as of now. They isolated here. So, at the very least, Aurora Gaming, they have jungle, they have smite. How do they play this?
They're going in, they're going in. Aurora is being so committed to get the Siren down, but here comes Strike getting in, trying to make some harass happen, but with the smite that Aurora has, they got the Tyrant, but well, AG let them go. Shao already been unstoppable. Take that Luna down, and they're chasing for another Saber. Saber is not his way home, but AGAL, with their experience and mechanics that they have, they're just going rampage.
3v3, yes, you get the Shadow Tyrant, but in the end, you lose the kills, you lose the buff, and with this gold lead, they can go for Shadow Overlord and start the AGAL playstyle.
I mean, like, everything just went so optimistic at the first hand on the side of Aurora Gaming, right? Yulong just keep standing there, and also the double knockup, that was really decent, guaranteed to the Tyrant. But I do like the way how AG is making those constellation effort, right? First let Yuno to take that tier 1 tower down in the mid lane, and then get back to the Tyrant camp, and just enclose the whole spot.
And you always see very good teams, like the KPL teams, like KSG, AGAL, the double carries never stand together. Yino is on one side, Sheng is on one side, and they get isolated here. But back towards this team fight here, we do see an abduction coming in on towards Try. Yulong is already out of the fight. Saber goes in all the way deep. JR comes in from the back, isolates Yino. This could be Aurora's gaming chance as they take down Sheng as well. Zoe, he's being courted into 4 different members here. He might be taken down as well as JR and Zhihong. They're closing in. They do get 3 quick kills from the hands of AGAL. They are looking for a comeback.
I mean, Aurora is definitely making for a comeback, and when they're trying to make all these things happen, it's gonna be JR stepping on the stage.
That was a beautiful flank coming in from both JR and Saber, finding Yino, finding Shen, and the CC layering was just beautiful.
And because Yulong was getting in, but Yino with his flash out, he just denied Luna and also his ulti. But as they think, alright, it's gonna be safe enough, it's gonna be JR dashing and just being so devastating.
We've seen a few of these plays, right, where even KSG VP, they like to flank from the back, they like to find the angles. These are moments that you need coming as Aurora Gaming, the underdogs in the series.
And not only for JR, but also for the whole team, right? It's just bringing them the momentum and kind of like the confidence that, alright, speaking of the team fight, we are capable enough to do it head-to-head.
They're coming in as a challenger. They are hungry for that $10,000 here, Nora, because if they win one game, that's 10K in the bank for Aurora Gaming.
And I mean, that was a 5,000 gold difference, but right now, it has been narrowed down into 3,000.
Oh, Ron finding Xiang in for 1v1. The elevation, forcing out the flash coming in from Xiang. It's a good cooldown to be removed for the next upcoming 2 minutes.
But as Ran just getting stepped into those bushes, gaining enough vision control, they're just guaranteed that it's going to be so clear around the riverside.
The next 50 seconds will be really crucial for both teams. This Shadow Tyrant might be a game changer if both teams want to fight for this.
So they are preparing for this crucial team fight. Everyone just playing surround this Tyrant. And also Eno got this red buff always on him. He can do constant output damage.
Yulong has to run for the hills. He has no flash. Oh, very close coming in for the side of Yulong here. His ultimate just came up from refresh here. Try.
I mean, double flash being denied on the side of AG. That might be Aurora's time.
It might be. It just might be right now. So no flash on Sheng, Yino, and Shuai. Aurora Gaming, they have the control over the river right now.
So AGAL need to play extremely cautious. Speak of the upcoming team fight.
Got 5 seconds on the dot, but Minion Wave has been sent in by AGAL so they can actually move smoothly in towards this river control here. Zihong finding an abduction. Where can he
Aurora
find?
on their way. They know they are got the advantage.
Okay, Moonskate Mirage landing on towards Shuai. Both teams are fighting over the Shadow Tyrant. JR gets spotted out by the side of Yino here. Who gets it? It goes over the side of Zoe. That's a crucial steal. So the fight continues here. Beautiful Lapu Lapu ultimate towards the backline here. JR going in towards the backline, finding Yino, isolates him for a 1v1. But 2 members down for Aurora Gaming. And JR, that's not your base. He will be taken down and he will pay for his over-aggression.
I mean, double kill goes over to Shen, make it as a 1-3 trade. You can see Aurora, they are really determined and maybe like over-committed to take Eno down. They feel like, okay, it's gonna be our only mission to take that Eno down. But check Zoe with the Dragon Theft route. They're buying them time and turn the table around.
That's the thing. You get Eno, but the Tyrant, the kills, still go in favor for AGAL. 5,000 goal lead for the next 40 seconds on that Shadow Tyrant here. This bottom tier tree, it might be going down.
I mean, the Tyrant matters so much, and also that might be the pivot of whole game 2.
Slow but steady. I like the team fights coming in for side Aurora Gaming, but it is a bit overzealous trying to dive on one single target.
And I mean, kind of frustrating, you know, because you already got the advantage. You already trade like free flash on the side of AG. You thought like you might win the upper hand, but the problem is that Zoe comes in and grabbed the Tyrant, and at last, they just made it as a 0-3 trade.
Like, personally for me, Shuai and Sheng has been phenomenal in this game, and they have been layering so much crowd control in these team fights.
So it's gonna be the minions on their way, and Eno back on the battlefield with the red buff, trying to poking down those damage. And Lapu Lapu ulti in. Xiang has been taken extremely down flash before it's out. It seems like AJL is trying to close out the game.
The Minion Wiz will be marching soon, surely here, but they're taking a bit of a break. They want to back off. They're like, guys, let's chill down. Want to end this game without any single mistake. Shadow Overlord is still available for grabs coming in for both teams.
They're trying to snowball the game to a secured result.
Slowly. Oh, Yulong finds a 1v1 against Ron. Smite already burned here, so this is going to be a free and easy Overlord that will be secured by AGAL. Clock's taking Aurora Gaming. This might be the game-winning push.
But I mean, like, for Aurora, the only thing that they can do is rely on not only Hayas ulti, but also JR, right? Shusha has made so many things happen so dramatically, just overturn the whole team fight. But will JR do it at the same time?
Ron is so good at this. He cleared out the bush, and JR, my buddy, he's isolated. Yino gets pulled into a 1v1 with the side of Zihong and out of side of this fight. Yulong is finding the refreshes here. They're kiting. They're waiting for Yino. Yino, he gets taken down. Safe Sanctuary coming up. Yulong finds the assassination here and still finds the refresh. Ron still has the Safe Sanctuary going in deep. Meanwhile, minions are marching through the bottom side. Overlord takes down the final tier tree with a 4v3 in favor of AGAL. Are they still going for it? Ron pops the ultimate. They are looking for the game-winning play.
That's really beautiful. Can be seen on the side of AGAL. They're holding their vanguards, getting into the crystal, but still trying his best. Use his happiness, and also Yulong dashing again, just playing in such a deft way. He's aiming at this guy, but the crystal is being taken extremely low, and game 2 goes over to AGAL.
What a performance coming in from both teams, but the experience, the macro knowledge coming in from AGAL is just far superior in this game too.
But I mean, like, there's like more back and forth that we can see, right, in game 2 compared to game 1. I mean, Aurora Gaming also did a really good job in game 2, but the thing is that AGL, they're not only good at microing or snowballing the game till the end, they're also known for their resilience and also make all those things happen when we're turning into this drawback.
It's about the 10th minute team fight that AGL always has miraculously, right? It's always that thing where they're well farmed up, is slow to the fight, but Zoe finding that crucial steal on that Tyrant, just turning things around for the side of AGL in that pinch of a moment.
And as you can see, because we highlight a lot from this Irene, right? They kind of just make Aurora feel like the only mission that they need to go for is take Ino down. But the thing is that when we're stepping into the late game, right? Both Lan and Shen, these heroes are also going to be very powerful in the late game.
This Lorian, this Lapu Lapu has been phenomenal in this game. The way that they layer the crowd control, yes, you can see he's getting targeted down, but he repositions himself all the way to the side lane here, giving room to rejoin the fight later on when his cooldowns are up and available.
And I do want to highlight the last team fight when Ran just getting into that bush and denied JR, which we mentioned might be the miracle maker on the side of Aurora, denied at the very first place.
We thought it was going to be an Aurora Gaming team fight when they abducted Kino and got him down. But Ron's late game Fatih, that was a really beautiful sight to behold, and this was the crucial kill theft coming in from Zoe. So what, he's 2-5-1. He finds the steal, he sets his team up for success, and Ino gets taken down. And that is Ron going for that final play. But that's coming in from us. Let's check with the panel to hear what our experts have in store for us.
Well, you know what? I'd love to give myself the title of expert, but I don't think I need to be one to see what AGAL are doing. And that's not to take away from Aurora Gaming. It is just to state the obvious, what is on your screen. We call it the eye test. What's being seen here? It's completely what we expected from our KPL representatives, the defending titles champions, the Kadia City title defenders as well. Welcome back to the panel, Rainday and Chantel and Holler. And to me, one of the interesting things about this matchup was we got a chance to kind of ask the question, how has the MKL measured up? It's been a minute since they've fought against each other on the international stage. We know how good Aurora Gaming has been, recent champions of that league. Holler, I'll start with you. What's the, after 2 games, takeaway so far with what you've seen that you've liked from Aurora, but also where the disparity might still be with AGAL?
Great question. I mean, to start things off, I'm like a proud parent at the end of the day, right? Because it seems like this is a team that, I mean, they're definitely the underdogs. You're seeing that right here.
Yeah.
Game 1 wasn't so great, but game 2, they're getting better. Yeah. And I'm getting more and more engrossed into this one. And I'm like, oh yeah, go my little kids, go.
What about you,
We were like cheering all throughout the game because for Aurora Gaming, they knew the strength of their lineup. They really forced every team fight against the AGAL because we know AGAL is a type of team that clearly has this vision, or like their team that has this vision board. Okay, at 3 minutes we'll do this, 4 minutes this is gonna be the story of our game. But for Aurora Gaming, what they did was they brought chaos to that early game control of AGAL has. It's just that for AGAL, there's this way again. I mean, it was Aurora Gaming doing the 6-7 gesture, but it's like AGAL doing the weighing all throughout the game.
Right. I think it's funny that you're kind of thinking that like AGAL has that vision board, because on the other side, if you're looking at Aurora Gaming, it seems like they're trying to manifest things, right? They're forcing things a little too much at times. Yeah. Yes, it's early. Yeah, they're going for kills, but unfortunately, AGAL just too strong and again, structured.
It's all about structure because I think, yes, Aurora Gaming was winning mostly of the team fights. It's just that if we look at the entire game, it was always AGAL on the lead in terms of gold. So it all boils down again to the macro aspect of things, taking the jungle, controlling the map, taking down the towers. Because if it's heavy on team fight, definitely Aurora Gaming was winning the early game.
Yeah.
But for AGAL, okay, let's just wait for our power spikes. And then if Ino already has the items, already has the kit to go full force on heavier team fights or extended team fights, then we go full all in.
Yeah, and actually kind of Aurora Gaming, they're like almost forcing fights. It's very weird. You don't see this too much, especially when they're playing the other global teams. It seems like they were more fighters than lovers. Not to say that AGAL are more lovers than fighters. I don't know where I'm going with this, but I do think that there's a little bit of a discrepancy in terms of play style, right? I mean, AGAL, very cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah, they seem to be. And I love the way that they've approached this fight again. You feel like there's a meaningful change that a team can make to stop this, to force their hand, to say, let's make you make a mistake, and we'll be right there to catch you. Aurora Gaming playing a little cat and mouse, but ending up still being the mouse in that trade. Chantel, you got some clips, though, on these fights. What have you taken away from game 2?
Okay, definitely, again, for game number 2, let's show some of the positioning of the players. This is around 10 minutes of the game, 11 minutes of the game. So
It kind of just, a little bit of a start. I mean, this is one where you're kind of seeing just like Aurora Gaming, they get caught out of position many a times. It seemed like, I mean, not to say that they didn't know what side they were on, but they were going more to the red side multiple times, and they got caught out, at least in this one here.
it is more like an emphasis that some of the players aren't in the right position given the current situation of things, because this by far, this is an overextension already for Saber. So again, it's about them forcing every entry against the formation here of AG's defense. And for another clip, this was around almost 12 minutes of the game.
Yeah, and this is a moment where I was thinking, okay, Aurora Gaming have found it. JR with the perfect flank, and then that's what they actually caught him off guard. Sometimes AGAL didn't expect them to be there, and the positioning, again, the way that they've been able to ambush, Aurora Gaming has been able to surprise.
And you know what, for Aurora Gaming, the strength during that game was them knowing that the hero composition of AG heavily relies on the positioning of the heroes. I mean, you need to be at first having Ran up front, Zoe as well on the setup plays. But then again, because of them forcing a team fight, sometimes there are a bit of moments wherein they actually won that initiation.
Yeah. And again, just with the catch-up. I mean, the kills are one thing, but then this is that moment. We were talking about the fact that the main 3 cores from AG were all down in terms of the flashes, but the way that AG were able to navigate it, Zoe gets that steal, completely changing this game on its head, if you will, and they just took over this game. And this is why AGAL, no matter what the odds are, no matter how many skills are on cooldown, they're ready to fight and they will dismantle you.
I think also that steal from the objective was also the turning point for AGAL, that means that they're bounded to win that game, because I kind of feel like in that moment, everything is so on point. They know how to seclude or isolate. It's more on the isolation, I guess, for AGAL on that skirmish.
You know what, going for his 3rd EWC championship, AGAL trying to go back-to-back here as well. And they seem to have gotten all the answers right with the draft. You mentioned there were some team fights that Aurora pushed because they were able to, and they were kind of pigeonholed in taking the fight a certain way, which might just be an indicator of how they need to move into this game 3, which is isolate a key win condition for AGAL. Don't allow them too much space to operate. Don't allow them too many ways to win this fight, and then take advantage of it. Obviously easier said than done, but what can you do to start that? Is it taking away some of these like bigger, broader heroes in the ban pick that can do multiple roles? How would you approach this, Holler?
All right, I don't look at this as a hero problem. I think the drafts have been fine.
Okay.
It's all been about execution. I think, Chantel, you rightly pointed out when the game was going on, there was a fight where, AGAL didn't have the full numbers there because what was pushing in the mid lane.
I think that was during a Tyrant take, but they knew that even though they were to take or contest for that objective, majority of the skills of the other team was not available for an extended team fight. So again, it's them doing the 6-7 thing.
It is a very close one. I mean, 2-0. When you talk about KPL teams and you look at even our first semifinal of the day or quarterfinal of the day, it was a lot farther away. The disparity was clear. This moment feels like if Aurora can turn 1 into 2 into 3, they might actually do it. $10,000 on the line for just 1 game win. Will it be in game 3? Let's send it over to Sagi and Nora to find out.
Thank you, panel. Thank you, Rain Day here. Beautiful insights as always here. And to your question, can Aurora Gaming take 1 game or find signs of life in this BO7? What do you think?
Well, I mean, like we mentioned about the 3 cards that Aurora Gaming has, right? 1 Florentino, 1 for Luna, and the last one will be a Gudo farm. I'm looking for the potential play in Game 3.
Usually when we see through their group stage games against Rock Esports, against the Side Influence Rage, we have seen Aurora Gaming, they utilize the Agudo as a flex. It's not only in jungle, they always play in farm lane, usually against the Flowball Marksman.
And usually you can see like in the previous 2 matchups, JR actually suffered a lot during the laning, right? So if they want to highlight JR in game 3, they need to give him some like more powerful hero at the bottom.
Yeah, and two of these bans I'm looking at, right? Are we gonna get a Yino early because Channel is not available? The idea is banned.
That's potential.
That's potentially gonna be the Yino early locked in. There we go.
I mean, I always love Eno playing with this early, right? Because it's one of his signature hero with the FMVP skin. And speak of the FMVP, actually, Ogren hasn't been used on the side of Zoe yet.
No Ogren, no Princess Frost, and this is the first game of Arlie coming in towards the BO7. And we practice the global ban pick here, so once you use it, it's not gonna be available. And to your point, Nora, that's gonna be the Agudo being locked in for the side of Aurora Gaming. Since they're on red side, they can flex this all the way to the last pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's totally gonna be a flex pick, but due to their previous matchup, it's potentially played by this JR. But the thing is that 2 cards that they're very confident with already been denied. So will JR save the team in game 3?
It's not a choice. It's a 100% thing that he has to try for, because if he loses here, it's match point for AGAL. And if you're a match point, how do you climb back from such a deep hole? You
Very
win
tough.
4 games in a row, and that 4 games includes the ultimate battle.
It's gonna be very, very tough. And especially when AGL as an answer to this Agudo pick that we just analyzed with this Hano.
So smart, right?
So smart to use Hano's first ability and try to poke down among Agudo's little monsters that she has.
Like when you spawn a little monsters, like the jungle monsters coming in from Agudo spell 1, that's just free spear targets coming in from the side of Sheng on the Hano. So that's going to be a very, very worrying part, because you need to have more burst damage. I like the Lorian here. Lorian is one of Zhong's best picks thus far. I've heard it a lot in their practice matches, but he has picked this almost every single series, and he has lost 1 if I'm not mistaken.
So with such a high winning rate, he's gonna play against Shen. To be honest, Shen played so well today, right? All those CC control that he landed, and this time he's going to make sure that he got the vision control around the tier 1 tower. And of the drop, speaking step into it, it's gonna be Luna and Guan Yu has been taken away, and Mozi with this Koso Yu at the bottom. Definitely it's gonna be such a decent winning lane, so AG just denied that.
And they're really forcing this Agudo pick into the bottom lane. I feel that with the farm lanes all banned away, are you going to go for the Flowball Marksman? That could be the case, and formulate a double standard lineup. Or you could potentially play the Agudo jungle and pick a winning matchup for the farm lane. These are available options for the side of Aurora Gaming to actually figure out.
And that's the most clever part, to flex this Agudo, and they're taking now this Dahlia. It's kind of, giving me that feeling that they are denying the Dahlia with Yangjin pair away from AG.
That's a very smart approach. You can also see like Luna has been banned away, so we have seen players just pick up the Yangjin without the Dahlia. That is also a key pickup coming in from side of AGL if you want to dismantle this duo that we might be seeing here. And if we were to zoom out from the draft, Aurora Gaming is the only MKL team that might be not going to semifinals if they lose to the side of AGL.
I mean, not even mentioned too, they are seeding into KWC as the seed of MKL region. So definitely a lot of pressures on Aurora this time. And also speak of AG, Umbrosa on the top, and with this Nerja directly targeting, as neither is going to be a marksman Agudo or farm lane or jungler Agudo.
Well, we'll find out in the next 25 seconds here. But judging from the AGAL draft, this is so AG coded. Every single hero late game.
A lot of like individual performance can be seen at that point. All right, here we go. It's gonna be a Agudo marksman again on the side of JR.
Oh my god. It's a signature pick as of this point. So far, yes, it's only 50% win rate. But he has been having crazy KDAs thus far on this Agudo farm lane. And if they need a surprise pick coming in for such a clutch match, potentially match point for AGAL, this is the time to bring it out if you are Aurora Gaming.
I mean, the laning definitely matters a lot, right? Whether JR can build up himself a winning lane at the bottom, or they're gonna be so suffering, because the way that how they're using this Dahlia, trying to, take it away from the possible Yangjin and Dahlia pick on the side of AG, just kinda give them little initiation on their own side.
At the very least, they have a lot of healing, right?
It's kind of like a double-edged sword.
A double-edged sword, but if you can land the ultimate Gorge mobilization on Agudo on the enemy, that could be some of your engaged tools potentially for the side of Aurora Gaming here. But let's bring it in towards the gorge. Let's save the talk. This is AGAL looking for their match point in this game tree with Aurora Gaming fighting for survival, looking for that 1 point.
AG already been moved into groups. This time we should put Zoe and Shen under the spotlight.
Yeah, show your MKL skill, prove your strength. That's the comment coming in from Metro VSN to give more support towards the side of MKL. Saber here looking to play a bit of disruption on towards the side of Ron. So that's going to be a quick and easy wave clear at the very least for Aurora Gaming.
And I feel like Ran has already been very used to this kind of painful suffering
right?
throughout the whole matchup so far today.
I've been seeing Xiang, Zihong, Saber every single game come in towards the side of Ron. It's like knock knock, is Ron in home? Yeah, it's gonna be us three again. I hope you don't welcome us, you know?
But it's kind of show that the understanding on the side of Aurora that they know the important about gaining those teleportation tunnel and also those mini monster.
It's true. You need to build those goal leads, share them up, and then when you hit the level 4 and find those team fights, potentially that could be your winning way in towards those specific mid-game skirmishes here. And JR, he's back towards the frenzy here, so that's without flash. Maybe if Zoe charges towards him, that could be a death sentence.
And speak of the power pike of Neja, actually this hero needs at least level 6 or at least get one item allowing him to do so.
Oh, the voting coming in from AGL fans is just so superb. Just winning over Aurora in the past 2 games, and even in the Shadow Overlord voting, they are also riding the pit.
And I mean, like I mentioned about some troubles that AG might face. It's gonna be some
nice knockup coming in from Zihong here, and one more jump from Yulong takes the isolation kill. Sheng pops the ultimate here to get himself towards safety here, but in the 3v3 skirmishes, finally, for once in the series, Aurora wins it.
I do like how Aurora is trying to attack in the mid in such a proactive way. It's kind of like unexpected.
And this is needed. AGL's drop is super late game, and Yulong is finding so much damage onto his side of Sheng. Skyfall comes in, might be punishing Yulong for his over-aggression here, but the fight stops right here because there's just not enough damage right now for this early game.
And I mean, like, full-blown tank can be so dominating in the early game because of the tankiness and also the controllability this hero has, allowing Yulong just lead the whole pace for Aurora Gaming in the early game.
For Aurora Gaming, they need to break AGL in the early to mid game because you have 4-5 late game heroes coming in for some AGL. If you allow them to scale, I don't think Aurora has a chance in the late game.
So I do believe that Aurora is going to put the top lane under pressure again and again, and right now it's going to be some initiation coming out from Shy.
JR.
Getting down, outie, trade out.
That's good. At the very least, Shy didn't hit the Unbridled Outburst. If he did hit, that could be CC Chain, Yinluo's ultimate pushing him towards the wall, and he gets taken out. But that's good news for Aurora Gaming, as you want them to actually try, because they are crowned as potentially 2026 best non-KPL team coming in towards the tournament. Yes, they lost to Rock Esports, but now against AGAL, the tournament defenders, title defenders, they need to see whatever shot that they have.
I feel like Aurora, they kind of just slow down and with full of composure, they're trying to contest AG in a more smoother way, but like peaceful way. That make a lot of trades happening right now instead of just being so committed into get one kill down.
I think it's okay. At the very least, 1,000 gold lead.
Nice,
finally, some gold lead for Aurora Gaming. So that's going to be comfortable going into that 4th minute mark if they can find the play itself a Shuai. At the back, might be casting the Unbridled Outburst. Nice CC cancel coming in from JR. He was reading that play, I would say.
I feel like he's played the game in such a beautiful way, right? Baiting out and just kiting like a 1 versus 3.
Sheng going towards the pit, finds his spears. Unbridled Outburst can go to the back line here. Zihong gets marked down. He finds the escape route, but in the midst of everyone here, the marks are marking every single member of Aurora Gaming. JR, he's all the way towards the back line here. He's in danger, but Tyrant gets secured. Zoe still gets the clear on towards the top side as a mini steal.
And right now they're rotating down. Check JR's passing. They are actually winning the upper hand. And Aurora's getting into the red buff jungle on the side of AG.
Nice engage coming in from Shuai, but this is what we talked about, right? Your composition is super mid-late game. So even if you get like a beautiful knockup coming in from the side of Shuai, there's just no follow-up damage overall. And with that, Tyrant secured, Crimson Golem stolen away, Aurora Gaming, they are on track.
And especially right now, Yulong with this Flowborn tank. Actually, Flowborn tank can not only deal damage, but also the tankiness allowing him to soak in all those damage dealt by AG and just give them enough, like sufficient vision control in game 3.
We've saw that before from the game of Zoe playing the Floorborn tank against, if I'm not mistaken, Vitality or Blacklist. Yeah, you have so much tankiness and you're bullying heroes that don't have consistent DPS. So for AGAL, it's about waiting for Yino's 3-item power spike.
So true. And also wait for this Umbrosa. In that case, they're actually doing some lane swapping, as you can see, put Haino down to do this 1-1 confront against this Aguda, because we know that's the reason why they're picking out this Haino. But some trouble happening right now in the mid. And we can see Aurora just playing really aggressively in this 5 minutes.
They're just here to take that mid lane tower here. Very well played coming in from Aurora Gaming here. Yulong playing with his strength here. He's really tanky, but he's getting slowly but surely chipped down by the members. Undying pop by the side of Ron. Strike is dangerously low. Nice knockup on towards no one. He does get towards Sheng, but the consistent DPS catches JR as a stray onto his side lane.
I feel like AG, they just think one step ahead against Aurora, because Aurora, after they take down that tier 1 tower, this it's kind of like, okay, mission complete, we're just gonna be feedback and we're just gonna retreat and just farm a little bit more. But as AGAL, right? Alright, towers down, but what about Downface ulti, right? Getting in, chasing, and also Umbrosa staying undying, just putting out all those damage.
The spear coming in from Sheng is what makes it amazing. Chunking down JR, by the time JR used all his spells, it's really too little today. It's like, oh no, I brought Frenzy, not the Flash, and he got taken down. I can accept any single one of Aurora Gaming falling, but if JR a late game probably falls, that could be a big news for Aurora Gaming.
And I feel like from that skirmish just happened, actually just bought AG more time. Actually, they're trying to counter-attack against Aurora this time.
What a scary momentum that AGAL has found towards them. Zihong finds the elevation here, but doesn't find on towards a target here. But they do get the Crimson Golem. But when all this is happening, Ron gets a free tower on towards the bottom side.
I mean, Ryan's definitely had his good time at the bottom, right? Just doing those push-ins, because Aurora, they can be really great. Speaking of those initiation, but speak as a split push, there lack of hero that is capable of doing that.
It reminds me of Game 2 and Game 1, where early game looks pretty 50-50, but when one small play happens for AGAL, they start stepping on the pedal and then accelerate the game. Just now we saw Aurora Gaming 2 minutes ago, 1k goal lead. And with a switch of 1 kill, it's now in AGL's control once again.
But I mean, speak of Game 3, actually the goal difference quite even, which is very optimistic on the side of Aurora Gaming.
It's something that we want to see being held 50-50 all the way to the 10th minute mark. Now, positioning coming in from Aurora Gaming, they're looking to maybe infiltrate this Crimson Golem.
But it's kind of a little bit difficult since Shy, with his ulti being already, is still guarding the entrance of this red buff.
Not a good choice for Aurora Gaming here. Ron finds JR in towards the backline, finds a bit of damage here just to chunk him out. Meanwhile, all this is happening. Zoe's like, you don't need me. Let me just split push towards the top side. Like exactly what Ron is doing. This is so smart from the side of AGL.
And that's the experience that we always talk about that AG has, right? Because they've been played together as a team for over like 2 years right now. So coordination is definitely out there.
2 years and multiple championships, 6 KPL titles, 1 KWC title here, and towards the top side, they are not stopping. They want to invade this. Sheng, very low, can use the ultimate to get a refresh here. Xiang goes over and gets taken down by the spears as the first target here. Shrine finds a beautiful stampede and stun, taking down JR. Meanwhile, Ron with an amazing flash, silencing Yulong for his intent, and Zihong also falls. Saber, last to be available on this play, and Yino finds the final kill. Minions are available topside. Is this the game-winning push?
I mean, it only started with 1 punch, but Aurora just collapsed by the side of AG. They aced Aurora, and it hasn't been 10 minutes mark.
Back to the replay here, we see Sheng stacking the initial spears on towards Xiang. Xiang is like really low right now, taking so much spear damage here. It was looking good. Zihong finds a beautiful elevation here. Purify coming in from Sheng to disengage. As of this point, Xiang has already overextended himself. 5v4. Everything goes in line with AG as they just pick up one after another.
And since the battlefield is totally like separated, you can see the individual performance that we highlight back into the draft just totally being so outstanding from the replay.
When no one is aiming Yinwo, he gets free ground, he gets free hits, and that is exactly what happens here. Now, 10-minute mark right now, 5,000 goal lead. I think if you're on Aurora Gaming side, you need a good play. You need a miracle.
But you know what? Like, actually, they did really well in the early game. So it's kind of like everything just collapsed in one moment or one motion that they did when they play against AG. So it's kind of a little bit difficult for them. So that's the reason why they're seeking for those dragon trades, trying to buy them more time.
Ron is here. He spots out this play that's happening here. He gets elevated. He steals it! Over 5 members of Aurora Gaming. That is a nightmare for the MKL champions.
Could you believe it? And Umbros at the top lane and Ren just being the single hero playing so individually beautiful. Getting the Dragon Staff again. It's going to be the double Dragon Staff. Goes over to AG so far today.
If you think it is already bad, that just made it worse. With the Overlord Vanguard secured, it's going to be 3 marching waves into the base of Aurora Gaming. This is not stopping yet. Ron gets caught by the first elevation here. He pops the Undying, wants to go for an aggressive trade. He gets isolated down. That's a saving grace for Aurora Gaming. At the very least, next few minutes will be 5v3.
I mean, that play is going to be really frustrated for Aurora to lose that Vanguard. But they did really nice pushback, right? Targeting at Shen first and take Ren down one by one. Just bought them time to clean all those Vanguards and just even the game again.
Take a look at this replay on how the steal exactly happened here. They didn't know Ron was here. Ron comes in, he gets knocked out by the elevation. He already precast a spell too, and he got the steal over 5 members of Aurora Gaming.
So that's the reason why Aurora just being so furious about take Shen down, you know.
My goodness here. As an MKL fan, that's gonna be a heartbreak.
Yeah, but still, after they just take Ren down, they just kind of equalized the whole pace. But still, 5,000 gold lead goes over to AG, just kind of led them to have the ability to pushing forward steadily.
AG also needs to be careful here. There is a lot of crowd control coming in from Xiang, Yulong, and also Zihong, so they need to split up the positioning here. Don't let them find a beautiful wombo combo.
And also, just trying to do more poking damage before the teamfight really initiated. Right? Utilize the Agudo feature that it has.
And I like the point that you pointed out just now at the pre-game draft. Sheng has been amazing throughout the past 2 games. Yes, everyone has been really great, but Sheng, Tri, they have been stepping up so hard in their games.
I do like the way how they're initiating and also the poking damage dealt by Shen's Hano, right? Because he's the main reason why they're picking out this hero, trying to take that Agudo down.
That's going to be an ultimate not available coming in from the side of Xiang. Good reposition coming in from Yino's Arlie here. Now, it's going to be slow and steady until we find a bit of a mistake coming in from either teams.
So the minions, all 3 minions are actually arriving at the high ground tower simultaneously.
Well, first play coming in from Sheng. He has to pop the Fate's Rewind and the Purify. That's going to be an important cooldown unavailable for the next few seconds here. It looks like AGAL, you want to play slow. You want to go for the next set of shadow objectives.
And rely on Ino giving him the red buff, allowing this hero to do a lot of poking damage, right? And combined with Hano's poking damage, they're playing a more like smart way on the side of AG.
They're just playing so smart, like you mentioned, where Ino, he's uncontested, unbothered, 2-0 and 2 on that early, consistently finding those poke damages here, and clock is ticking for Aurora Gaming here. 25 seconds on the Shadow Overlord, 30 seconds on that Tyrant. Next wave, once it's cleared, Aurora Gaming might need to find a miracle fight.
I mean, but the miracle, the problem is that how they're gonna make the miracle happen without enough burst out damage, right? Because you can see the control ability always went so nice by this Dharma and also Lorian skill 3. But the thing is that the damage isn't that sufficient.
It's not. You can see Xiang is just tickling Ron as of this point. And we can talk about all the CC layering coming from Xiang, Yulong, Zihong. But if you can't do the finishing blow on towards Sheng, those spears will just keep reproducing and stacking on towards you. So for Aurora Gaming, their main target is actually Yino. If they can bring Yino down, then maybe, just maybe, they have a ray of hope in towards this game 3.
But how they're gonna targeting at this mobile early pick around the team fight, the only man that they may face against will be Ran or Shy.
Exactly the case. Now, with double objectives being secured by the side of AGAL, they are looking to formulate that final push into Aurora Gaming's base. They're looking for that match point right now, Aurora.
Vanguards are on their way at the bottom. They're trying to make something happen at the bottom. They're just testing, baiting, trying to secure the victory, and it's gonna be Ran again, go for 1v1.
They just need to play it slow right now. There's not enough damage to even take down Ron or Sheng in these team fights. So they can just play as they please. As long as you don't overextend, it's pretty much fine.
They're playing such a swift but deft way, and as you can see, the poking damage actually went very well on the side of JR's Aguda. It's gonna be Dharma getting in a one punch upon Ram, and Ram breaking out the ulti, just escape away safely.
Now Skyfall onto the side of JR, only for a bit of a poke damage here. Aurora Gaming, they hold on strong once again, because Aurora Gaming Zihong found a nice damage output onto his Sheng, chunking him down for the team fights. Now it's for AGL to heal up, recuperate, come in for potentially this bottom tier tree.
They are trying to get this high ground tower down at the bottom, making them a winning lane at the bottom at the same time.
They got it, and they are backing up. Aurora Gaming having no chance whatsoever in finding any potential comebacks. But good news, you still have that mid lane tier 3. Bad news, it's about a 10,000 gold lead.
And I do want to highlight one feature that Aurora, this team has, right? Because we know that they actually lost in the previous group stage, but the game when they lost, they always hold it into like 17 or 18 minutes. But the game as they win, they just win it in a really fast and clean way with around like 11 minutes.
So you're saying Aurora Gaming, when they don't get the early game lead, they will have to stall the game into the backline. So Yino gets caught out, he's being taken low, he has to back away towards safety here. Meanwhile, JR gets tagged by the Skyfall in towards the backline, so he has to bail out. But space has been created for the side of Yino to potentially take down this tier 3, but that was really close for the AG farm lane.
But will you call it as a bait or not? Because as you can see, Yino actually leave one of his parasol behind, so just let him to escape away from that kind of enclosing.
That was really dangerous to be talking out as a bait, but I believe it's Yino. He can calculate that damage precision here, so props to him.
But I do like the way Aurora is trying everything that they can, right? Find some opportunity for them, and especially for Yulong, this time his Floorborn tank is doing all his best.
He's starting to scale off, right? Floorborn tank is really strong in the early to mid game, but when it comes to the late game, he sort of becomes a tanky hero, but you're just a punching bag.
Yeah, but the controllability, like consistent controllability, allowed them to give Agudo more time to poke him. But as we can see, Hano, it pokes even much than this Agudo.
Zihong is holding really, really well for Aurora
so
Gaming.
hard for him,
look at this. The orbs are just jabbing onto his Sheng left and right. So the next big play that we might see coming from AGAL and Aurora Gaming might be the flip of the Shadow objective. At the 17-minute mark, yeah, you have the goal lead, but I would say that every single player on both teams are starting to march into those late game item powers, like 6 item slots.
Well, speak of the item, actually it's kind of like all fully decked out due to both teams, so which also allowing Aurora to play it more head-to-head.
Yeah, you know, finding a bit of a damage here with the help of Sheng. They want to poke down this mid-tier tree, but with the elevation coming in for the side of Zihong, it's really hard to march in towards high ground. But with the Shadow objectives, they are currently set for their sights for that final push later on.
And I do like the item that Zoe just made, the Siege Breaker. It's kind of just giving them the opportunity to make that last-ditch effort upon this Agudo, because the reason why we mentioned JR just plays so painful is that not only he needs to soak in all those damage down by Shadow poking damage, and also suffering from Zoe's kick.
And he has choices, right? If he wants to go for the Agudo, he can fly in. If he wants to go for Zihong, he can pop the Splendor as well. So Zoe has a lot of options and a lot of damage in his arsenal.
Not even mentioned to with that Siege Breaker, and also Siege Breaker for Xiao this time.
They want to one-shot the backline carries. They need Emo, they need JR. Whoever falls first might be game over.
Wow, it's gonna be the time for AG trying to enclose the game. They are just sending all those vanguards all 3 lane. Ambrosia on his way, Ran being one of the threats.
Oh, Hino has to dodge the first elevation here, but beautiful Brighter Outburst coming in from Shuai, taking down Zihong without even him using his flash or Splendor here. In towards the base, Ron is still alive, has the Sage Sanctuary. Crystal is exposed. Hino gets taken down by the side of Xiao, but 3 members are down. JR is still looking for the game, winning defense, but it's too late as the Crystal is exposed. Ron gets the final hit for the game 3 match point for AGAL.
I mean, it went so chaotic at the last team fight, but it went so well. AGAL. 3 wins in a row, directly putting them into the match point.
And we also see growth from time to time coming in from Aurora Gaming. Game 1 was a speed blitz coming in from AGAL. Game 2 started being better. Game 3 started being better, but time is running out. Next game is your final shot.
I mean, like, it's always going to be a little bit too late for Aurora to do the pushback. At the last team fight, we almost thought like, oh wow, is this going to be the miracle happening that we're seeing? But AGAL just denied it.
And Zihong, he got caught by Shuai Zhangfei's ultimate. He couldn't click the flash. He couldn't click the Splendor. He was taken down. If Zihong was there in the final fight, maybe, just maybe, Aurora Gaming had a chance to defend the crystal.
But we mentioned about maybe so many times today when they play against AGAL, and also a lot of maybe really happened in the previous early game, right? You can see that the Flowburn can make a lot of things happen, but this time I would definitely give my credit to Ran, the Umbrosa. Check out the Dragon Theft, and also the last team fight, Umbrosa just coming at the rear, causes such a great damage done and also threat upon Aurora Gaming.
Oh my god, you remind me of that play, the Overlord. If it went over to the side of Aurora Gaming, if it could have led them into maybe later stages of the game without losing the outer turret here. But these are the few moments that one small play coming in from AGAL expanded the game indefinitely. That gave the lead to AG, and this steal, oh my goodness.
Why are always doing this to us? But anyway, you can see like we are representing all our audience to see the hype.
And the hype is continuing as we pass it over to Randy and the panel. You guys take it away.
Thank you, Sagi and Nora. We'll never apologize for seeing some good emotion to kick off what is an amazing series. And now, as I say kick off, I'm reminded that we're only one game away from match point. Elation there for Aurora Gaming in some moments, but they can't put it together quite yet for a victory. It was AGAL who take the win yet again, but not for the fact that Aurora also defended stalwartly for so long. These games keep getting longer, Chantel and Ken, and the benefit of seeing this is it feels like Aurora is putting some of the pieces together. It's maybe the wrong version where you're kind of on the back foot still and you haven't gotten the tempo yet that you want to where you're making AGAL respond to you as much, but man, it's not easy. This is not an easy game. These are two talented teams giving it all that they have.
Definitely not easy, specifically for Aurora Gaming, and it was perfectly put by the casters. They're saying that for Aurora Gaming, they're slowly building that momentum. It's just that for AGAL, they're currently at a match point, but it all boils down again to the execution when it comes to on how to finish the team fights. Because if you look at the total hero composition of Aurora Gaming, it means that they want to focus on the crowd controls. You have the Agudo, same with the Flowborn. So there was a bit of a flank attempt on most cases, specifically on the early game. It's just that it was answered by the Neja pick of AG. So every time Aurora Gaming wants to go for an initiation, you have the Neja on the clash lane doing the split push, then it becomes the superhero of the team fight. Here comes the superhero, here comes Superman, and ends that team fight with a win.
Yeah, and actually Ron was actually doing a lot of the split pushing himself, but it was more of that Aurora Gaming, they came out firing, right? This lineup is kind of made up for that, and that's what I expected Aurora Gaming to do, was continue to steamroll, but AGAL are like, no, we're a late game composition, we're gonna weather this storm. And of course, when Yunuo gets an Arlie, I was like, GG, go next.
Yeah, the Arlie and the Diadea, a combo that has been used a bit, and I was talking about it earlier with Isaac, he was pointing it out. They didn't care about that. The first pick came through. Is she that strong?
Yeah, no, well, she's incredibly strong with Yunuo, right? Incredibly mechanical,
though, I guess, right?
But no, very mechanically difficult hero. You make one mistake, you're out of position once, you're just gonna be decimated, right? And Yunuo, you just saw multiple times in these highlights where he just barely survives because he knows the absolute limits of this hero.
And you know, I also saw that being a team effort, Chantel. There was no moment that he was isolated for too long. You saw somebody on the roam coming over to support somebody in the clash lane. You mentioned the Naja having presence everywhere. Part of that was that we're not going to leave you out here isolated because you're a win condition for us.
Yeah, definitely. And for most cases, it's more on the familiarity on the side of AGAL. I mean, everyone is moving swiftly all throughout the map. There were a lot of moments that the Aurora Gaming had a good chance of initiation. I think we will see that on the highlights later, wherein they went in for an initiation, but at the same time, AGAL has these tendencies to group up and support whichever player is being threatened by Aurora Gaming. So they're really fast to react, and they know how to get away on that threat coming in from Aurora Gaming.
They really do. Guys, I know you have some telestration for us. What do we see here?
here?
Yeah, okay. So I think it was this clip. This was around 8 minutes of our game.
Yeah, this is that moment where things are tied 1 versus 1, and then you see AGAL with this massive team fight where they just get the ace off of this. The way that they're able to, again, go in and out, control them. Nobody's I mean, yes, they're very low, but look at how he gets back. He doesn't get killed, and they're looking to dive, even diving the T3 because they do not care. They understand they're in a great spot as they get that ace.
And take note that on the first part of that initiation, it was actually Aurora Gaming. So they started at team fight first. That's why we said that for AG, they know how to somehow switch the tempo of the team fight, probably go for the counter initiate. They have this tendencies to group up and win that take against Aurora Gaming.
Well, is this what you guys have, or do you have another clip?
We have another clip.
Okay.
I don't want
I'm not the guy to cut to for the analysis, by the way, here. So keep going until you're ready.
I mean, well, you're looking at this one, you're thinking all 5 members of the Aurora Gaming, we're going to steal this, but Ron is like all by himself. He takes that steal right under their noses, right? As crazy as it is, because Aurora is, again, trying to use that to come back into this game, and Ron just shuts that door.
That was a really big play. That was a momentum shift, it seemed like.
Definitely.
If Aurora had gotten that, I mean, are we looking at a different game?
Probably they could take down at least 2 towers against the AGL,
I would think that,
because they could have taken the Overlord. But that was my biggest takeaway on the game, because it's as if Aurora Gaming didn't know that there's a possibility for some of the players of AGL to be on that side of the map.
True.
Because for most cases, at least 1 or 2 players would try and find as to where the other players are.
So here's how my mind works. I'm naturally an athlete, naturally a competitor. I know many of you are as well, and we love sports. If I'm in a position where I keep losing to a team, and we talk about why, and we look at these things, and that's not the reason, I need to discover why, because there is something happening here. For those just watching, seeing this dominance, if you're not familiar with HOK, this is odd. This is odd because there is no mistake, it seems like, is big enough to challenge these teams. And AGAL is just another showcase of what KSG did earlier on in the day. So in your best way to explain it, because I like what you said, it's not about the draft. They're not getting outplayed there. It is the execution. What is it about the execution that you've seen AGAL be so crisp with that is creating these continuous leads and wins in these series?
Let me try to create an analogy for this one.
Yeah.
I'm looking at this like chess. Okay. Right? You're going up against the Grand Master, right? He's seen everything at the end of the day. You might be able to have a good early start. You might take some pieces. You might have a little bit of an advantage. But at the end of the day, when that mid-game happens, the transition, he's had so many years of experience that he's able to kind of like wushu whatever you throw at them, right? So it's about that execution.
I like that.
I talk about it all the time, but again, it's just more years of experience.
That is a great way to visualize it too, because I think anyone walking in the street sits down at a park, you know there's somebody who's a grandmaster. Right. You're not expecting to beat them, even if you play them 100 times, right, Chantel?
Yeah, definitely. And I think at this point for Aurora Gaming, the biggest problem is after winning a team fight, what's next?
Right.
It's more like them just focusing on early aggressions.
Yeah.
It's more like them focusing just on the warm-ups, but not what's next after those warm-ups.
They're doing these small things right, but the whole picture is still at some point. Like, I love it. I love the big picture element of it. So as you can see, joining us here, it's close to a 4-0. It may end up being that way, but there's so much in between. We're trying to keep giving you that information so you can learn what's separating you and maybe some of your ranked games when you're playing Honor of Kings on your phone a little bit later this afternoon. All right, in the meantime, we had a chance to catch up with AGAL and do a fun one thanks to STC. We got to check out how quick their draw ended up being.
Hello， 大家好，我是02，来到我们 EWC 的特别节目啦。今天我们邀请到了钟毅和大帅，我们先请两位打个招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是 AGL 钟毅。Hello， 大家好，我是 AGL 大帅。
两位还在倒时差，是不是现在有点活人微死的感觉？
其实 今天已经把时差倒过来了吧？睡了10多个小时，但是还是没睡。
哦，睡了10多个小时啊，还可以哈。那大帅这边呢，感觉好像精神头要更好一些。
就是我也准备等着回去补觉了。
都等着回去比较好。那我们今天这个游戏也非常的快速，跟2位说一下，我们面前有一个正确与否的2个牌子，所以我们今天感觉是在做一些判断题。当我说出了这个题目之后的话，你们需要快速做出反应。时间了，我们直接开始 ，True or False。第一题。补刀最后一击击杀小兵可以额外获得50%的金币。3、2、1。OK， 你们可以给镜头展示一下，到时候怎么有点犹豫呢？我们一会儿就是不能互相偷看哈，要看上我们的镜头哈。
好，
第一题回答正确。
我只看镜头。
好，第2题，对，看镜头啊。后羿是全游戏基础普攻射程最长的英雄。3、2、1。哎，你刚刚先拿了这个，然后换成那个，什么意思？
因为我在思考加罗的1算不算，然后一听感觉你说的是基础普攻，我就说
算啊，这道题是错的，就是加罗，所以他错了。你本来
你不是说基础普攻吗？
对呀，你要相信自己。
那1技能不算技能吗？
就是他打开那个1技能之后，他也算他的普攻射程不就变长了，对吧？他也算啊，他打开那个，所以你本来第一时间是对的。
因为我想的是你说的都是基础普攻。
你要相信自己，对，他也算他的普攻了。好，来下一道题，大乔使用2技能将队友传送回基地时，会清除该队友身上的负面效果的异常状态。3、2、1。哎，这道题来给镜头展示一下，有一点分歧，来吧，你们各自陈述一下。
可以吗？我记得是可以的吧？大乔之前的技能都是可以，我记得。
是可以的，正确啊，
可以吗？
他现在领先了啊，终于。白起的被动技能在受到伤害时，有20%的概率自动触发1技能血之回响。哎，有一些分歧，来 battle 一下吧。
那是1技能的被动啊？他转圈是1技能，好像是啊。
对啊，我是说的1技能啊。
你说的不是他的被动吗？
我说。等一下，再听一下题目哈。白起的被动技能在受到伤害时，有20%的概率自动触发1技能。
那肯定是错的呀。
你来 battle 一下。你来 battle 一下。
你说的那个技能效果是1技能带的效果。
对啊，我是说的1技能，但你觉得我要说一下1技能？我不学1技能。
他不学1技能是可以啊。
OK， 那大帅还是暂时领先。来，咱们最后一道题哈，和钟无艳对同一个目标触发石化效果的冷却间隔是10秒。回答2个又回答正确了哈。钟无艳的话，他的被动石化对同一个敌方英雄在8秒内只能生效1次，而不是10秒。大帅这边要领先一些哈。OK， 那怎么样？2位那个
我有奖励吗？有
奖励的。你想要什么样的奖励？是综艺给你发奖励。OK， 好，那我们谢谢2位，我们比赛再见啦，拜拜。
Those questions were kind of hard. I'll play an easier version. Does Guan Yu ever get on a horse?
No. Yeah, just kidding.
Wrong, he does.
Of course he does.
Honestly, those questions were tough.
Yeah.
Right? And I actually felt a little bit better when I saw that Zoe was getting some of those incorrect.
Yeah.
And I was like, if a finals MVP can get them wrong, I can too.
That's right. Gives us permission to be human.
Maybe that's the secret of being the great player, being a great player, knowing some of the countdown as well, the 10 seconds, something like that.
Yeah. I think you just need to know big picture, right? At the end of the day, if he's coming at you and he's killing you, he doesn't care about the details.
Yeah, and it kind of goes to the experience too. I'm so many thousands of hours played in this game. All of those things become second nature. You don't actually process them. I always reckon this like somebody who's teaching a great sport, but is like the greatest of all time in the sport. They don't remember how to pass. They just pass. They know how to pass. Teaching you to lock your ankle and move your foot this way, it's too basic. These guys, they know the big picture and they continue to do it. And big picture, Chantel, now heading into this, AJAL are match point.
Now, the biggest question for Aurora Gaming is how they're able again to clean that execution. I mean, the idea is already there. It's just that they need to clean up whatever, do the housekeeping as much as possible.
It's like that one big team fight changes and alters the entire game. And they're playing defensively and they're not allowed out of their base, right? The containment, that full core press, if you will, by AGAL is just on another level. They're controlling everything, and Aurora not even able to play their game. They're usually the more aggressive team. They have not been so today.
Well, one game to decide if this continues on or if AGAL will be booking their ticket to the semifinal. Let's send it back over to Sagi and Nora to close us out or keep us going. Of course, we want to keep it going, Rain Day. Thank you for passing it back. It's Sagi and Nora once again on your microphones here, and we are going into the draft for potentially Game 4, the final game for AGAL against Aurora Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's only one game to go on the side of AG, getting that spot, going into the semifinal, and at this time, they go for this Ogre pick.
Well, that's the FMVP coming in from 2025 and his own skin itself. That's Zoe's signature pick thus far. What's Aurora Gaming planning here? I like the idea. Go for the late game on towards side of JR. JR has been having a pretty decent game. Every single game that we've seen so far, he's on the weak side. They're playing for the side of Xiang. Maybe, just maybe, this game, swap it over to side of JR and play for him.
Yeah, so this time actually they are holding this JR to play a channel, which means that everyone just being play around him, right? Just build up a really tanky front lane, trying to play around JR. That's gonna be the strategy for them to do so. And also I do appreciate this Anat pick because I do think Anat is kind of OP in this patch. And it's gonna be the first Anata play down by Aurora so far in KWC.
And this is the interesting way, right? Why do we say that Anat is actually really strong? Yes, you have the ultimate that is an AoE clanks like Zhuangzi, but you can engage with it. We have seen so many players throughout the entirety of this tournament in KWC. F1 from Vitality, Ze from GK. They play this hero flawlessly, and coming in for a decider match, it's time for Aurora Gaming to bring out all their secret picks. Whatever you have planned for semifinals, forget about it. Bring it right here, right now.
Yeah, exactly. You know, this kind of gives me the feeling that this is the first Anat appearance on the side of Aurora. We mentioned about 3 cards already being wasted, right? So is it going to be their secret weapon in Game 4?
There's no rejection on that question. It has to be. If it's not, then it's a ticket home for Aurora Gaming as a top 8 exit. So it's a bit of a heartache if you're an MKL fan, but they need to find something here. They need to.
And speak of that, maybe they're just using some tankiness that they can have, right, to play around JR this time. But as we step to AG's draft, you can see, like, because they're only 1 point away from that spot, so they're trying to solidify the whole composition, picking out this Ao Ying at the bottom, and also the sustainability that Dai there with this Ogren has, allowing them to gain a lot of vision control and do a lot of invasions. And Devara on the top. This time I wouldn't think that Ran is going to suffer in the early game because of the Devara pick.
I think we have to see the final pick coming in for the side of Xiang here.
Okay.
So far throughout the entire series, it has been multiple players playing with Xiang, Yulong, Zihong, and also Saber. They're like repeatedly knocking on towards Ran's door. It's like, hey buddy, you're farming, let me disturb you for a bit. And then they bail out with the teleportation sprite. But this again is the AGL playstyle. 1, 2, 3 late game heroes, and they are solely relying on the strength coming in from Zoe and Shuai to equalize out that early game.
And if I want to put one man under the spotlight in Game 4 on the side of AG, I would say it's going to be Shen playing this new one, because we already seen how great that Shen played so far in today's matchup, right? Not even mentioned to Nuwa is kind of like one of his signature hero, and kind of promising that they can grab a clean and secured win in their match point.
It's a bit of a heartbreak here, and if you are on the side of Zihong, JR, and Xiang, this is not the first time they have faced Yinluo. Back in 2024, where we had our invitationals mid-season, when Yinluo won his first EWC title, he was matched against LGDMY, and that was the roster comprising of Zihong, JR, and Xiang. But when this last game, is this the final one that Aurora Gaming will be playing? Because to me, AGAL in this Game 4, if they can hold to the late game, this will be a clean finish for the defending title champions.
So ladies and gentlemen, let's just dive right into Game 4. Well, it's going to be AG grab that spot, get into the semifinal, or it's going to be the first Aurora Gaming that they can play against AG by winning 1 point.
We have yet to see any KPL teams drop a single point to global teams in this year. So we are still waiting for that. Maybe it's this game, maybe it's not. Who knows? Let's check it out.
Just check the bottom first. You can see AG already win the upper hand by this duo. The idea and Ao Ying definitely gonna do good. And it's gonna be another 1-1 melee fight on the top.
Oh, no flash onto a side run. Gets knocked out by the skill 2 coming in from Zihong, but he finds the counter kill onto his side of Xiang.
I mean, that's what I said, right? Ran by using all those heroes he played in the previous match was definitely gonna be a little bit painful in the early game, but with Devara, he's gonna shine out.
And take a look at the replay here. Frenzy Pop coming in for the side of Ron. He gets caught by the early game damage from Zihong, but the refresh and the skill to stun lock made sure that Xiang couldn't find the flash escape.
Yeah, these detailed mechanics that Ran did, allowing him to got the first kill, even actually made it as a solo.
Oh, that was just beautiful stuff coming in from Ron. First 3 games for the side of Aurora Gaming, it was always about targeting Ron, and this time they brought one less member, which is Saber. He made a 1v2 outplay against that.
So that's kind of a little bit troublesome for Aurora Gaming to do, because already they're facing 1,000 gold deficit.
Too early to suffer this gold deficit, and that's without even clearing this mid wave here for AGAL. This is going to be pushing further and further if they actually want to have a chance. But on a good side, JR is a very late game farm lane, so that could be a bit of a, I would say, chance or opportunity for Aurora Gaming.
But we mentioned about the late game so much, how they're going to defend themselves in the early mid stage. That's going to be very crucial.
Oh, aggressive.
Oh,
and is going in. We do see Strike coming in down for JR. That's a beautiful knockup into the CC lock. And JR falls. This is because JR had to burn the flash prior to this play.
I mean, like, it's we are always going to be impressed by Eno's choice, you know? Because once he break house ulti, everyone thought, like, okay, it's going to be his time to retreat back into his tier 1 tower at the bottom. But on the opposite, Eno always going to go for that kill.
So decisive coming in from the farm lane player Yino of the side AGAL. And when we went in, Shuai Sheng immediately pops out of nowhere and assists his farm lane for that kill.
So the synergy is definitely out there, allowing AG to do a lot of ganks happen at the side lanes.
And 3 minutes, already 2,000 gold lead. This is not what you want to see. You drafted a Zlia, you drafted a Channel, but you're set so far behind at only 3 minutes. If you want to stall into big item power spikes for the Channel, it's gonna take like what, 15 minutes?
I mean, it's all about the snowballing, right? Because we know that AG is really good at scaling up. So if Aurora can't do some fair trades in the early stage, that will put them into such a great deficit.
Yino has no flash, no ultimate, getting caught by the whirlwind pool. But Shuai coming in with the ultimate flash, saving his farm lane for further danger. Here Zoe wants to chase, but a good rotation coming in from Zihong disengages them for safety here.
That was so on time that Shai was there saving Eno, just brought him back to life.
If he wasn't there, he could have been taken down. That's the amazing part about the mid roam coming in from AGL. Very fast. And JR, buddy, your flash is gone once again.
I mean, it's reaching to the 4 minutes mark, which will put AGAL on the advantage.
The only good part, Yulong is actually farming really fast compared to Zoe. That's the level advantage. But if we elevate our eyes to the gold lead, 2,000 still. How do they come back from this?
Well, I would say that's something to do with the ideas, actually, you know, because the ideas ability, right, allowing him to steal away some of the goals on the opponent's side and just accelerating AG's farming pace.
JR has no flash. The teleportation comes through. A lot of damage laying down onto his JR. He's so low, but infinite fastness coming in from Yino, taking him down as the first initial kill. That's not all. Ron comes down, pops him, let him echo towards the backline, finding Yulo for a 1v1 play, but Saber in the midst of 5 AGAL members. This is absolute domination from all gamers.
I mean, AG is definitely destroying their opponents from the bottom side. And could you expect that that's what's an initiation coming out from the idea from Shai?
The moment he saw JR without flash walking in his own jungle, he's like, Sheng, watch me. He drops in, he gets the crowd control, and Yino goes in for the finishing play. Such a beautiful coordination coming in from AG.
Like one motion, one movement needs to be done, that everyone just coming for backup.
Aurora Gaming, they're losing confidence thus far in this 5th minute mark. It's such a crucial game.
I feel like the last game that they played, it's kind of be a little bit frustrated. So the way that played is kind of showing that I'm not sure about if their mindset still keeping on there or not.
I think at this point for Aurora Gaming is for the enjoyment of the game. See how far they can actually stall against AGAL. Because with this control, with this line of the AG has drafted for themselves, it's super late game, but with this super late game draft, AG still managed to find the lead of already 4,000 at 6 minute mark.
So back on track, if they want to hold it on, we will say that Yulong's Monkey with this and that firstly, like just guarantee that they still got the vision control against AJAL and let Channel to have more time to farm up.
Correct. We need Channel to be level 15. Zihong pouring some EXP towards him. Some big key items here. So they need to stall the game. 15 minutes, 17 minutes, that could be the game-winning timer. For now, the defense, this mid tower needs to stay up for Aurora Gaming. If this falls, that could be danger for Aurora.
So that's why from now on we may see a lot of skirmishes happen in the mid lane, right around those towers. And also for AG, if they want to snowball the game, definitely they need to take the tier 1 tower down.
We're looking for a bit of a flank coming in from Yinwo. He's in this bush with Dole Vision on towards the top side here. Might be finding a bit of a damage on towards the side of Yulong. He flashes for it. He gets stuck in towards the wall. So Zihong is still available, but gets picked off by Shuai's ultimate. He's taken down. He gets cleansed away. But meanwhile, this is happening. JR and Xiang picks up a side lane gank on towards Ron.
I mean, the thing is that everything just went so I mean, we're stepping on like different side, right? Because on Shen, like he's just checking every bushes that he can imagine, and outside of JR, it was so torturing that he was almost getting back.
Methodical stuff coming in from the side of AG. They chunk out Zihong, they chunk out Saber. They're looking for the mid lane tower here with that minion wave pushing towards top side. Tier 2 is down as well. So this mid lane tower, if Aurora Gaming wants to die defending it, it's goal lead for AGAL. If they don't defend, it's also goal lead for AGAL.
And I mean, because of the goal lead already reaching to 5,000 goal lead advantage of AG, just allowing them to do a lot of individual showcase, right? In the previous 3 matchups, if we've seen the microwaves, micro-lanes, if we've seen those pushing lanes, if we've seen those team fights played by AG, this time it's gonna be individual showcases.
Side lane Ron was a solo kill, remember? And then Sheng pushing out those visions, and Shuai has been amazing on those Diadia engages here. So for Aurora Gaming, what is the plan? I need a plan from you guys. If you guys want to stay in EWC, you guys need a plan.
But I'm not so sure if they can guard the tier 1 tower or not, because Monkey, being a little bit vulnerable right now, is trying his best to clean all those minions.
Topside Xiang goes in for 1v1 against Ron. He doesn't have flash. Sheng is ready here. Meanwhile, mid lane, Yinwo gets taken down in the midst of everyone. 1-for-1 trade once again. Thunder resolve times 7. That means Ron is in it. He's refreshing fast on those spell ones.
It's gonna be a 1-1 trade, is because like Ino also be denied on the side of Aurora, allowing them to get their tyrant and make some consolation effort.
I think what happened essentially for the side of Aurora in getting Ino is the flash engage coming in from Saber on that whirlwind to CC lock Ino. Potentially we'll get a replay later on to check out what exactly happened. Shuai engages onto his Saber, has to back away.
But so far, it's quite equalized around the camp. But check the bottom, it's gonna be a 3 versus 1. I think like JR's in trouble.
And JR got taken down in that official play. Top side, this is what happened towards the side of Xiang. He gets taken down in a 1v2 situation because Sheng has been always looking on towards the map, and that was a good gank coming in from Sheng once again. Replay is Sheng, live is also Sheng.
I mean, once again, Sheng plays so well today. So good.
Oh, Xiang. Okay, it's a 1v1. Shuai is already here.
Coming in.
He still has to flash. Xiang might be caught in a midst of a 2v1, taking a lot of damage.
But Aurora's also on their way. But still, it's gonna be a denied on Xiang. So actually, Aurora, they're trying to rush in to make a lot of things happen.
Yeah, and this 10-minute mark right now, without Xiang, they can never actually contest for the shadow objectives here. This might be the downfall of Aurora Gaming, MKL's champion, in the next few minutes.
But can they suffer from that? Can they still hold into that? Because you mentioned that the game that they lost, they even make it to 17 minutes. But right now, JR trying to make some HP trade happen. That was quite decent, but he's flashed also before start.
At the very least, Shuai has a lot of healing, right? He's pumping up Yinwo back to full health. 10-minute mark, Yinwo securing his 3 items. Ooh, he gets taken down dangerously low. In the meantime, Shadow Tyrant will be secured by the side of AGAL.
Because of the gold difference, right? Like 5,000, even make it to 6,000 gold lead. As a scaling is always so entertaining to see played by AG, but also so torturing when we're looking at Aurora.
Yeah, you won't be feeling good for Aurora Gaming. Your win condition channel is 0-4. Your side lane game potential Xiang is 1-3. So they're scratching their head to see how they can actually delay this game to even longer, like the 17-18 minute marks that you mentioned.
Ooh, especially those aggression already can see played by AGAL, right? They keep pressing on it. The ulti for ulti, and it's gonna be some HP trade put it in such a delicate way.
Finally, the mid lane tower might be falling in favor for the side of AGAL. It's only a bit of HP left. Ron comes in, swoops up the mid lane tower, and it finally falls at the 11th minute mark.
So the same thing that happened in the previous 3 matchups, just remake again. But this time, well, Aurora holding the more time, because check out JRA already being level 13, and I do believe Zia this time is going to upgrade him to even like over 15.
The sanctification, right, dropping on towards him. Beautiful annihilation and creation blocks, chunking every single member of Aurora Gaming. Zoe is coming. He's forcing out the flash coming in from Zihong. That's going to be a crucial cooldown unavailable. With blinking health bars here, towers will be going down in the top tier tree.
Yeah, I mean, the minions are all on their way, and check Zoe's positioning just caused a constant threat towards Aurora's positioning. So everything just being pushed forward, but in a quicker way.
AGAL is not giving any chance whatsoever. His Xiang goes in for an aggressive trade against Ron. Gets pushed back by the bittersweet farewell coming in from the side of Strike. Clock is ticking. Overlord will be going down soon, and Aurora Gaming's time in KWC might be over soon.
But again, they are trying to make something happen. It's going to be some ulti trade. Of course, out Ino's ulti, and since Shy's flash is not available, it's gonna be a good sign for Aurora to try and buy more vision control.
Very good respect coming in from AGL. They're like, okay, you know what gets taken very low? Let's wait for Stry to come in and heal all of us first before we continue to do the Shadow Overlord. It's like,
yeah,
we don't want to give any single shot for Aurora Gaming to make a comeback.
I mean, the stability that they want to play, and also the trust they give to Ino.
That's exactly the case. So, with the Shadow Overlord, I gotta say, MKL fans, it's not looking too good for Aurora Gaming.
It's gonna be a little bit painful, but still, AG trying to stabilize because they are actually the title defender in KWC.
Now, first tier 3 down on towards the top side here. Finding a bit of damage on towards the side of Yulong. Zilong gets taken down by the annihilation towards the top side.
And it's gonna be very painful. At the bottom, the minions on their way, the vanguards are on their way, and with Zhihong beat tonight, it's gonna be a 5 versus 4.
Next upcoming minute will be very crucial for Aurora Gaming here. Without the minion waves, AG are forcing down that final tier 3. The final game that Aurora Gaming will be playing here. Look at the Overlord from the bottom side.
Bottom side, that is, and owing by using those vanguards pushing in, keep pressing, and now at the bottom it's gonna be Devara getting in, LT being break, and it's gonna be 5 versus 4. Everyone just keep scratching on these kind of vanguards.
Flash engage coming in from the side of Saber. He gets taken down in the first initial play. AGAL, they have the numbers advantage here. Zoe pops a blood rage, survives against Yulong. JR finds more damage. Yulong falls. That's 3 members remaining for the side of Aurora Gaming as the kingdom is about to fall for the red team. Yino drops in with the infinite fastest, but they still hold on. Minion waves are still reaching from the lanes.
I mean, that was really close for Aurora. With 3 members being sacrificed, they're gonna facing the upcoming pressure again from AJL. Again with those minions, it's gonna be Nuwa getting his ulti upon Zhihong straight down very much. It's getting little closer to the victory. It's gonna be minions on their way, and it's gonna be the match point. It's gonna be the spot that AGAL secured to the semifinal.
Welcome to the semifinals, AGAL. They're one step closer in securing their back-to-back grand finals appearance in the KWC title. And Yino, he's going for his 3rd consecutive title, and no one is stopping him in his tracks.
I mean, speak of AGAL's journey, you know, over 2 years, they've played against so many different teams and they face so many different hurdles. But every time, AG just make those miracle comebacks happen again and again. If there's several words that we need to describe about this team, it's not only about the strength that they got, but also the fortitude and perseverance.
Perseverance is a strong word, and that word fits AGAL so well. Ron has been being targeted for 4 games, and he finally found a one good moment in isolating for that 1v2 and still came out on top.
And I mean, from the play the replay, you can see like AG, they are holding their composure. Well, except Ran, right? Ran is definitely on fire for today's
Look at this. He's just popping his ultimate, going in towards the backline here. Initial engage coming in for the side of Aurora. Unable to find any sort of backline catches here. JR is trying to put so much damage, but in the end, it was too little too late. Minions were just waiting outside the turrets and they were taken down in that final few moments.
Just snowballing the game, right? They won't let any chance slip away from their fingers. And right now with a 4-0 clean win, it's gonna be the time for them for the interview.
Let's shout out to AJL one more time, crowds. Thank you so much. All right, congratulations, Eno and AG make it to the top 4. So you only have one way to go so that you can defend your crown in the grand finals of KWC 2026. So we were wondering, what does it mean for you and the AJL to win in this tournament? 首先恭喜 AG， 也恭喜一诺挺进了我们明天的半决赛，成为我们本届 KWC 的4强战队了。其实呢，距离我们可以再次来到今年的决赛只差1场比赛的胜利了，对不对？我们也很好奇，作为去年的冠军，在 KWC 的比赛当中获得胜利，对于你个人来说，或者整体 AG 来说，有没有非常深远的意义呢？
一年之中很少打国际赛吧，然后希望能取得一个好成绩。
All right, so we don't have that much of an opportunity to have an international worldwide tournament within a year. So we cherish this opportunity very much. We hope we can do our best in the following up matchups. So next matchup, you're going against Rock Esports. Their roster actually took one game away off TT Global last year. So what will be the things that you need to be done to make sure that this doesn't happen to you tomorrow? 其实你们明天的对手 Rock Esports 他们非常强。并且他们在去年的比赛当中和 TTG 的对决当中，他们获得了一局的胜利。所以从你的眼中去看待这个问题的话，你觉得明天 AG 需要做好哪些事情？所以这样子的剧本不会发生在你们身上，你们可以拿到一个更安心的胜利呢？
我觉得不会吧。我现在对阵国外队还是100%胜率。
Wow, I think it won't happen for us and for AJL because till this very moment, I have a 100% winning rate going against the international teams and on an international stage. They feel very confident about this. And I've noticed something very interesting. Your whole family was here. They were actually sitting down here supporting you from China coming to Paris. Hi! 我们其实有发现非常有爱的一个画面，我看到你的全部的家人们都来到了我们巴黎的现场来支持你，他们现在也通过镜头在与你挥手。所以 What do you want to say to your family members who have been supporting you for a very long time？ 有什么在这个时刻想和他们说的吗？
希望他们在巴黎玩得开心。
Hope you enjoy your time in Paris. Thank you so much. And last, please share a message to the loyal fans and audiences who have been followed and supported AJL, especially for you, who has been in AG for a very long time. 除了和一诺自己的家人，当然有非常多的粉丝朋友们来自全球各地，一直在支持你，也会支持 AG， 而且你也其实也在 AG 待了非常久的时间，效力了很久，所以在这个非常动容的时刻，有什么想和粉丝朋友们说的吗？
谢谢大家来看比赛。
Thank you so much for being here. I'm super grateful for your coming. Thank you so much. Thank you for Eno. Congratulations. One more time, let's hear some crowds for AJL, please. And now, this will be the time that we welcome all the members from AG to join me on the stage. Follow me. 来 ，AG 的选手们，让我们共同迈向属于你们个人的荣耀时刻。You are going to destroy Team Aurora's keys while you proceed to the next stage, moving forward, advancing to the semi-finals. One dream ends here while the other journey marches on, because everything is earned here in KWC. Good luck, boys. See you guys in the semifinals.
Well, with his family standing by, Inoue claims the move towards the semifinals for him and AGAL. As the world watches on, the KPL showing their dominance yet again, and the defending champions defending their title as appropriately expected here at EWC. It was a day of dominance. There is no other way to put it. And while a lot of these regional teams and challengers showed that they could muster up an incredible draft, incredible moments, it wasn't a full enough test that could challenge our current teams that are standing at the top. And of course, that would be KSG, that would be AGAL. They go on to live another day, but the semifinals, the finals, those are still in store. Those may tell different stories, so don't think it is over just yet. There's still a lot to do before they claim their title back, or we see a new title holder here at KWC. Chantel and Ken, as we kind of look back, we get our post stats coming up and our final thoughts as we kind of approach the end of today, but also the beginning of now our semis, which are set and ready to go.
Yeah, definitely. I really love the answer of earlier when he mentioned that there's not much of international appearances for them when it comes to tournaments, but every time they play, they dominate. So there's a lot of learning curves for the team, given also on this game. I mean, they've adjusted really well against Aurora Gaming on the games from starting games 2 to 4.
Yeah. I mean, he was just spitting facts. Let's be very honest. No team has actually been able to take them down, other than TTG, of course, which is from a KPL squad last year. But I mean, when we're talking about this stage, it doesn't seem like anyone is even close. This is one of our best champions, right, from the global scene, Aurora Gaming. We had high expectations, and going up against AGAL might have been unlucky, might have been the fact that they lost to Esports, but sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles. And unfortunately for them, they're going to be the 5th through 8th slot.
But the good thing is that for most global teams, whenever they're able to stretch a game against a KPL team, it's already it just shows that there's a great progress already, given also the opportunities that they are given to them. We had the boot camp, we had the lots of international tournaments prior KWC, so we're just looking forward as to how these teams will progress on the next international stages. But definitely KPL teams are top-notch.
Yeah, definitely top-notch. And I mean, if we're talking about this game, though, I mean, the first 2 games, they were competitive. They had their moments, right? Yeah. 0-4 is kind of, it'll like confuse a lot of the people that are just like, look at the scorecard and that's it. But if you actually watch the games, they've progressed quite a bit. This is a team that's close, but just not there. And there's a lot to learn, and there's to be gained from this moment where they have been on a stage, they've tasted a little bit of what it looks like to succeed, but now have to put it together, have to go back to their region, continue to dominate in the MKL. We know Aurora Gaming, you will do that. We'll be waiting for your return on the international stage, as we will for many of the teams that have fallen out. But the way it goes in competition, losing is a part of it. It is a part of the lesson, and it's also a part of the growth. For this semifinal that is going to be coming up in a moment tomorrow, and of course throughout our finals that'll be coming up on Saturday, these moments will continue to be available for Rock Esports, for GK Esports, KSG and GK on the bottom side of the bracket, AGAL and Rock Esports on the top side, Chantel. And of course, that 3rd place and that 4th place match will be very competitive as well, whether it's AG and AGAL take their first loss, or whether it's a rematch of, looking at Rock and GK from a global perspective. But tomorrow we will start off again with AGAL taking the stage.
Actually, the whole theme of tomorrow's matches will be yet another KPL versus MKL team, which is very exciting, because aside from you representing your organization or your squad, it's more of you representing your whole region. So it's a bit of a journey for most of our teams, but at the same time, it is their chance to show last chance whatever they've got.
Yeah, and actually kind of expected in the sense of an MKL squad being in there. I think Aurora Gaming probably should have been in, but of course going up against KPL, that was as per expected here. Yeah, it's tough. This is one that is gonna, obviously for Aurora fans, sting for a moment, but bounce back, come back stronger. We'll be waiting for you. We're also waiting for more updates on the implications of not just these games, but the club championship standings, and you don't have to wait any longer, because I hear the Trav, Glitter, and our Chris Tunn have an answer for you as to what's been going on lately.
Well, we might be done here on HOK for today, but we have had other games going on throughout the course of, well, I mean, Lauren, you're just starting today, but of course we have had plenty of other games going down, which have a lot to do with the club championship. The Trav, on your stage, we've got a lot going on in that respect. How are things going today?
Yeah, so we started up yesterday in the Allianz Vault, and it was very much a story of Team Falcons. They brought 4 players yet again, just like they have in the rest of the competitions over in the Allianz Vault. So heavy investment, I'd say, from Team Falcons over there. Unfortunately for them, a lot of them were placed in the same group. So we had 3 Falcons players in the same group, kind of forced to play it out, knock each other out, but 2 of them made it through. Atif was the only one who didn't manage to get through to the day 3. But looking elsewhere today, we've got Twisted Minds taken to the stage. They've got one of the favourites of the competition, obviously looking to try and repeat the success from last week. Managed to get a 2nd place, managed to get a 5th place, so some points on the board, and they're looking to try and do it again.
Yeah, AJL in that mix as well. That's big on our stage, of course, when we do come down the finals. But Lauren, you're just kicking off today at the Gdynia City Grid. How are things going?
Honestly, I think it's going to be a really important game when it comes to the CC leaderboard, and I'm going to break down why. I'm glad you brought up AGAL because they are also at the Gdynia City Grid, and they are one of the squads that could potentially end up in top 8. And since they're starting off this week in 5th place overall, if they can get some wins or even some top 8 finishes on the board, those points are going to be massive. But another heavy hitter is Vitality for us, and they are also in 4th place in a really solid spot, and they could potentially win the whole thing. They have some of the most experience. They've got some very well-known players on the squad, and that would be huge for Vitality heading into week 6. However, we also have Aurora, who are currently in 11th on the CC leaderboard, and they are another team expected to at least make their way through the finals, potentially have a strong finish as well, which could boost them up a little bit. But our competition is 2 weeks long. We only have the group stage this week, so we still have a little bit of time yet.
Every day I'm going to be coming to you and be like, oh, well, not much has happened yet. But look, I mean, those 2-week competitions really do build up nicely. But I think what it is like at the moment for the club championship is like a win for somebody puts them in that 1st place.
Yeah.
So that is still quite tight. People are still staying Falcons, but things could change very, very quickly. Back to you guys to close out the day.
All right, thank you to all of our lovely talent there telling us what's going on at all the different stages. It's been fun. Stage 2, Stage 4 represented there with Lauren and Trav, and Chris obviously representing us over here. Stage 3, Team Vitality, lots to play for. Virtus Pro, they are out, but AGAL still have a chance. Roar Gaming also out here as well. Speaking of the teams, GK Esports, we're finding out, is going to actually be going up first against KSG. We showed you a schedule that said AGAL would be the first team you'd see tomorrow. They're actually going to be the last. So fans, still join us early on, 11 a.m. CEST. We will be kicking off, and it will be KSG who take the stage.
Interesting start, right?
Yeah.
I think that, I mean, we're continuing on from today where we did see KSG play the first series. Let's just continue to ride with that. Give AG as much rest as possible so they have the same amount of time, if you will.
Yeah, back to back. There's no need for that. GK and on the other side of it, Rock have kind of waited the same amount. So at this point, just, let AG take the 2nd slot.
Yeah, and maybe enjoy the rest of the days or the stay here because we are already 2 days away.
That's right.
Before determining whether or not AJAL will have those points at the top for the club championship.
Now imagine they didn't tell us that it was being changed and we just saw this again and I said, wait a second, I swear that, oh man, I am really getting a little bit tired at the end of this day. But no, KSG, GK, that'll be the first one. It's going to be a good matchup. And guys, I mean, previewing tomorrow, but also putting a capstone on today. What are the thoughts heading into it? 2 KPL teams. We got our KPL Dream Team Showmatch. There was a lot of fun. Honor of Kings being played.
Yeah, definitely. And I kind of feel like for majority of the global teams, I know that they're going to be playing tomorrow. It's about time to give that a little oomph more with how they really play, because up against KPL teams, it's going to be a tall order for them, but at the same time, it's not impossible because everything is going to be earned by these teams.
Nothing given.
Nothing giving, for sure. And I think for me, the biggest surprise was the fact that Aurora Gaming, hey, we can play with them, right? It's just, again, the mid-game where they kind of need to help with with the transitions, but I still think that they got a chance. It's more about those lessons learned and that experience, which is going to really help them in the future.
Some big lessons learned here from everyone involved who played on the stage. And for all of you who joined us, thank you. We appreciate you. Remember to tune in at 11 a.m. CEST to catch KSG and GK Gaming go up before AGAL and Rock Esports close us out on the day. From Chantel and Ken, from Sagi and Nora, and everyone who's been involved, excuse me, Howler, everyone who's been involved on the desk. We had Ken and Isaac as well. I think I just wanted to mention all of them. We appreciate you. We love you. Reminded, never give up, never stop gaming. We'll see you back at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet tomorrow.
never will surrender. Gonna be bold, gonna stand a little bit taller. As long as we are here, we can go a little longer. Caught up in this fight, now we're chasing every victory. Feeling every move, yeah, we're writing out the history. Running to the light, feeling calmer than a river. Ready for the fight, we go harder, we go bigger. Feel your heartbeat raising. Goes like 3, 2, 1, got you counting down. I won't let this crown be taken. Can you hear it go? Winner, legacy, feeling limited. Listen, I'm on it, I wanna live it up like, call it, want it. Yeah, I hardly started, you're falling fast. Fortune Valor crowning on us. The champions ready to go. Yeah, we're made out of gold, never letting it go. Got your back, yeah, they coming, strong in the storm. Do you wanna go up in Fortune Valor crowning on us? Taking it from the top, I wanna rise it up. I wanna go with the feeling, all that we do is succeeding. Wanna get up and feel myself again. Wanna build a legacy, so undeterred, I'm making them listen. I bet you love what I bring to the table, yeah. Look at us now, wanna raise it up, raise it up. It's in the blood, wanna live it up, live it up. Don't wanna stop, wanna bring it home, bring it home. Just wanna be the one, stay proud. Feel your heartbeat raising. Goes like 3, 2, 1, got you counting down. I won't let this crown be taken. Can you hear it go?